Chapter 25:19. Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine when Baiya released a wisp of his aura. With his current cultivation, he was like an ant facing an elephant. He could not resist at all. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. That was what Lu Ming felt. He had a feeling that if Baiya wanted to attack him, he could kill him with a flick of his finger. He did not feel that from the ancestral dragon or the divine ancestor. Lu Ming was even more shocked. An existence like Baiya was sealed here and could not leave for generations. Also, Baiya's master, Jingyu, was definitely stronger, but he was killed. How strong was their enemy? Also, there were many cursed lands in Yellow Springs Mountain. Were they also set up by their enemy? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. However, there is always a way out. Every 10,000 years, the seal of the Yellow Springs Mountain will loosen, and you people from the outside will be able to enter. We have been looking for a suitable candidate to inherit Master's legacy. Unfortunately, there are not many outsiders who come in each time, and very few of them are talented. We have waited for a long time, and finally, you are here. Baiya said. Senior, there must be a condition for me to inherit Senior Jingyu's legacy, right? Lu Ming said. Baiya looked at Lu Ming with admiration. You are very smart. Not bad, there is indeed a condition. I can tell you this. Back then, Master was framed. He was wronged and died. Master's bloodline will be sealed here forever. Therefore, if you want to inherit Master's legacy, you must swear on your life essence that you will avenge Master in the future, clear his name, and save us from this place. As expected, Lu Ming knew it was not simple. Lu Ming said with a wry smile, Senior, with your cultivation and Senior Jingyu's cultivation, you are not a match for him. How can I do it? You can't do it now, but that doesn't mean you can't do it in the future. There is no time limit for this. With your talent, you may be able to surpass Master in the future. Although this is difficult, there is still some hope. I can tell you that what you have comprehended is only one of the billions of Master's legacy. If you can obtain Master's legacy, you will be able to avoid many detours in the future. Baiya began to tempt Lu Ming. Lu Ming's mind was also thinking rapidly. Baiya's master, Jingyu, was obviously a terrifying existence. His cultivation was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. Avenging such a person would definitely be very dangerous. However, Lu Ming immediately thought of the evil god tribe. If the foreign race's divine ancestor and divine ancestor Sha Xian recovered, he wouldn't even be able to get past the evil god tribe. Everyone in the heaven world would die, including his family and friends. As for agreeing to White Fang's request to avenge Jingyu, that was something that would happen many years later. Furthermore, even if he failed, he would be the only one who would die. Moreover, if he could obtain Jingyu's legacy, he might have a way to fight against the evil god tribe. At the thought of this, Lu Ming made a decision. Alright, Senior, I agree. Lu Ming said. Good. Baiya was overjoyed. However, you still have to swear on your life origin. Swearing on life origin was different from a blood oath. Blood oaths could be resisted at the martial emperor realm. However, swearing on life origin was directly applied to one's life origin. Not to mention martial emperors, even martial gods would find it difficult to resist. If one went against the oath, they would suffer terrible punishment. Lu Ming immediately swore on life origin according to Baiya's request. Senior, I still don't know who Senior Jingyu's enemy is. Lu Ming said. How could he take revenge if he didn't even know who his enemy was? Do you know about the Taishu dynasty? Baiya asked after pondering for a while. Taishu dynasty? Never heard of it. Lu Ming shook his head. Never heard of it? It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Those guys must have sealed us in a very remote place. You should have heard of the Wuji Galaxy, right? Baiya said. Wuji Galaxy? Lu Ming was even more confused. I haven't heard of the Wuji Galaxy. What about the primitive universe? You should have heard of it, right? Baya said. Lu Ming shook his head hard. You haven't heard of the primitive universe? Baya was dumbfounded. He looked at Lu Ming and was tongue-tied. Lu Ming couldn't help but touch his nose. He really hadn't heard of it. Was it shameful to not have heard of it? Where did those guys seal us? I haven't even heard of the primitive universe. No wonder so few geniuses came in these years. Ruthless, those guys are really ruthless. They want us to never be able to rise again. Baya's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Lu Ming was very smart and didn't say a word. A while later, Baya finally calmed down. You don't know anything. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to explain it clearly. How about this, you can inherit master's succession first. After White Fang finished speaking, a picture scroll appeared in his hand. After opening the picture scroll, a young man was drawn on the picture scroll. He was extraordinarily handsome and lifelike. It was Baya's master, Jing Yu. On top of that, the will of the ruler of Dao from the portrait was shockingly strong. It was many times stronger than any of the statues that Lu Ming had come into contact with. Lu Ming, use your Dao of the ruler to resonate with master's portrait. You will be able to inherit master's succession. Baya said. Lu Ming nodded and immediately executed his Dao of the ruler. As he expected, as soon as he executed his Dao of the ruler, the scroll emitted a purple golden glow. A moment later, the scroll turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu Ming's mind. At that instant, Lu Ming felt like he could see a young man with his hands behind him standing in his divine sense. His figure was emitting a brilliant purple golden glow, which represented the will of the ruler of Dao. Battle. At that instant, the young man uttered a roar as the word battle flew out. The word battle was filled with an ancient aura, as if it had come from the river of time. It was as if it represented the origin of all battles between the heavens and earth. It was mystical and immeasurable. It was countless times more mystical than the word battle that Lu Ming had comprehended before. A moment later, the rare phenomena in Lu Ming's mind disappeared. Only two things were left in his divine sense. A scroll. An ancient word battle. There was no other information, nor was there any martial art or secret art. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. How was it? What did you get from master's succession? Baya asked. There are only two things. One is a painting, and the other is the ancient word, war. There is no other information. Lu Ming said in disappointment. I see, I understand now. Master has sealed everything in the scroll. It must be because your cultivation is too weak that you didn't get any information. Chapter 25-20. Lu Ming was really speechless. His cultivation was too low. One had to know that with his physical body and path of domination combined, he was confident that he could fight a demigod. Now, in the entire heaven realm, evil god realm, and the primordial realm, how many people were his match? But in White Fang's eyes, his cultivation was too low. Don't worry, as long as your cultivation breaks through in the future, the seal in the scroll will also be opened. Not only will there be Master's cultivation method, but there will also be some information about Master's enemies. White Fang said. Lu Ming nodded. Kid, you look very disappointed. You don't know how lucky you are. Do you know how envious I am? Do you know how mysterious the battle word you obtained is? How big of a background it has? That's the origin ancient word, the origin ancient word, do you understand? If it was in the primitive universe, I'm afraid countless terrifying existences would fight over it. White Fang exclaimed, his eyes full of envy. The origin ancient word? Lu Ming continued to be confused. He realized that he could not understand what White Fang was saying. Forget it, you won't understand even if I say so much. Remember, when you travel in the primitive universe in the future, you must try not to expose the secret of the battle word. Otherwise, it will bring you a fatal disaster. Also, the battle word you comprehended before is only 1/millionth of the origin ancient word. No, It's 1/1000th of it. So, in the future, you have to comprehend more of this battle word. The benefits it will bring you are unimaginable. This battle word was accidentally discovered by Master. He hasn't comprehended it yet. Others don't know about it at all. Otherwise, those guys would definitely not leave behind the inheritance of others. White Fang continued to blabber on and on. Lu Ming seemed to understand, but he could only remember it all in his heart. Also, this is for you. A storage ring appeared in White Fang's hand, and he threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and was overjoyed. There should be some treasures in the storage ring. Lu Ming's spiritual sense probed inside. In the next moment, Lu Ming revealed a trace of disappointment. The things in the storage ring were very simple. There were only two things. There was a sword and a huge wooden chest. With a thought, the sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This weapon, Lu Ming sensed it and then injected his world energy into it. Immediately, he felt that this battle sword was like a bottomless pit. Moreover, there was a strong devouring power that crazily devoured the world energy in his body. Lu Ming was so scared that he quickly cut off his connection with the battle sword. How horrifying! Lu Ming felt that if this battle sword erupted, its might would be many times stronger than that of a heavenly Tao tool. This is a divine weapon, a weapon used by martial gods. With your current cultivation, you won't be able to control it. Its energy will be sucked dry. You should use it when you have a breakthrough in your cultivation. White Fang said. Divine artifact. Lu Ming's heart shuddered. He finally knew the name of the weapon used by martial gods. The reason being that the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes had both used weapons of this level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This weapon was priceless. Lu Ming put the weapon back into the storage ring and took out the wooden chest. As soon as he opened it, a strong medicinal fragrance immediately assailed his nose. Inside the wooden box were many sparkling and translucent fruits. The life essence was simply astonishingly rich. Lu Ming was astounded. He could sense that the fragrance of the fruits was similar to that of the life and death pill, but it was stronger than the life and death pill. These are the fruits of life. White Fang explained, the tree of life on Yellow Springs Island will bear fruit every once in a while. However, for you people from the outside world, the myriad tribulation will only come once. Therefore, I have collected the fruits that bear fruit at other times. There are a total of 180 fruits here. The fruit of life's medicinal effect is not bad. Take it. Thump. Thump. Lu Ming's heart pounded rapidly. There were 180 fruits of life. Lu Ming was ecstatic. He was truly ecstatic. As for White Fang's remark that the medicinal effect was not bad, Lu Ming ignored it. Not only was the fruits of life and death pill effective, but they were also priceless treasures. Lu Ming had seen the effects of the life and death pill. The injuries of the Titan longhorn beetle and the 9 lives demonic silkworm could not be healed even after countless years, but they had mostly recovered in a few days. The fruits of life were even more amazing. Didn't the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes fight to the death for the fruits of life? But now, Lu Ming had obtained 180 fruits of life. Lu Ming quickly closed the lid of the wooden chest and put it away. Lu Ming was over the moon. He was very satisfied. He had gained a lot this time. Alright, I've told you what I should, and I've given you what I should. Now, let me send you out. White Fang said. How do we get out? Lu Ming asked. There's a boat on the other side of the Yellow Spring Island. You can take it and leave. I'll transmit my voice to the people on the island. White Fang said. Senior, wait. Lu Ming blurted out. What is it? White Fang asked. Senior, are there people with 3 eyes on the island? Lu Ming asked. That's right, there's a martial god among them. White Fang said. Senior, can you kill the martial god with 3 eyes? Lu Ming asked. If he could kill the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes, everything would be resolved. No way. White Fang shook his head and said, "We've been sealed here, thus we're under a lot of restrictions. We can't help you. Those people are your enemies, right? You should take care of them yourself. If you can't even take care of such weak enemies, how are you going to face stronger enemies in the future and avenge Master?" Saying this, White Fang's figure disappeared with a flicker. Lu Ming was left speechless. Weak? That was a martial god, yet he was weak. Lu Ming finally realized that his values and thoughts were completely different from White Fang's. There was no way he could compare them. Not long after White Fang left, he came back. "Alright, I've spread the news. I'll send you out now." With that, White Fang waved his hands and Lu Ming's body disappeared. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak. Brother Qing Song. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he saw a few people flying in a certain direction. Brother Lu Ming. Qing Song was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming. He immediately flew over. "Brother Lu Ming, let's go. Senior Ancestral Dragon is summoning us." Qing Song said. "Sure." Lu Ming nodded. He followed Qing Song and the others and flew in a certain direction. A while later, they met up not far away from the Tree of Life. Shaoqing, Dandan. Chapter 25-21. Speaking of which, they had not seen each other for nearly 150 years since they entered Yellow Spring Island. They were naturally happy to meet each other now. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that whether it was Xian Yanqing or Dandan, their cultivation had greatly improved. Xian Yanqing's cultivation had already reached the peak of 7-star Heavenly Emperor. Dandan was not much worse. He was also a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, a pontoon bridge appeared on all the islands in the Yellow Spring Sea region. On those islands, there were many figures rushing towards Yellow Spring Island. They were those who did not reach Yellow Spring Island and stayed on other islands. Soon, Lu Ming saw Lu Xiang, Ouyang Moli, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others. None of his friends were fine, and their cultivation had all improved greatly. Lu Ming was relieved. A few hours later, no one appeared on those islands. "Everyone is here. Let's go." Ancestral Gragon led everyone and rushed to the side of Yellow Spring Island. Along the coastline, they soon discovered 2 huge warships. Rumble. One of the battleships began to rumble as it sped forward. On it were the foreign race's divine ancestors and some other experts of the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe actually left first. One had to know that there were still some evil god tribe members on the island who had not boarded the ship. Clearly, the foreign race's divine ancestor was afraid that Ancestral Gragon would fight him to the death, so he abandoned some evil god tribe members and left first. "This guy is really despicable," Ancestral Gragon said angrily. He really wanted to fight the foreign race's divine ancestor to the death. Unfortunately, the foreign race's divine ancestor was deliberately avoiding him. The remaining evil god tribe members sighed helplessly when they saw the foreign race's divine ancestor and the others leave. They had been abandoned. Fortunately, the Yellow Spring world was incomparably huge. Staying here was not much different from staying in the evil god realm. When they saw the Heaven Realm experts' malicious gazes, their expressions changed. They rushed in another direction and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. "Let's go." Ancestral Gragon called everyone to board the heaven-piercing warship. Soon, everyone boarded the heaven-piercing battleship. The heaven-piercing battleship began to move forward, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Before long, a huge vortex appeared, and the outsiders and their heaven-span battleships charged into it. This time, it didn't throw everyone out like it did when they first came in. The 2 sky-reaching battleships followed the vortex and landed below. Then, the water of the Yellow Springs flowed forward, forming a large river. Was this the source of the Yellow Springs River? Everyone couldn't help but think so. The Yellow Springs River originated from here, then flowed one round before returning to the Yellow Springs world, forming a cycle. Therefore, as long as they traveled along the Yellow River, they would one day arrive at the battlefield outside Two Realms City in the Grand Lucid Heaven domain. However, it would probably take a long time. The battlefield outside Two Realms City was already relatively close to Yellow Springs Mountain. If they took a detour from here, they would probably be very far away. Everyone looked for a place to cultivate. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others gathered together, chatted for a while, and then went their separate ways. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a deck. With a thought, the picture scroll and the word battle appeared in his mind. Lu Ming's attention was focused on the word battle. All of a sudden, Lu Ming sensed that there was an infinitely mysterious aura emerging. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. It could only be sensed but could not be expressed in words. It was incomparably mysterious and unfathomable. This was Lu Ming's feeling toward the word battle. The word battle that Lu Ming had comprehended when he passed the third trial originated from here, but it was only a trace of it. Lu Ming began to focus on comprehending. The more he comprehended, the deeper his understanding of battle became. The Yellow Springs River was really long. They continued to travel like this for a full 2 years. At this time, the alien race's divine ancestor in front of them made a move. He forcefully tore open a space and then rushed into the space crack with the sky-reaching battleship. That's Tartarus Heaven. Many people saw and recognized the world behind the space crack. Obviously, the alien race's divine ancestor and the others had entered Tartarus Heaven and planned to return from there. Soon, the space closed. They continued forward. Since they had reached Tartarus Heaven, they would not be far from Taiching Heaven. Everyone stopped cultivating and began to wait. Indeed, not long after, the ancestral Gregon made a move and tore open the space. From the space crack, one could see that the other side was the battlefield outside Two Realms City. Let's go. The ancestral Gregon led the sky-reaching battleship through the space crack and returned to the battlefield outside Two Realms City. They were back. Many people exclaimed. This time, they had been in Yellow Springs Mountain for more than 100 years and experienced a lot. Now that they were back, it felt like a dream. Whoosh! 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 Everyone flew out of the sky-reaching battleship and flew toward Two Realms City. Soon, they were near Two Realms City. Senior Ancestral Gregon and the others are back. When they approached, the experts on Two Realms City noticed them and hurriedly opened the array to let them in. After entering, they learned that in the past 100 years, the Heaven Realm and the evil god tribe had not made any moves and had been in a stalemate. Then, everyone bid farewell and left. This time, many people had fortuitous encounters in Yellow Springs Mountain. Especially on Yellow Springs Island, many people had fortuitous encounters and needed to find a place to go into seclusion and digest them. The ancestral Gregon also left and returned to the lair of Zulong. He needed to use the fruit of life to recover from his injuries. Now, they were in a hurry. It could be foreseen that the alien race's divine ancestor would also recover from his injuries at the fastest speed. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Dandan, Xiang, and the others stayed in Two Realms City for the time being. Lu Ming, I have to go too. My cultivation has reached the 6-star Heavenly Emperor realm. I want to find a place to go into seclusion and break through to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. I want to return to my previous peak level. Dandan bid farewell to Lu Ming. Dandan, this is for you. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a jade box flew to Dandan. Dandan reached out and received it. When he opened it, an extremely rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Dandan's pupils contracted, revealing a fiery look as he exclaimed, "This is the fruit of life." Kid, how did you get the fruit of life? He remembered that when they were fighting for the fruit of life, Lu Ming was not there. Shoo, lower your voice. Lu Ming glanced at Dandan. Fortunately, there were only the two of them here, and no one else. Who am I? Let me tell you, I have a lot of fruits of life. Lu Ming said proudly. Really? Dandan was skeptical. Nonsense, of course it's true. You can use this fruit of life to restore your cultivation to its peak. Lu Ming said. The fruit of life not only treated injuries, but also had the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. In fact, even if someone who was not injured took the fruit of life, its function was extremely heaven-defying. Chapter 25-22. You really have more, then give me another one. Dandan's eyes lit up and he began to look around Lu Ming's body. I knew you were insatiable. Lu Ming curled his lips. Hey, what do you mean insatiable? Now that the war with the foreign races is imminent, I want to raise my cultivation. In ancient times, I was not far from the demigod realm. If you give me another life fruit, I will definitely be able to break through to the demigod realm. Dandan shouted. Alright, I'll give you another one. Lu Ming waved his hand and another jade box flew towards Dandan. Dandan received it and looked at it. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Lu Ming with even more fiery eyes. Get lost, there's no more. Lu Ming berated. In the end, Dandan reluctantly left. After Dandan left, Lu Ming found Xian Yanqing and gave Xian Yanqing 2 life fruits. Xian Yanqing's cultivation was at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Although Xian Yanqing was not injured, relying on the 2 life fruits, he could also unleash his potential and help him break through to the demigod realm. After that, Lu Ming called Bubbles, Xiang Xiang, Ouyang Moli, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others over and gave each of them 1 life fruit. Lu Xiang Xiang, Ouyang Moli, and the others' cultivation was not very high. After consuming a life fruit, they would definitely transform and have endless potential. In the future, when they cultivated, their path would definitely be smooth and they would improve quickly. After that, Lu Ming returned to Yuan Lu and gave his parents and Autumn Moon a life fruit each. Lu Ming's parents, with Lu Ming's help, refined the life fruit and their cultivation soared. In a short month, they broke through to the martial sage realm. The life fruit was simply too heaven-defying. Even the martial god had a great effect on it. Using it on a martial emperor was simply a waste of resources. However, Lu Ming did not care. Moreover, it was impossible for a martial emperor or martial sage to refine the life fruit. If they consumed it, their bodies would probably explode from the medicinal strength. However, with the help of Lu Ming's sovereign Tao, there was no problem. Li Ping and Lu Yuntian broke through to the martial sage realm and their lifespans reached more than 100,000 years. Only then was Ming satisfied. Furthermore, the medicinal effects of the fruits of life were too heaven-defying. They were far from being able to refine them. In the coming days, their cultivation bases would definitely skyrocket. With the help of the life fruit, their comprehension speed of the laws were shockingly fast. In time, breaking through to the martial emperor realm was not a problem. As for Qiu Yu, Lu Xiangxiang, and the others, their cultivation would also advance by leaps and bounds in the coming days. After 1 round, Lu Ming consumed 15 fruits of life. After settling these matters, Lu Ming then calmed down and started to think about his cultivation path. Next, he had 2 paths. One was to cultivate the 7 gods' mysterious art and break through the physical body. He had already cultivated his physical body to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Next, he could start to break through to the martial god realm. However, the 7th level of the 7 gods' mysterious art only had 4 words, return to 1. This left him scratching his head and without a clue. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming decided to put down his physical body and cultivate the Sovereign Tao. The Sovereign Tao, he was only at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. Next, he could break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. There was still a long way to go. Moreover, the Sovereign Tao had Jing Yu's painting as a reference. It would be much easier to cultivate. Having made a decision, Lu Ming began to focus on comprehending the Sovereign Tao. Now, his cultivation was at the peak of the Great Emperor realm. The next step was to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Lu Ming focused on cultivating. In a blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Lu Ming stopped cultivating. His eyes flickered with doubt. While he was cultivating the sovereign Tao, he felt a powerful force between the heavens and earth stopping him, preventing him from breaking through. The force felt like the force of the world, the force of the heavenly Tao. What's going on? Why is the force of the heavens and earth stopping me? Lu Ming frowned. He could not figure it out. He began to feel anxious in his heart. There was not much time left for him. Now that the foreign tribe's divine ancestor had returned with 11 fruits of life, he and sacred ancestor Sha Xian would consume the fruits of life to recover their cultivation. Once they recovered, a great battle would break out. The final battle was about to begin. Lu Ming had to make a breakthrough in his cultivation before that. Be it his physical body or the sovereign Tao, he had to make a breakthrough in one of them. Otherwise, he would not be a match for the foreign tribe's divine ancestor and sacred ancestor Sha Xian. Let's ask Senior Ancestral Dragon. Lu Ming planned to ask Ancestral Dragon. Moreover, he still had a large number of fruits of life. He planned to give away some of them to improve the combat power of the heavenly realm. At the thought of this, Lu Ming moved. He tore the space apart and soon arrived at the lair of Zulong. He flew toward the mountain where Ancestral Dragon lived. When he arrived at the main hall at the highest point, a figure flashed and stopped Lu Ming. It was the 5-element Qilin, one of the top 10 battle beasts. Senior, I have an important matter to discuss with Senior Ancestral Dragon. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Senior Ancestral Dragon is recuperating in seclusion. I'm afraid it's not convenient for him to see you. The 5-element Qilin said. Recuperating in seclusion. Lu Ming sighed. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Ancestral Dragon about it when he first returned. It's fine. At this moment, a figure flashed and Ancestral Dragon appeared. Senior, you, the 5-element Qilin was stunned. This is just a projection of me. My real body is refining the fruits of life to heal. Ancestral Dragon smiled. Lu Ming and the 5-element Qilin both let out a long sigh of relief. 5-element Qilin, you may leave first. Ancestral Dragon said. Yes. The 5-element Qilin bowed and accepted the order, then left. Lu Ming, why are you looking for me? Ancestral Dragon smiled. Senior, I'm here this time because I have something to give you. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and handed it to Ancestral Dragon. Ancestral Dragon took it curiously and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. In the next moment, Ancestral Dragon's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. Originally, with his temperament, there were almost no things in the heaven realm that could shock him like this. However, there were things in the storage ring that Lu Ming gave him. Because there were a total of 100 fruits of life in Lu Ming's storage ring. Lu Ming had a total of 180 fruits of life. He had used 15 before, so there were 165 left. Lu Ming kept 65 for himself and gave the rest to Ancestral Dragon. Fruits of life, these are fruits of life, so many of them. Ancestral Dragon mumbled to himself. Even his breathing became heavier. Lu Ming, how did you get so many fruits of life? Ancestral Dragon said in disbelief. I had a fortunate encounter at the Yellow Spring Island, so I took all the fruits of life that the island had produced over the years. Lu Ming smiled and continued, I'll give these fruits of life to you to heal your injuries. No, this is too much, keep some for yourself. Ancestral Dragon said. I've already kept some for myself. Chapter 25-23. Ancestral Dragon was speechless. After a while, he said, Actually, we obtained 7 before. If I want to heal my injuries, 5 would be enough. However, during the ancient war, many experts in my heaven realm were seriously injured. Their life source was damaged, and it has been difficult for them to recover after so many years. These life fruits can be given to them. This way, the strength of my heaven realm will increase by a lot. Then it's all up to Senior. Lu Ming said. This was his original intention when he gave these life fruits to ancestral Gragon. Lu Ming, this time, you have made a great contribution to our heaven realm. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. Ancestral Gragon said with a smile. Senior, this junior really has a question to ask. Senior, this junior wants to ask, what is 10,000 yuan returned to 1? Lu Ming asked. 10,000 yuan returned to 1. Ancestral Gragon carefully sized up Lu Ming and asked, your cultivation has already reached this step, show me. Alright. Lu Ming nodded, then his muscles trembled, and his blood and qi rolled like a dragon. His aura was astonishing. This was the power of the physical body. Then, his body emitted a dazzling purple gold light. Lu Ming also unleashed the Tao of Sovereign to the extreme. Good, good, good. Ancestral Gragon's face was filled with excitement as he said good 3 times. In his eyes, he had previously felt that Lu Ming's cultivation was incomparably powerful. Now that he confirmed it, he really could not hide the excitement in his heart. His physical body was at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm, and his Tao of Sovereign had also reached an astonishing level. Such a young age, this was simply a miracle. He understood that he had still underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's trip to the Yellow Springs world this time was probably an unimaginable opportunity. However, the stronger Lu Ming was, the better it was for the heaven realm. The happier he was. Lu Ming, you have encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation, right? Ancestral Gragon asked. That's right, Senior, please guide me. Lu Ming nodded. The next step for your flesh is the martial god realm. In order to rank up to the martial god realm, you must have some understanding of this realm. The martial god realm is different from all the realms before the martial god realm. The martial god realm is called a god, but it has already reached another category. Before the martial god realm, it can be said to be the first step of cultivation. Cultivating to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm can be considered to have cultivated the first step to perfection, and the martial god realm is the second step of cultivation. Ancestral Gragon explained in detail. Lu Ming listened attentively. At the same time, he was shocked. The cultivation before the martial god realm was only the first step. Achieving the martial god realm was the second step. Did that mean that the second step of cultivation also had many realms? The martial god realm is very special. It mainly cultivates divine power. The ancestral dragon added. Divine power? Lu Ming was puzzled. He thought back to the ancestral dragon, the other race's sacred ancestor, and the other race's sacred ancestor. That's right, divine power, but in order to cultivate it, you have to combine the elements into one. What do you mean by combining all kinds of forces, such as the rules, intents, great Tao, heavenly Tao, mystical skills, the force of the flesh, the force of the world, etc.? No matter what kind of force or system you're practicing, they will all merge together in the end and transform into a higher level force, which is the divine power. Only by achieving this step can one achieve the martial god realm. As a matter of fact, the so-called undefeatable experts, who are half martial gods, have already achieved this step. They have already combined the elements into one, igniting a godly flame in their bodies. The ancestral dragon said. If everything is combined into one, then the small world in your body, Lu Ming asked in astonishment. Everything has to be combined into one, transforming into the divine power. The divine power is unparalleled and powerful. The force of the world is nothing before the divine power. The Tao of rulers that you practice will transform into the divine power of the ruler realm when you achieve the martial god realm. It's a terrifying divine power. The ancestral dragon was slightly envious, but it soon turned into a sigh. Unfortunately, it's impossible for this world to have a god. It's impossible to have a god. What's going on? Lu Ming blurted out. He had a feeling that he was about to learn the secrets of the ancestral dragon. Sigh. The ancestral dragon let out another sigh. He fell silent for a moment before saying, the conditions of the heaven realm, the primordial realm, or the demon god realm aren't enough to support a god's breakthrough. In other words, the conditions are too bad. They can only reach the half-martial god realm at most. The half-martial god realm at most? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. A moment later, he asked, Senior, and the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes, you're curious about how we reached the martial god realm, right? That's because we're not from the heaven realm or the evil god realm. We came from the outside. When we came, we were already in the martial god realm. The ancestral dragon said. What? This time, Lu Ming was really dumbstruck. The ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes, and the other martial gods were not from the heaven realm or the demon god tribe. They had come from the outside. This was truly beyond his expectations. The outside, is it the ancient desolation universe? The thought crossed Lu Ming's mind. He recalled the words that Baya had told him. Senior, does that mean we can break through outside? Lu Ming asked. Sigh. The ancestral dragon let out another sigh. He fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. We can't leave now. We can't leave. Lu Ming was even more confused. It's related to a lot of things. Now's not the time to tell you. I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. The ancestral dragon shook his head and changed the topic. Therefore, it's not suitable for you to cultivate your flesh now. You can only reach the half-martial god realm no matter how hard you try. You should focus on cultivating the Tao of Rulers. Once you break through to the Heaven Emperor realm, you'll have a chance against a martial god. At least, you can do it in the Heaven realm. Lu Ming withdrew his thoughts and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He said, Senior, I've been cultivating the Tao of Rulers, but I always feel like the world is stopping me, as if the heavenly Tao is suppressing me. What's going on? That's normal. It's because the Tao of Rulers is too domineering. The ancestral dragon said, the Tao of Rulers can dominate the world. It's extremely domineering. Even in the outside world, it's a rare force. The heavenly Tao is afraid. Afraid? That's right. Once you break through to the Heaven Emperor realm, you'll be able to dominate the world with the Tao of Rulers, including the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the heavenly Tao is afraid, trying its best to suppress you and stop you from breaking through. Therefore, when you broke through to the martial monarch realm, the heavenly tribulation was so powerful. It's because the heavenly Tao is stopping you. The ancestral dragon explained. Lu Ming came to a realization. No wonder it was so difficult for him to break through to the martial monarch realm, and the strength of the heavenly tribulation was beyond his imagination. The reason was that the heavenly Tao was afraid. Chapter 25-24. If you want to break through, you must continue to comprehend the Tao of Sovereign and deepen your understanding of the Tao of Sovereign. At the same time, you must continue to raise your strength. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will be able to break through the obstruction of the heavenly path and break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Ancestral Dragon said. Lu Ming was enlightened. As expected of a martial god, Ancestral Dragon had pointed out the direction for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's future cultivation would focus on the Tao of Sovereign and the battle formula. As long as his strength was strong enough, he would be able to break through the heavenly path and break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming thanked Ancestral Dragon with joy. You don't have to thank me. Lu Ming, you are now the variable in this war and the hope of the heavenly realm. The outcome of this war depends on you. Ancestral Dragon said. Senior, you're exaggerating. Lu Ming said. I'm not exaggerating, it's the truth. Currently, the heavenly realm is in a passive position. The Divine Ancestor has obtained enough fruits of life. He and Divine Ancestor Sha Xian will definitely recover. Even if I fight the Divine Ancestor to the death, he will be able to stop me and give Divine Ancestor Sha Xian time to recover. Once Divine Ancestor Sha Xian recovers, we'll be in trouble. On the other hand, if I don't fight the Sacred Ancestor, I won't be able to fight them on my own once they recover. Meanwhile, the other half martial gods won't be able to achieve the martial god realm. In other words, we're in a passive position. However, you're different. As long as you cultivate the Tao of Sovereign and break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, you'll have the power to dominate the heavens and earth. Therefore, you're the hope of the heavenly realm. Ancestral Gragon said a long and heartfelt speech. Lu Ming fell silent. He knew that Ancestral Dragon was right. I'll do my best to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Lu Ming nodded solemnly. With the help of the Fruit of Life, Divine Ancestor Mok and I will recover in at most a few hundred years. However, Divine Ancestor Sha Xian's injuries are more serious and he will need more time to recover. According to my estimation, Divine Ancestor Sha Xian will recover in at most 1,000 years. Therefore, we have at most 1,000 years left. Ancestral Dragon said. 1,000 years? Lu Ming muttered as he clenched his fists. He must break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm within 1,000 years. Lu Ming, the Tao of the Sovereign Realm is too profound. I've only heard of it before, but have never seen it with my own eyes. Therefore, I can't give you much guidance. You will have to rely on yourself. Ancestral Dragon said. This time, I still have to thank you, Senior. Lu Ming bowed and cupped his fists. All right. If you have any other questions in the future, feel free to look for me. Go. Ancestral Dragon said. Lu Ming turned around and left the lair of Zulong, returning to the Heaven Realm. 1,000 years at most. Time is running out. Lu Ming muttered. The final battle would break out in 1,000 years at most. In this 1,000 years, not only did he have to make a breakthrough, but Lu Ming also wanted his family and friends to make breakthroughs as soon as possible so that they would have enough strength to protect themselves when the catastrophe came. Lu Ming planned to choose a good place in heaven and gather all of his family and friends. He planned to pool resources and provide for everyone's cultivation. In fact, his current small world was already big enough. However, although it was big enough, the cultivation conditions were still incomparable to the Heaven Realm. Lu Ming left the two-world city and began to search in the Heaven Realm. A few days later, Lu Ming appeared in the southern region of the Taiching Sky Domain, standing on a vast mountain. This is it. Lu Ming smiled. The origin qi in this mountain was extremely rich. One of the main peaks was 100,000 feet high, piercing through the sky. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared at the top of this mountain. Then, with a thought, his small world emerged. Rise! Lu Ming shouted. In the small world, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree rose with its roots and flew out of the small world, bringing a large amount of soil with it, and landed on the top of the mountain. As soon as it landed on the top of the mountain, the roots of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree wriggled and pierced into the soil of the mountain, taking root there. Lu Ming planned to plant the Enlightenment Ancient Tree there first and turn it into a cultivation holy land, where all his family and friends would gather. Now, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree was 3,000 meters tall, covering the sky and the sun. It was incomparably huge. The aura of the Great Tao lingered between each of its branches. Woo woo, roar, as soon as the Enlightenment Ancient Tree appeared, countless monsters and strange beasts in the surrounding mountains sensed it and gathered crazily in this direction. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted coldly, and a terrifying aura burst out, shrouding all the mountains. It was as if a huge dragon was looking down on a group of ants. All of the demonic beasts were almost scared to death. They immediately ran away, one by one. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming moved and began to inscribe a large formation near this mountain range, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Lu Ming spent a full month to inscribe a large formation. My cultivation of formation is far from enough. In the future, I'll get Dandan to work hard and inscribe a large formation. Lu Ming smiled. Then, he sent a message to Tu Yi and Lei Yi, asking them to come over. Not long after, Tu Yi, Lei Yi, and the others arrived. From now on, you guys will stay here. Lu Ming said. Yes. Tu Yi and the others accepted the order. Also, take these 6 weapons. 6 weapons appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he handed them to Feng Yi, Hui Yi, and the others. These are amazing weapons. Hui Yi and the others were shocked when they sensed it. These weapons are equivalent to heavenly Tao weapons. You can use them as long as you inject energy into them, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had brought out dozens of weapons of this level from Yellow Spring Mountain. Tu Yi, Jin Yi, and Lei Yi all had heavenly Tao weapons. Lu Ming did not give any to them, but gave one each to Hui Yi and the others. Thank you, young master. Hui Yi and the others thanked him gratefully. Then, they led the other puppets of the Chaos Palace and started to build in this area. Soon, huge palaces and various cultivation grounds spread out with the Enlightenment Ancient Tree as the center. Next, he went to the battlefield outside Two World City to find Evil Swordsman and Kenfei Ryu. Evil Swordsman had also injured his origin in the ancient war. Lu Ming gave him a fruit of life. After Evil Swordsman consumed it, his injuries were healed in a short while. Evil Swordsman's original cultivation was a 5-star Heavenly Emperor. Now, not only had his injuries healed, but he had also broken through to become a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. Of course, Lu Ming did not stay for long. After he gave Evil Swordsman a fruit of life, he left and returned to the primordial realm. He brought the people of the Dragon Alliance and Divine Dragon Valley to the Heavenly Realm, to the new territory that he had opened up. Chapter 25-25. After that, the primordial body cultivator lineage also brought a large number of body cultivators to the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate. In addition, Bubble, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others also brought people to the Dragon Emperor Peak. After all, the Tree of Enlightenment wasn't something that could be found anywhere. The cultivation environment here was much better than many other places, especially the 3,000-meter-tall Tree of Enlightenment. Some people who had a good relationship with Lu Ming and some forces came to the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate. For a time, a large number of experts gathered here. As for Lu Ming, he also gave out the weapons that he had obtained from the Netherworld Mountain. For example, the primordial body cultivator Heavenly Emperors, Lu Ming gave each of them a weapon equivalent to a Heavenly Tao soldier. As for Lu Ming himself, he stayed at the Dragon Emperor Peak and cultivated in peace. Xian Yanqing, Lu Shenhuang, and the others were also at the Dragon Emperor Peak. They often accompanied Li Ping and Lu Yuntian, so the old couple was happy every day. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The news about the Dragon Emperor Peak had also spread, shocking many people in the Heaven Realm. I didn't expect Lu Ming to have an Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Even among the Peak experts, only a very small number of people have this. Many people in the Heaven Realm were discussing. Time passed quickly, and another year had passed. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. The news that Lu Ming had a weapon equivalent to a Heavenly Tao soldier, and that Lu Ming had a fruit of life had also spread. This time, it really caused a huge commotion in the Heaven Realm. Countless people's hearts were filled with greed, and each of the powerful forces had different thoughts. In a powerful force, several higher-ups were discussing this matter. Sect Master, Lu Ming not only controls the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, but also has a Heavenly Tao soldier weapon and a heaven-defying treasure like the Fruit of Life. If we get it, our strength will definitely skyrocket. Yes, why don't we take it? Several higher-ups suggested. No, the common enemy of the Heaven Realm is the evil god tribe. If we attack Lu Ming, I'm afraid the ancestral dragon won't let us go. Moreover, I heard that Lu Ming has a very good relationship with a few of the top 10 beasts. The sect leader said. If we can't do it openly, we can do it secretly. We can secretly steal Lu Ming's treasures. Someone suggested, revealing a ruthless expression. This won't do. Lu Ming has many experts by his side. Not only are there the 9 celestial emperors of the Primal Chaos Palace, but there are also immemorial body cultivators. There are peerless experts among them, and they won't be easy to deal with. The sect leader said. As for Lu Ming's own strength, they didn't really care. After all, the ancestral dragon had ordered everyone to keep what had happened in the Yellow Springs Mountain a secret. Then what should we do? Someone asked. Lu Ming is a peerless genius. There are too many experts behind him. It's too risky to deal with him. Let's observe first. It would be best if someone were to take the lead. The sect leader said. It was not just this faction. Many other factions did not dare to make a move rashly in the end. They planned to observe the situation first. For a time, there were some undercurrents in the Taiqing heavenly domain. In a courtyard of the Dragon Emperor Peak, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were also chatting. Every time Lu Ming cultivated for a while, he would take some time to rest and accompany his family. Now that you have a heavenly Tao weapon and a fruit of life, the news has spread. These are all priceless things. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by others? Xian Yanqing said with a smile. Why would we be afraid? Lu Ming smiled. With their current strength, who would want to target them? Xian Yanqing also smiled. Whoever wanted to target them could only be considered unlucky. However, it's not good to be targeted every day. After all, we're all from the heaven realm, and we'll have to fight together in the future. I'll dispel their thoughts. Lu Ming said with a smile. A few days later, a piece of news spread throughout the Taiqing heavenly domain. 3 months later, Lu Ming would invite one of the top 10 war beasts, the 9-headed golden lion, Qingcang, to preach the Tao at the Dragon Emperor Peak. At that time, everyone was welcome to come and listen. When this news came out, it caused an uproar in the Taiqing heavenly domain. What kind of existence was the 9-headed golden lion? That was a creature whose name shook the world in ancient times. His cultivation base was at the peak of the heavenly emperor realm, and he was extremely powerful. Lu Ming could actually invite Qingcang to preach the Tao at the Dragon Emperor Peak. This was enough to show how close the relationship between Lu Ming and Qingcang was. Those powerful forces who were originally eyeing Lu Ming's treasures, when they heard this news, it was like a basin of cold water poured over their heads. They immediately dispelled the idea of attacking Lu Ming. What a joke! In the past, there were rumors that Lu Ming had a good relationship with the top 10 war beasts, but that was only a rumor after all. But now, Lu Ming could invite him to preach the Tao. Their relationship was more than just good. Going against such a powerhouse, wasn't it courting death? In the next 3 months, countless powerhouses in the Taiqing heavenly domain gathered towards the Dragon Emperor Peak. There were even quite a few heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. For a time, experts gathered at the Dragon Emperor Peak. And on this day 3 months later, Qingcang arrived as promised and started preaching the Tao. A peak heavenly emperor's understanding of cultivation had already reached an extremely profound realm. With this lecture, countless people benefited greatly. There were even some heavenly emperors who obtained great inspiration. One had to know that there were not many peak heavenly emperors in the entire heaven realm. Especially after the ancient war, those who died, those who were injured, all of them were in closed-door cultivation bitterly, or recuperating from their injuries. Who would come out to preach the Tao? After this lecture, Lu Ming released another important piece of news. 10 years later, he would invite another peak heavenly emperor to preach the Tao at the Dragon Emperor Peak. Everyone was even more shocked. Lu Ming could actually invite a peak heavenly emperor to preach the Tao. This kind of power made people alarmed. Those forces who had ideas about Lu Ming completely extinguished the thoughts in their hearts. Although treasures were important, they also needed to have the life to take them. Everyone was looking forward to it, looking forward to the arrival of 10 years later. 10 years, to powerhouses, passed in the blink of an eye. 10 years later, Lu Ming invited a peak heavenly emperor of the prison suppression realm to preach the Tao at the Dragon Emperor Peak. This time, even more people came to the Dragon Emperor Peak to listen. It was simply a sea of people. At the same time, after the lecture ended, Lu Ming promised that 10 years later, there would also be a peak heavenly emperor who would preach the Tao. Everyone was shocked. For Lu Ming to be able to invite such an existence, just how many powerhouses did he have relations with? This time, there were many who simply stayed near the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate and did not leave. In any case, the Dragon Emperor Peak had the Tao Comprehension ancient tree. The cultivation environment was also top-notch in the heaven realm. Furthermore, Lu Ming also held an open attitude, welcoming others to come here to cultivate. This time, not long after, Dandan finally came out of seclusion. His cultivation had reached peak Heavenly Emperor. Originally, he planned to continue in seclusion to break through to the demigod realm in one go. But he was forcefully dragged over by Lu Ming and worked hard for 3 months near the Dragon Emperor Peak, setting up a large array. After setting up the large array, Dandan ran away. No one knew where he ran to go into seclusion to break through. Chapter 25-26. The great array set up by Dandan not only had the function of defending against attacks, but it also had the function of gathering heaven and earth origin energy. The origin energy between heaven and earth gathered near Dragon Emperor Peak, making the origin energy density here 10 times that of other places. For a time, Dragon Emperor Peak turned into a cultivation holy land. Countless people came to cultivate. Once the 10 years were up, Lu Ming invited the 9 Lives demonic silkworm to preach the Tao. Many people were inspired to break through their bottlenecks and raise their cultivation. After that, every 10 years, Lu Ming would invite a peak heavenly emperor to preach the Tao. This kind of thing continued for 60 years. 60 years later, Lu Ming did not continue to invite peak heavenly emperors. But it was enough. Everyone in the heavenly realm knew about Lu Ming's relationship. It was too shocking. The experts standing behind him were terrifying. Even if many people thought that Lu Ming himself was not very strong, he was still shocked by his ability. And 60 years later, although there were no peak heavenly emperors preaching the Tao, it seemed to have formed a tradition. From time to time, there would be powerful heavenly emperors preaching the Tao here, attracting many people to listen. Some of these preachers were 4-star heavenly emperors, some were 5-star heavenly emperors. Although they were far from peak heavenly emperors, it was still a rare opportunity for those below heavenly emperor. Dragon Emperor Peak had turned into a cultivation holy land. Time passed quickly. 100 years had passed since Lu Ming and the others came out of Yellow Springs Mountain. In these 100 years, other than accompanying his family or teaching his disciples, Lu Ming spent the rest of his time cultivating. In 100 years, his comprehension of the Tao of Sovereign became stronger and stronger. However, his cultivation was still at peak Heavenly Emperor and did not break through. His comprehension of the battle character art also became deeper and deeper. Compared to when he first came out of Yellow Springs Mountain, it had increased by several times. As for the others, such as Lu Xiang, Ouyang Moli, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others, they had all improved greatly. They had consumed the life fruit, and their potential had all erupted. Now, all of them had stepped into the Heavenly Emperor realm. Even Lu Ming's 2 in-name disciples, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro, had become Heavenly Emperors. On this day, Lu Ming and Li Ping were drinking tea and chatting in the courtyard. Ming, your and Xiaoqing's granddaughter is already so old. Aren't you going to settle your affairs? Li Ping asked. This, Lu Ming pondered. His granddaughter, Lu Qi, had displayed shocking talent in cultivation. She had long achieved the martial monarch realm after cultivating for more than 200 years. If not for the fact that Lu Ming was focused on cultivation and had no intention of getting married, who knew how many descendants he would have? However, his wedding with Xian Yanqing hadn't been held yet. Li Ping and Lu Yuntian were still thinking about it. Ming, you're thinking about Autumn Moon, Miss Huang Ling, and Miss Mullins, right? Li Ping glanced at Lu Ming and said with a faint smile. Cough cough. Lu Ming coughed dryly. That was indeed the case. Now, his family and friends had gathered around the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate. Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon were naturally there. Huang Ling and Mullins were also there. Not only Lu Ming, but everyone else could see their feelings for Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't know how to face them. Therefore, the wedding had been delayed. You're exactly the same as your father when he was young. You also like to flirt around, Li Ping said unhappily. Cough cough cough, you're such a woman. Don't talk nonsense. When did I flirt around? At the side, Lu Yuntian quickly coughed and his face turned red. Father, mother, let me think about this matter. Let me think about it. Lu Ming also had a headache. The only thing he could do now was to delay and find an opportunity to test Xian Yanqing. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a few explosions suddenly came from the distant sky. Someone had broken in. Lu Ming immediately thought that someone had broken in and was attacked by the array. Who is it? How dare you break into the Dragon Emperor Peak? Stay here. Without needing Lu Ming to make a move, 5 to 6 figures immediately rushed out from the Dragon Emperor Peak and flew into the sky to launch an attack. It was Lei, Tu Yi, Jin Yi, and the rest. Swoosh! In the sky above the Dragon Emperor Peak, a black shadow flashed rapidly and exchanged blows with Lei and the rest. However, after a few moves, Lei and the rest were completely defeated and were forced to retreat. Let this old man fight you. An old man stepped out from the Dragon Monarch Peak. His fist was like a mountain as it blasted towards the black figure. This old man was an ancient body cultivator and also the strongest one. Back then, his cultivation had reached the level of a 4-star heavenly emperor. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves, but the ancient body cultivator was actually defeated and was forced to retreat. He, I heard that the Dragon Emperor Peak is filled with experts. It's just so. A sneer sounded and a figure appeared in the sky. This was a black-robed old man. His figure was skinny and his eyes were cold. It's the Black Bat King. One of the 3 kings of darkness, the Black Bat King. On the Dragon Emperor Peak, voices immediately came out. Near the Dragon Emperor Peak, not only were Lu Ming's friends and family cultivating here, there were also many others cultivating here. Someone recognized this black-robed old man. So it's the 3 kings of darkness. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had also heard of the 3 kings of darkness. They were the 3 notorious scum of the heaven realm. As the saying went, when the forest was big, there were all kinds of people. There were countless living beings in the heaven realm, and not everyone was wholeheartedly against the evil god race. Among them, there were some who never fought with other races and often attacked the heaven realm powerhouses. Their notoriety spread far and wide. The 3 kings of darkness were the best among them. The 3 kings of darkness were not humans, but 3 divine beasts. Moreover, their cultivation was astonishingly strong. 2 were 5-star heavenly emperors, and 1 was a 6-star heavenly emperor. In addition, they were extremely cautious in their actions and never provoked powerhouses with high cultivation. Moreover, they had no fixed residence and appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Moreover, they were all good at speed. Some of the heaven realm's peak powerhouses wanted to get rid of them, but each time, the other party escaped. At the mention of the 3 kings of darkness, the expressions of many people in the heaven realm changed. Black Bat King, you dare to come to my Dragon Emperor Peak? Aren't you afraid of dying? Lei roared. He, don't think that I don't know. We brothers have waited for 100 years and paid attention for 100 years. Naturally, we have the confidence to take action. Recently, there has been no one preaching on the Dragon Emperor Peak. Those 5-star heavenly emperors and above have all left. Who can do anything to us brothers? The Black Bat King laughed loudly and then stepped out. His 5-star heavenly emperor cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. Lu Ming, get out here. Hand over your battle weapon and the fruit of life. Also, we brothers want this enlightenment ancient tree too. After saying that, the Black Bat King stretched out a big hand and grabbed toward the enlightenment ancient tree at the top of the Dragon Emperor Peak. Don't even think about it. Lei and the rest, as well as the primordial body cultivator heavenly emperor, all soared into the sky and attacked the Black Bat King, blocking him. But at this time, the space behind the Black Bat King split open, and 2 more figures appeared. Chapter 25-27. The other 2 kings of the 3 kings of darkness had arrived. They were the Black Eagle King and the Black Wing King. Among them, the Black Eagle King's cultivation was a 6-star heavenly emperor, while the Black Wing King's cultivation was a 5-star heavenly emperor. The 3 people's aura spread out without restraint, enveloping Dragon Emperor Peak within. On Dragon Emperor Peak, many people's faces turned pale. The 3 kings of darkness must have been eyeing this place for a long time. During this period of time, Dragon Emperor Peak lacked powerhouses. Sometimes, there were still 5-star heavenly emperors and 6-star heavenly emperors staying in Dragon Emperor Peak. But during this period of time, these powerhouses had all left. Obviously, the 3 kings of darkness took advantage of this gap to come here. Lu Ming, hand over the treasures on you, and we 3 brothers can spare your life. The Black Bat King hooted again. So what if there were many powerhouses standing behind Lu Ming? As long as they snatched Lu Ming's treasures and found a place to hide, who could find them? Looks like I need to make a move to establish my might. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a sneer, and a trace of cold light flashed across his eyes. Obviously, most people were afraid of the power behind him and didn't dare to make a move against him. But that didn't mean that everyone didn't dare to. Those desperados who had no worries dared to. And all of this was because many people thought that Lu Ming's strength wasn't strong enough. Today, Lu Ming was going to get rid of these people's hopes. Originally, the array set up by Dandan here was enough to kill the 3 kings of darkness. But this time, Lu Ming didn't plan to activate the array and wanted to take action personally. Father, Mother, I have something to do. Lu Ming said to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Minger, you have to be careful. Li Ping said with concern. Father, Mother, don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above Dragon Emperor Peak, facing the 3 kings of darkness. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. It's too dangerous for him to face the 3 kings of darkness like this. Many people were discussing in shock. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're finally willing to come out. The Black Wing King of the 3 kings of darkness sneered. On account of how difficult it is for you to cultivate, surrender and become my mountain guardian divine beasts, and I can spare your lives. Lu Ming said coldly. What? The 3 kings of darkness were stunned as they stared at each other. Lu Ming actually told them to surrender and even asked them to be his mountain guardian divine beasts. Was he crazy? Did he think that there were still experts overseeing the Dragon Emperor Peak? They had been hiding in the Dragon Emperor Peak for over 100 years, so they were well aware of the people coming in and out of the Dragon Emperor Peak. He wanted to scare them. They thought that Lu Ming was bluffing. Lu Ming, you don't have to bluff. We know the Dragon Emperor Peak like the back of our hand. You can't scare us. The Black Bat King sneered. That's right. Today, your Dragon Sovereign Peak's strongest person is also just a 4-star heavenly emperor. The Black Wing King also sneered. The leader of the 3 kings of darkness, the Dark Eagle King, remained silent. Really? Dragon Emperor Peak's strongest was only a 4-star heavenly emperor? How did you come to this conclusion? The smile at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth became even wider. Then, he continued to step out. Bluffing. Since that's the case, I'll kill you. Your treasures will still belong to us. The Black Bat King let out a long howl. His figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. The 3 kings of darkness were known for their speed. The moment the Black Bat King moved, his speed was fast to the extreme. Ordinary people of the same level as him couldn't keep up with his speed at all. However, the one he encountered was Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood there without moving, as if he didn't see the Black Bat King make a move. Not good. Lei, Gold One, and the rest of the people from the Dragon Emperor Peak were all shocked. Let's go and help the young master. Lei, Gold One, and the rest wanted to rush towards Lu Ming. Don't interfere, Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Lei and the rest from making a move. Whoosh! At this moment, a bright brilliance burst out from behind Lu Ming and pierced towards Lu Ming's back. The Black Bat King had launched an attack. His timing was very accurate. When Lu Ming stopped Lei and the rest, he revealed a flaw. In addition, the Black Bat King's attack was fast, accurate, and ruthless. He had full confidence that this move could stab Lu Ming. Sure enough, he stabbed him. The long sword in his hand pierced Lu Ming's back. At this moment, everyone's face changed greatly. The others' faces changed greatly because they thought that Lu Ming was finished and was going to fall in the hands of the Black Bat King. The reason why the Black Bat King's face changed greatly was the opposite of the others. Because he found that his long sword pierced Lu Ming's back, but it couldn't pierce through. Lu Ming's body seemed to be harder than any divine weapon. His long sword stopped on Lu Ming's skin and couldn't pierce through anymore, no matter how much strength he used. Not good. The Black Bat King roared in his heart and wanted to retreat, but he was shocked to find that Lu Ming's body produced a terrifying force that firmly sucked him in. He couldn't retreat at all. Not to mention retreating, even if he wanted to move, he couldn't. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. At this moment, the Black Bat King's heart was filled with great fear. He suddenly understood that he was facing an extremely terrifying existence. The Black Bat King's face became uglier than crying. Lu Ming slowly turned around and faced the Black Bat King, revealing a bright smile. Your strength isn't that great either. Lu Ming smiled. Around them, at the scene, the others were also stunned with a confused look. What was going on? Why did the Black Bat King stab Lu Ming with his sword and nothing happened to Lu Ming, while the Black Bat King just stood there motionless as if his body was fixed? Many people were already stunned. Big brother, second brother, leave quickly, this person is strange. The Black Bat King reacted and immediately shouted. Let go of my third brother. Let go of him. The Black Eagle King and Black Wing King didn't leave. Both of them roared and revealed their true forms. It was a huge black eagle and a huge black sparrow. The Black Eagle King and Black Wing King flapped their wings, stirring up a gust of wind as they charged towards Lu Ming. Stubborn, suppress. Lu Ming said coldly. He stretched out a hand and pressed towards the void. Rumble. In the sky, endless energy gathered and a purple-gold giant hand was formed. It covered the sky and pressed down on the Black Eagle King and Black Wing King. The terrifying power made the Black Eagle King and Black Wing King's faces change drastically. Not good, leave quickly. The Black Eagle King roared in horror. He flapped his wings and turned to leave. Because when Lu Ming struck out with his palm, he knew that he was definitely not a match for Lu Ming. The Black Wing King was the same as he turned to leave. However, they couldn't leave at all. The two of them were like two slow mosquitoes that were enveloped by a palm and couldn't escape the range of the palm's suppression. Boom! Chapter 25-28. Bang! Bang! The ground shook. Dark Eagle King and Black Wing King were suppressed to the ground, unable to move at all. It was as if they were pressed down by an incomparably heavy mountain. The scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked on dumbfoundedly. For a moment, they completely did not react. Only after a long while did the sound of sucking in cold air came from the scene. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with a look of horror. Heavens, what did they see? Dark Eagle King and Black Wing King were actually suppressed by Lu Ming with one palm. That was a 6-star heavenly emperor, a 5-star heavenly emperor, roaming the heaven realm for countless years, coming and going without a trace. Some peak powerhouses could not do anything to them because they could not find them. But now, they were suppressed by Lu Ming with one palm. Lu Ming's strength was actually already powerful to such an extent. Horrifying, too horrifying. Miracle, this was simply a miracle. There had never been anyone who could reach this step at Lu Ming's age. Following that, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone started discussing excitedly. As for Black Bat King, when he witnessed all of this, he was almost frightened to death. The expression on his face was even uglier than crying. Bang! Lu Ming directly kicked out, kicking Black Bat King's stomach. Black Bat King screamed miserably, his body flying out, smashing heavily on the ground, side by side with Dark Eagle King and Black Wing King. I'll give you all one last chance, surrender and be my mountain guardian divine beasts. Otherwise, you all will be my appetizer tonight. Lu Ming said coldly, his icy gaze sweeping over the three kings of darkness, making them shudder. Become Lu Ming's appetizer. At the thought of this, they broke out in cold sweat all over. We're willing to surrender, willing to surrender. We surrender. The three kings of darkness cried out one after another. At this very moment, they were very clear that if they did not surrender, there was only death. Open your mind, I'll plant a restriction on your souls. Whoever resists, die. Lu Ming said. Yes, yes, yes. The three kings of darkness nodded and bowed. Immediately, Lu Ming planted a restriction in the souls of the three kings of darkness. The three kings of darkness had completely become Lu Ming's guardian beasts. Master, the three of us have offended quite a number of enemies over the years. I'm afraid many people will come looking for trouble if we join you. The Dark Eagle King said worriedly. Don't worry, now that you've become my mountain guardian divine beasts, you're my people. No one will dare to cause trouble for you. Lu Ming said, full of confidence. Yes, yes, Master's divine power is unparalleled. Whoever comes to find trouble with Master will die. The Black Bat King immediately said with a flattering expression. All right, you'll guard the three directions of Dragon Emperor Peak. Go. Lu Ming waved his hand. Yes, yes, yes. The three kings of darkness nodded their heads as they reverted to their original forms and flew towards the Dragon Monarch Peak. At this moment, many people were completely shocked. The three kings of darkness who wreaked havoc in the heaven realm were subdued by Lu Ming just like that. It was simply a piece of cake. They were deeply shocked by Lu Ming's means and Lu Ming's combat strength. Lu Ming's strength had already reached this level. With a flip of his hand, he could suppress a 6-star heavenly emperor. This kind of strength was already standing at the pinnacle of this world. No, this news must be reported to the sect master. Hurry up and send a voice transmission to the family master. Many people started to move. Regarding the matter of Lu Ming suppressing the three kings of darkness, it spread out at a terrifying speed and soon spread throughout the entire Grand Pure Sky domain, even to the primordial realm. Heaven realm, primordial realm, because of Lu Ming's matter, it set off monstrous waves. Everyone who heard the news was dumbfounded with shock. Suppressing a 6-star heavenly emperor with a flip of his hand, what kind of strength was this? Everyone understood that they had completely underestimated Lu Ming in the past. Lu Ming, not only was there a terrifying powerhouse behind him, even he himself was an incomparably powerful existence. They finally knew why those pinnacle powerhouses had such a good relationship with Lu Ming. That was because Lu Ming was in existence on the same level as them. One by one, the powerful forces and powerful existences no longer had the slightest trace of disloyalty and thoughts towards Lu Ming. There were even many forces who sent envoys to congratulate Lu Ming. Of course, they were all blocked by Lu Ming outside the door. Lu Ming, have you already reached this step? It seems that I'm not your match after all. On a certain mountain peak in the heaven realm, Tian Ming stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of complex emotions. Now, he had also stepped into the Great Emperor realm. This cultivation speed could be said to be very strong in the history of the heaven realm, but compared to Lu Ming, it was too far away. Heaven realm, Lin family. Back then, one of the heaven realm's 9 absolutes, Lin Xiaofeng, looked in the direction of the Dragon Emperor Peak. Lu Ming is indeed not what I can compare to. I should put down the pride in my heart and go to the Dragon Emperor Peak to seek Tao. Finished speaking, Lin Xiaofeng turned into a rainbow light and left this place, heading towards the Dragon Emperor Peak. Lan family, after everyone heard this news, they were silent for a while, then rejoiced. Back then, they had a grudge with Lu Ming, but later, they listened to the Lan family's old ancestors' suggestion and apologized to Lu Ming in public. Back then, there were still many people who were indignant and felt uncomfortable in their hearts, thinking that there was no need to apologize to Lu Ming. But now, they were all rejoicing that they had resolved their grudges with Lu Ming. Otherwise, the Lan family would definitely be wiped out. Lu Ming. Xianyuan Yi, who had defeated Lin Xiaofeng and became the first of the 9 absolutes, and then was defeated by Lu Ming, stood in a courtyard of the Lan family, looking in the direction of the Dragon Emperor Peak with a complicated look in his eyes. Xianyuan, you don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming is a person who shines through the ancients and dazzles the contemporaries. Since ancient times, there has never been such a person. Such a person is destined to be the main character of the world. He's not someone we can compare to. Lan Xia walked over and held Xianyuan Yi's hand. She knew that Xianyuan Yi had been defeated by Lu Ming back then and had always had a knot in his heart. Sigh. After a long while, Xianyuan Yi sighed and said, I understand. From now on, I won't treat him as an opponent anymore. Lu Ming. Lu Ming. At this moment, countless people in the heaven realm and the primordial realm were chanting this name. Those who had a grudge against Lu Ming were all trembling with fear. Those who had a good relationship with Lu Ming were all smiles. From then on, Lu Ming had become an overlord in everyone's hearts, a giant of the heaven realm. And there were even more people who went to the Dragon Emperor Peak to cultivate, and there was an endless stream. Lu Ming did not refuse anyone. A few months later, he even personally held a forum to preach the Tao. Those who listened were deeply impressed by Lu Ming's Tao. After this incident, the days in the Dragon Emperor Peak fell into peace. In fact, the entire heaven realm, the primordial realm, and the evil god realm were very peaceful during this period. Other than the occasional battle between the 2 battlefields, it was peaceful. Everyone was in seclusion, cultivating with all their might. Chapter 25-29. Spring went and autumn came, and another 100 years passed in a hurry. It had been 200 years since Lu Ming and the others returned from the Yellow Springs Mountain. At the peak of the Dragon Emperor Peak, in a secret chamber, Lu Ming ended his cultivation with a frown. After another 100 years, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the limit of the Peak Great Emperor realm. He felt that he could break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm at any time. However, the power between heaven and earth that hindered him was too strong. He couldn't break through. My battle strength is still not enough. It's difficult to break through the power of the heavenly Tao. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. After more than 200 years of cultivation, Lu Ming realized that his cultivation of the battle word incantation was still too slow. Moreover, he seemed to have encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation of the battle character art. It had been more than 10 years, and there was no improvement at all. The battle character art must be improved in battle. Only in battle can the comprehension of the battle character art be faster. Moreover, I have encountered a bottleneck now. I need to go through an intense battle to break through. Lu Ming pondered. However, at his current level, there weren't many people who could fight with him. Even if he went to find the demigods of the heaven realm to fight, as they were both from the heaven realm, it was impossible for them to fight to the death. The effect would definitely not be good. The evil god tribe. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He thought of the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe was the best whetstone. Then I'll use you guys to practice first. Lu Ming muttered and then left the place of seclusion. With a step, the space directly split open. Lu Ming stepped into the space and disappeared. The next moment, his figure appeared on the battlefield outside Two World City. All these years, the evil god tribe had been focused on defense. However, they would also send some people to fight with the heaven realm on the battlefield. Therefore, on this battlefield, there were still frequent battles between the heaven realm and the evil god tribe. However, they were all small-scale battles, and there were no large-scale battles. Lu Ming stepped out and headed in the direction of the Hunyuan heaven realm. Kill! Kill! After walking for a while, Lu Ming heard intense battle cries in front. A group of people were fighting fiercely. There were people from the heaven realm and also people from the evil god race. There were a total of several hundred people. Both sides fought fiercely, with people dying from time to time. Lu Ming walked forward in a straight line, heading toward the battlefield. Kill! At the sight of Lu Ming, a tall and burly evil god race being brandished his battle axe and charged towards Lu Ming. Wang! A muscle in Lu Ming's chest violently vibrated. The vibration of the muscle caused the space to vibrate violently, forming a terrifying power. Instantly, the body of the foreign race being exploded apart. With the current level of Lu Ming's physical body, he didn't even need to make a move. The terrifying power that erupted from the vibration of his muscles was enough to kill his enemies. Bang! Bang! As Lu Ming stepped forward, the bodies of all the evil god tribesmen who got close to Lu Ming exploded, dying on the spot. However, the creatures of the heaven realm were also fine. Many people were shocked. What kind of method was this? They didn't even see Lu Ming make a move, but those evil god tribesmen were already dead. Lu Ming, he is Lu Ming. Someone exclaimed, recognizing Lu Ming. So it's Lu Ming. No wonder. The people of the heaven realm were overjoyed. As for those evil god tribesmen, they were scared and turned to run. Swoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand, and a purple gold light flashed, sweeping across the void. All the evil god tribesmen were killed on the spot. So strong. Too strong. Is this Lu Ming's strength? Those evil god tribesmen couldn't even withstand a single blow. Seeing that Lu Ming had killed hundreds of evil god tribesmen with just a wave of his hand, the people of the heaven realm were shocked. After killing hundreds of evil god tribesmen, Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to move forward. Where is Lu Ming going? Is he going to kill his way to the evil god tribesmen's camp? It's been a long time since someone of this level made a move. This is a big deal. Let's go and take a look. These heaven realm beings all followed behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept moving forward. Along the way, he encountered several battles. Lu Ming casually attacked and killed the evil god tribesmen. After the heaven realm beings recognized Lu Ming, they all followed behind Lu Ming. There were more than 1,000 of them. Finally, a huge object appeared in front. They had arrived at the evil god tribesmen's camp. The evil god tribesmen's camp was incomparably huge. It completely blocked the path to the Hunyuan heaven realm. It was densely packed with all kinds of buildings and countless evil god tribesmen. The camp was surrounded by large formations that flickered with light, defending the camp. In some places, the heaven realm beings were fighting with the evil god tribesmen. Boom! Lu Ming's aura began to rise. A long spear condensed from sovereign power appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Lu Ming soared into the sky. He stood high in the sky, holding the long spear with both hands. With the momentum of Mount Tai, he slammed it down with all his might. The long spear in his hand rapidly enlarged, filling the sky. It was even more majestic than a mountain range as it pressed down on the evil god tribesmen's camp. Not good, someone is attacking the camp. The evil god tribesmen's camp shook. Countless figures flew around. Large formation, activate the large formation. Don't panic. Our large formation is enough to block it. Voices spread throughout the entire military camp. The evil god tribesmen's camp lit up with rays of light. A huge light shrouded the evil god tribesmen's camp. Boom! The purple gold long spear heavily struck the light barrier of the evil god tribesmen's camp. When the long spear struck the light barrier, the entire battlefield seemed to shake violently, stirring up dust into the air. Bang! Bang! The ground near the evil god tribesmen's camp exploded continuously. Shattered rocks flew everywhere. Huge cracks appeared on the ground like a spiderweb. The light barrier formed by the evil god tribesmen's large formation shook violently. It was like an elastic bubble, collapsing under the pressure. "Break!" Lu Ming shouted. His entire body's strength erupted as he pressed down. Bang! The light barrier of the evil god tribesman's camp directly exploded. It broke. The large formation of the evil god tribesman's large formation was broken by Lu Ming's spear. The huge long spear pressed down with a terrifying might. "Run, quickly run! Run!" The countenances of countless evil god tribesmen changed drastically. They were almost scared to death. However, as the long spear pressed down, it stirred up an endless spatial storm. Many evil god tribesmen did not manage to escape before they were crushed into meat paste by the terrifying power. The evil god tribesmen exploded one after another. Boom! The huge long spear finally struck the ground. Countless buildings exploded. A huge spear mark 5 million miles long and 1 million miles wide appeared on the ground in front. Tragic. In this instant, countless evil god tribesmen were killed by Lu Ming. The evil god tribesman's camp was in a mess. Heavens! When the living beings of the heaven realm saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 25-30. Lu Ming broke through the evil god race's formation, took a step forward, and appeared in front of the evil god race's camp, his long spear sweeping out. Like sweeping away 1,000 troops, the barracks that he did not hit earlier were constantly shattered under the long spear. "Run, quickly run!" Countless members of the evil god race turned into countless streaks of rainbow light, frantically fleeing toward the back of the camp. Lu Ming, courting death. Damn it! Several angry roars came from the depths of the evil god race's camp. Several terrifying auras rose up, rushing over here crazily. "Peak Heavenly Emperor, it's a peak Heavenly Emperor." The faces of many heaven realm creatures changed wildly, and they subconsciously wanted to escape. "Quick, send a voice transmission to 2 Realm City, call the experts over, the other party has 3 peak Heavenly Emperors." Some people had already begun to send voice transmissions. 3 peak Heavenly Emperors. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Swoosh! Swoosh! The speed of a peak Heavenly Emperor was too fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lu Ming. "There's another acquaintance." A cold light flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. One of them was Marojia, known as the world-breaking general. Back then, it was Marojia who captured Lu Ming and brought him to the evil god realm. The other 2, one was from the evil god race's royal family, and the other was from the evil god race's noble family. Their bodies were covered in purple scales, shining with light. The eyes of the 3 peak Heavenly Emperors revealed terrifying killing intent, wishing that they could tear Lu Ming into pieces. Behind them, the heaven realm creatures felt the terrifying pressure. Many of them had already retreated. Some of them were bold. Seeing that Lu Ming did not move, they reluctantly mustered up their courage to watch. "Lu Ming, you killed so many of my people. Today, you will die without a doubt," Marojia said coldly. "Make your move, Marojia. Today, I will settle the grudge of you capturing me back then. However, I advise you all to attack together," Lu Ming said. "Arrogant, I alone am enough to kill you," Marojia shouted coldly. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming. His purple hair danced in the wind, and his aura rose to the extreme. Whoosh! A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. With a single slash, the void was sliced apart, creating a 1,000,000-mile-long crack. When a peak Heavenly Emperor attacked at full power, the power was unimaginably strong. There was no doubt that the sword in Marojia's hand was a heavenly Dao weapon. Wang! The long spear in Lu Ming's hand shook and swept out, colliding with Marojia's battle sword. Clang! With a deafening boom, Marojia's body shook violently and was thrown back tens of thousands of miles. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Marojia roared in his heart, shocked beyond belief. The two of them had only exchanged a single blow, and he had already been injured by Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming had not even used the heavenly Tao soldier, but he had. He simply could not accept it. Back then, he could kill Lu Ming with a flip of his hand. But now, he could actually injure him. It had only been a few hundred years. A few hundred years was just a blink of an eye for people of their level. Not only him, but the evil god race, the other two peak heavenly emperors, and the other evil god race members were all stunned. And the heavenly realm's life forms were also stunned. Injuring a peak heavenly emperor in one move, is this Lu Ming's strength? Too terrifying. Even some of the heavenly realm's life forms who were fleeing stopped in their tracks. I said, "You can't do it alone, the three of you come together," Lu Ming said. The purple gold spear in his hand collapsed and was replaced by the great desolate spear. Attack together. Marojia looked at the other two peak heavenly emperors. Good. Attack together, today, we must kill this person. The other peak heavenly emperor of the evil god race nodded and sent a voice transmission to the other two. Lu Ming was really terrifying. At such a young age, he actually had such battle prowess. They had also heard of Lu Ming's performance in the Yellow Springs Mountain. The evil god race members who had entered the Yellow Springs Mountain all said that Lu Ming could control the divine nine-dragon cauldron and had the battle prowess of a peak heavenly emperor. But just now, Lu Ming did not use anything. He only relied on his own strength to injure Marojia. This was a little terrifying. This proved that Lu Ming's strength was increasing crazily. If such a person was not killed, there would be endless trouble in the future. Boom! 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 The three peak heavenly emperors instantly moved, attacking Lu Ming from three directions. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of fighting spirit. The great desolate spear shook, instantly thrusting out 3 times. 3 spear lights pierced towards Marojia and the other two. With 3 consecutive booms, Marojia and the other two's attacks were all defeated by Lu Ming. In fact, they were even forced back by Lu Ming's attacks. Kill! Lu Ming stepped out, his aura like a rainbow. His long spear vibrated, soaring spear light continuously attacked the 3 people, enveloping the 3 people in the spear light. The 3 people erupted with all their strength and fought with Lu Ming. However, they were shocked to discover that they were not Lu Ming's match at all. They were completely suppressed and fell into a disadvantageous position. Lu Ming is going to win. After the heavenly realm's creatures were shocked, they were ecstatic. Lu Ming alone could suppress 3 peak heavenly emperors. What kind of battle prowess was this? Invincible powerhouse. A word flashed in everyone's hearts. Only an invincible powerhouse would have such battle prowess, suppressing 3 peak heavenly emperors. Lu Ming had actually already reached the step of invincible powerhouse. Bang! In the fierce battle, Marojia was struck by Lu Ming's long spear. His body almost exploded, retreating frantically, vomiting blood non-stop. Marojia, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Just as his voice fell, Lu Ming had already appeared in front of Marojia, the great desolate spear thrusting out. No! Marojia was alarmed, frantically erupting, laying down one attack after another and defending. However, under Lu Ming's attack, it was all futile, collapsing and exploding one after another. Lu Ming's current fleshly body battle prowess was equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor, and the Tao of Sovereign's battle prowess was also equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. With the two combined, Lu Ming's strength far surpassed other peak heavenly emperors. In addition, Lu Ming had comprehended the battle character art. With the support of the battle character art, Lu Ming's battle prowess was even stronger. Suppressing a peak heavenly emperor was effortless. Pfft! The great desolate spear was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, crushing Marojia's attack and directly piercing through Marojia's dantian. Marojia's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Ming in incomparable shock. In his eyes, there was thick fear. Go! Lu Ming said coldly. The long spear trembled, and a terrifying power erupted. Merogia's body was torn apart. A peak heavenly emperor had fallen. Not good, let's go. The other two peak heavenly emperors turned around and left, not daring to continue fighting. They directly tore open space, wanting to travel through space and escape. A peak heavenly emperor already had the ability to tear open space and directly travel from this realm to another realm. Stay. The great desolate spear in Lu Ming's hand violently pulled out. Space directly exploded, blocking the other party's path. Chapter 25-31. Lu Ming blocked the retreat of the two peak evil god race heavenly emperors. His spear soared through the air, charging towards the two evil god race heavenly emperors. Previously, the three peak heavenly emperors were not Lu Ming's match. Now that there were only two left, they were even less of a match. Although the two did their best to resist and counterattack, under the pressure of Lu Ming's spear, the two still retreated repeatedly, vomiting blood, their bodies cracking. Go, quickly go. Go and report to His Majesty. The other evil god race members did not dare to stay at all. Regardless of whether their cultivation was strong or weak, they all ran for their lives. In such a large military camp, not a single one was left behind. Bang! A peak evil god race heavenly emperor was swept in the shoulder by Lu Ming. Half of his body exploded, and his body flew out horizontally. Kill! An evil god race member was heavily injured. Lu Ming targeted the last evil god race member. His vital energy and blood surged, the power of a sovereign pervaded the air. Lu Ming was valiant and invincible. Coupled with the support of the battle character art, any casual move was filled with terrifying combat power. Pooh! That peak evil god race heavenly emperor was unable to resist. The spear pierced through his head, and he died on the spot. Following that, Lu Ming charged towards that injured evil god race member. Without the slightest suspense, that evil god race member was also killed by Lu Ming. Henceforth, the three peak heavenly emperors guarding the evil god race camp all died in Lu Ming's hands. Heavens, the life forms of the heavenly realm were all dumbstruck. One person killed three peak heavenly emperors. These were peak heavenly emperors. Each one stood at the peak of this world. Each one was a true big shot. But now, three of them died all at once. Personally seeing three peak heavenly emperors die in front of them, this kind of impact was extremely shocking. They did not react for a moment. Only when Lu Ming stepped forward and stepped into the evil god race camp and was about to disappear did they react. When they reacted, they were incomparably excited. Because the foreign race camp had been breached. Quickly go back and report the news. The foreign race camp has been breached. Quickly get the army to come over and fight to Hunyuan Heaven Realm. We can take back the Hunyuan Heaven Domain, quick. All the Heaven Realm creatures were incomparably excited, as if they had gone crazy. How many years had it been? Ever since the ancient war, 8 of the 9 Heaven Domains had been occupied by outsiders, with the exception of the Grand Pure Heaven Domain. Now that there was finally a chance to take back Hunyuan Heaven, they were naturally excited. Whoosh! Whoosh! One figure after another flew toward Two World City. Two World City was the same as Monarch City. It was heavily guarded and the formation was activated. Soon, those people returned to Two Realm City. Quick, inform the heavenly sovereigns to mobilize the army and attack Hunyuan Heaven. We must take back Hunyuan Heaven. Hurry up. The living beings of the Heaven Realm all cried out. Meanwhile, the people on the Two World City looked at them as if they were idiots. Are you crazy? Take back the Hunyuan Heaven Domain? There are countless experts stationed in the evil god race's camp. How can we snatch it? Did something happen to you guys? Those people in Two World City were rather speechless. No, the evil god race's camp has been breached. The other party lost 3 peak heavenly emperors, and the others all ran away. Now is a good opportunity. Someone shouted. Is it true? 3 peak heavenly emperors died, you guys are bragging. The people on the two-world city clearly did not believe it. Peak heavenly emperors were not cabbages. In the entire heaven realm, there were not many evil god realm experts added up. How could they die just like that? It's true, we have to report it to the heavenly sovereigns. At this moment, a burly old man came forward, looking rather dignified. Heavenly Emperor Lu Huang. On the two-world city, many people were shocked when they saw this old man. Heavenly Emperor Lu Huang was a veteran heavenly emperor. He had always guarded two-world city and had quite a bit of prestige. Could it be that what they said is true? Then, they thought of this point, and their eyes revealed shock. Heavenly Emperor Lu Huang should not speak nonsense. Dong! Dong! Many people's hearts began to beat. If this was true, it would be a big deal. Quickly go and report to the heavenly sovereigns. Some people rushed towards two-world city. Not long after, at least more than a dozen figures arrived on the city walls of two-world city. These few people were all peerless powerhouses guarding two-world city. Each one was a 4-star heavenly emperor and above. There were even 2 peak heavenly emperors. Lu Huang, what the hell is going on? Is what you guys said true? A peak heavenly emperor asked. Your Excellency, it's absolutely true. From what we saw with our eyes, the evil god race's barracks were breached, and 3 peak heavenly emperors were killed. Now is the best time to attack Hunyuan Heavenly Domain. Heavenly Emperor Lu Huang said. Who the hell took action? Which invincible powerhouse? A peerless powerhouse asked. With their temperament, their hearts were wildly shaken. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Immediately, someone cried out. What? Lu Ming. More than a dozen peerless powerhouses were greatly shocked in their hearts. It's Lu Ming alone. Someone asked. That's right, it's Lu Ming alone. He broke through the evil god race's grand formation alone and killed 3 peak heavenly emperors on the spot. Now, he has already killed his way to Hunyuan Heavenly Domain. Heavenly Emperor Lu Huang said. Hiss hiss hiss, the people present all sucked in a cold breath. Lu Ming alone broke through the alien race's grand formation and killed 3 peak heavenly emperors. What kind of shocking battle record was this? How astonishing was Lu Ming's battle strength? Previously, some people speculated that Lu Ming's strength had already reached peak heavenly emperor. But now, they knew that they had still underestimated Lu Ming. Sound the drums, gather the army, and follow me to Hunyuan Heavenly Domain. A peak powerhouse took a deep breath and gave the order. Dong! 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 In two-world city, a loud rumble sounded. The war drums sounded, and countless powerhouses flew towards two-world city's city walls. What's going on? Could it be that the alien race is attacking? Is the decisive battle coming? Many people were puzzled. Let's go, follow me to the alien race's camp. A peak heavenly emperor took the lead and flew out of two-world city. Although many people were puzzled, military orders were like mountains. They did not ask much and flew out of two-world city one after another. Countless voices, a dark mass, blotted out the sky and covered the sun, charging towards the evil god tribe's camp. When they arrived at the evil god race's military camp and saw a stretch of dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls, as well as a huge spear scar that spanned several million li, everyone was deeply shocked. The evil god tribe's camp had been breached, and the evil god tribe was already empty. It's Lu Ming. Soon, the news of Lu Ming breaching the evil god tribe's camp spread throughout the army. Everyone was shocked. Kill them. Kill our way to Hunyuan Heavenly Domain and take back Hunyuan Heavenly Domain in one go. Kill, ha ha ha. Soon after, the morale of the heavenly realm's living beings increased greatly. They rushed past the evil god tribe's camp and charged towards Hunyuan Heavenly Domain. Wherever they passed, they saw the corpses of the evil god tribe. Chapter 25-32. The Heaven Realm army quickly passed through the passage and entered the Hunyuan Heaven Domain. After entering the Hunyuan Heaven Domain, they found that they basically did not encounter any attacks from the Evil God tribe. Originally, the Evil God tribe army was mostly concentrated in the middle camp. In the vast Hunyuan Heaven Domain, there were not many Evil God tribe members. Previously, the Evil God tribe had been defeated like a landslide, and most of them had retreated from the Hunyuan Heaven Domain. Ha ha ha, I've finally returned to the Hunyuan Heaven Domain. How many years has it been? Ha ha ha. Someone laughed maniacally. The person laughing was a heavenly emperor. He was from the Hunyuan Heaven Domain in the ancient era, but he had never returned to the Hunyuan Heaven Domain since it was occupied by the other races. Now that he had returned, he was naturally excited. Let's go. Lu Ming must have killed his way to the passage between the Hunyuan Heaven Domain and the Myriad Spirit Heaven Domain. Let's go help him. A peak heavenly emperor roared. Kill! The Heaven Realm creatures were in high morale as they charged towards the passage between the Hunyuan Heaven Domain and the Myriad Spirit Heaven Domain. At this moment, Lu Ming had indeed killed his way to the passage between the Hunyuan Heaven Domain and the Myriad Spirit Heaven Domain. There were indeed many Evil God tribe members gathered in this passage, but when Lu Ming arrived, they were still defeated and retreated to the next heaven, the Nine Nether Heaven Domain. Through the passage, Lu Ming arrived at the Myriad Spirit Heaven Domain. Lu Ming felt a little emotional. Back then, he had accidentally come to the Myriad Spirit Heaven Domain and met Ren Chan and the others. He had also met the archaic body cultivators and obtained the cultivation method of the Seven Gods' mysterious art. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming did not immediately chase after the Evil God tribe. Instead, he took a step forward and headed towards the number 1 forbidden area of the Myriad Spirit Heaven, the Land of Dusk. Back then, the archaic body cultivators lived in the depths of the Land of Dusk, and Ren Chan's little world was also at the edge of the Land of Dusk. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Land of Dusk, Ren Chan's little world. The little world had completely collapsed and turned into nothingness. Needless to say, the remaining people of Ren Chan's little world were most likely dead. Afterward, Lu Ming came to the depths of the Land of Dusk. This hell had also been destroyed. It was dilapidated and empty. This made the viciousness in Lu Ming's eyes grow even stronger. The Evil God tribe had better send some stronger experts. Lu Ming muttered. A peak heavenly emperor level opponent, to him, was not the slightest bit challenging, and could not serve as a form of training. As his voice fell, Lu Ming's figure had already disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the passageway between the 10,000 Spirit Heaven Domain and the 9 Nether Heaven Domain. In this place, there weren't many obstructions. There was almost no one from the Evil God race. Clearly, the Evil God race had already retreated. Lu Ming directly entered the 9 Remoteness Heavenly Domain and headed towards the passageway. The 9 Serenities Heavenly Realm was connected to the Beast God Heavenly Realm. In this passageway, Lu Ming finally saw the densely packed Evil God race. Countless members of the Evil God race were inscribing great formations here, establishing a defensive system. The entire tunnel was enveloped by a layer of pitch-black light. Wang! Lu Ming did not hesitate. He directly shook the Great Desolate Spear and thrust it down. The Great Desolate Spear rapidly expanded, reaching a length of 1,000,000 miles, and lashed towards the Evil God race's great formation. But this time, before the Great Desolate Spear could be drawn, an axe light slashed out from the Evil God race army. This axe light was also incomparably terrifying. It split the entire sky into 2 halves. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was completely splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. Boom! The Great Desolate Spear and the axe light collided heavily. The void within a radius of millions of miles completely exploded, turning into nothingness. Following that, a terrifying aura erupted from the Evil God race army. A figure stepped out into the air, arriving high in the sky. This figure had a head of purple hair, not much different from a human. His 3 eyes opened and closed, revealing a cold luster. On his head, there was even a crown. A foreign race king. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It seemed that the evil god race finally had a demigod-level existence arrive. According to what he knew, the kings of the foreign race's 10 great royal races were all existences that surpassed peak heavenly emperors. They were all invincible figures at the demigod level. The foreign race king's aura was terrifying. It could split the heavens and cover the earth, suppressing the universe. It was a level stronger than peak heavenly emperors. Clearly, the foreign races had already sent the news back, so a foreign race king came directly. Lu Ming, you killed 3 peak heavenly emperors of my race. Today, you must die. The foreign race king spoke coldly, his killing intent incomparably dense. Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability or not. Lu Ming sneered. The great desolate spear vibrated with a buzzing sound. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a powerful fighting spirit. A demigod. This was his first time facing a demigod. Just how strong was a demigod? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Kill. The foreign race king held a pitch-black battle axe. He took a step forward and directly appeared not far from Lu Ming, chopping down with his axe. The foreign race king's attack method was very simple. There wasn't too much fanciness. But when the axe fell, the attack power was incomparably terrifying. It could break through everything. It could really break through everything. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could stop it. Even the heavenly Tao was about to be torn apart. Come on. The fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes grew even stronger. The blood in his body surged, and the power of the world completely erupted. Lu Ming's strength erupted to the limit. He brandished his spear and struck out. Clang! The two collided again. The sky exploded, erupting with a terrifying rumble. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Swish! The two figures retreated 10,000 miles in unison, standing in the void, facing each other from afar. This time, they were evenly matched. Is this the divine power condensed after 10,000 yuan returned to 1? Lu Ming murmured. He was looking forward to it. He had heard from the ancestral dragon that the half-martial gods had achieved 10,000 yuan return to 1, merging everything into 1 and condensing a godly flame in their body. This godly flame was made up of divine power. However, in the heaven realm and the evil god realm, reaching this step was already the limit. Only by leaving this place and going to the outside world could one truly become a martial god. There was a huge difference between half-martial gods and martial gods. A half-martial god could only condense a godly flame, and the divine power it contained was extremely limited. As for martial gods, their bodies were filled with divine power. The difference was many times greater. However, the power of the divine power surpassed the heavenly Tao. It was too shocking. Even the divine power contained in a single godly flame was enough to make one unrivaled. If a martial god did not show up, no one would be able to compete with him. At this moment, the evil god tribe was dumbfounded. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against one of their kings. Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying. Let's see how many moves you can take from me. Kill. The outsider tribe monarch charged at Lu Ming with a battle axe in hand. His body and the battle axe were covered in a thin layer of divine power. They were extremely powerful. Fight! Lu Ming charged over with his spear. Chapter 25-33. Lu Ming and the strange tribe king engaged in an intense battle. One moment, they fought in the sky, and the next moment, they fought in the depths of the void. At their level, when they fought with their full strength, they could really destroy the heavens and earth. If they fought on the ground, they could destroy an entire heaven. For a small continent like the Divine Wilderness continent, they could probably turn it into ashes with just one move. Soon, the two had exchanged hundreds of moves. Strange tribe king, is this all you've got? How disappointing. Lu Ming said indifferently. His battle intent grew stronger and stronger, and he began to suppress the strange tribe king. How is this possible? The strange tribe king was extremely shocked. He could clearly feel that Lu Ming had not reached the demigod realm because he did not have divine power. His cultivation level was lower than his, but his battle strength was stronger than his. It was too terrifying to be able to suppress him. The strange tribe king roared and pushed the divine power in his body to the limit. Unfortunately, he was still no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to be able to unleash shocking power with a casual strike of his spear. He was forced to retreat. The battle character art is indeed powerful, Lu Ming muttered. At this moment, he had pushed the battle character art to the limit. He was getting stronger and stronger, and he had completely gained the upper hand. How is this possible? How is this possible? Countless strange tribe members muttered to themselves, unable to accept this. In their hearts, the strange tribe king was an invincible existence, a symbol of invincibility. But now, he was about to lose, and at the hands of a young man from the heaven realm. Bam! After a few more moves, the strange tribe king was swept by Lu Ming's spear. His body was sent flying, and a bloody wound appeared on his body. It seems like you won't be able to kill me today, Lu Ming said disdainfully and continued to attack his opponent. The strange tribe king roared and fought Lu Ming with all his might. Unfortunately, after more than 10 moves, he was sent flying by Lu Ming and vomited blood. Once he was at a disadvantage and was injured by Lu Ming, his battle strength weakened and he was no match for Lu Ming. How could this be? Countless members of the evil god tribe paled. What to do? Even a king realm expert was no match for Lu Ming. Should they retreat? Otherwise, when the outsider king was defeated, they would be the ones to die. At this moment, the space cracked open, and another figure appeared. This figure was also wearing a crown, and his aura was shocking. Another outsider king had arrived. Kill! The king of a foreign tribe descended and charged toward Lu Ming. Good timing. The battle intent in Lu Ming's eyes grew even stronger as he fought against this outsider king. At the same time, the outsider king from before also charged back. The two outsider kings fought Lu Ming. The two kings of the mutated tribes working together was too terrifying. In this world, apart from martial gods, who could defeat them? Legend had it that the peerless primal Chaos Emperor, the imperishable primal Chaos Emperor, had been besieged by two outsider kings at the same time and finally died. Besieged by two non-humankind kings, Lu Ming instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. At this moment, Lu Ming only had the strength to fight back. Yes, that's it. Not only was Lu Ming not afraid, he was even more surprised. Besieged by two outsider kings, Lu Ming felt a great pressure. Under this pressure, his comprehension of the battle character art improved rapidly. Slowly comprehending it was not as fast as when faced with danger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming swung his spear and unleashed his strength to the maximum. His body was covered in the purple golden ruler force as he continuously executed the battle character art to fight against the two outsider kings. Although the two outsider kings had the upper hand, Lu Ming was as steady as a rock. His great desolation spear was impenetrable. It would take them a while to break through Lu Ming's defense. How is this possible? This kid is even more troublesome than the primal Chaos Emperor and the imperishable primal Chaos Emperor. One of the outsider kings thought in shock. In the blink of an eye, after 100 moves, Lu Ming was still steadily blocking their attacks. At this moment, in the direction of the 9 Nether Heaven domain, the Heaven Realm army had finally arrived. However, they stopped when they were still a long distance away. Because the battle between Lu Ming and the two outsider kings was too terrifying. That void was filled with destructive storms, and they did not dare to approach. Heavens, is that an outsider king? Yes, two outsider kings. Lu Ming is fighting two outsider kings. Some experts from the Heaven Realm were watching from afar. When they saw the people in the battle, they were dumbfounded. The Heaven Realm army was in an uproar. Lu Ming was actually engaged in a great battle with two kings of foreign tribes. During this period of time, they had repeatedly refreshed their understanding of Lu Ming. In the beginning, many people speculated that Lu Ming was a peak heavenly emperor, but now they realized that it was far from it. Not only did Lu Ming have the strength of an invincible powerhouse, he could also fight against two outsider kings. To fight two outsider kings by himself, how many people in this world could do it? Not good. Lu Ming is at a disadvantage. If this continues, will he be defeated? It's hard to say, but we have already reported to the invincible powerhouses of our heaven realm. Our heaven realm will also have invincible powerhouses arriving soon. Some people from the heaven realm were discussing in low voices. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A part of the void suddenly split open, and a terrifying sword light violently slashed towards Lu Ming. The power of this sword light was shockingly strong. Without a doubt, another demigod-level existence had made his move. Lu Ming was startled, and quickly danced with the great desolate spear, covering his entire body with defenses. But facing this sudden attack, as well as the attacks of the other two outsider kings, Lu Ming was still pushing it too hard. Clang! This sword strike struck Lu Ming's long spear, and Lu Ming was directly sent flying, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Not good. The expressions of the heaven realm powerhouses changed. Rip! That part of the void split open, and a figure walked out. Without a doubt, it was another outsider king. The three outsider kings descended, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. This person must be eliminated. The earliest outsider king said. He was too shocked, and even a little frightened. If Lu Ming was allowed to continue growing, he did not know how far he would go. Join forces. Another outsider king said. Ha ha ha, the three outsider kings actually want to join forces to deal with a junior from the heaven realm. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world? A cold laugh sounded, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of the heaven realm army. This person was surrounded by endless lightning, as if he was the incarnation of lightning. Heavenly Thunder's Sovereign is here. The heaven realm beings were overjoyed. Heavenly Thunder. The three outsider kings' eyes narrowed. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Chapter 25-34. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, in a dark void, a violent explosion came, and then space exploded. Two figures rushed out from inside, exchanged a few moves, and retreated. Another two invincible figures. One was also a foreign race king, and the other was a burly figure wearing battle armor. It's the Sky Tiger Emperor. Someone recognized the burly figure wearing battle armor. The Sky Tiger Emperor, the king of the Sky Tiger clan, was also the strongest existence in the Sky Tiger clan, with a demigod cultivation base. The Heavenly Thunder Emperor and the foreign race king exchanged more than 10 moves, and it was hard to determine the victor, so they also retreated. For a time, on the Heaven Realm's side, Lu Ming, the Heavenly Thunder Emperor, and the Sky Tiger Emperor faced off against the four foreign race kings. In the sky, a terrifying pressure filled the air. Damn it! The king of a foreign tribe who was the first to exchange blows with Lu Ming growled, feeling somewhat indignant. They knew that the invincible powerhouses of the heaven realm had already begun to move. Even if they could call over more foreign race kings, the invincible powerhouses of the heaven realm would still rush over. This time, they could not kill Lu Ming. For a time, the foreign race kings did not make a move. The Heavenly Thunder Emperor and the rest also did not make a move. Both sides were wary and did not have absolute confidence in defeating the other party. Engrave the grand array and guard this place. Let's see who can rush over. In the end, the four foreign race kings retreated and returned to the foreign race army. They personally took charge of this place and gave the order to strengthen the grand array. Lu Ming and the rest did not chase. Retreat 1,000,000 miles, build an army camp, and surround this place. The Heavenly Thunder Emperor also instructed the Heaven Realm Army. Yes. The Heaven Realm Army received the order, then retreated 1,000,000 miles and began to build an army camp to surround this place. Both sides faced off again here. Lu Ming did not return. He retreated to a mountain peak not far from the Heaven Realm army, sat down cross-legged, and began to comprehend, digesting the gains from the battle just now. The news of this battle also spread in the Supreme Pure Sky domain at an astonishing speed. This time, the Supreme Pure Sky domain seemed to have experienced a magnitude 12 earthquake, and it suddenly exploded. Lu Ming destroyed the foreign army camp outside Two Realms City and killed 3 peak heavenly emperors of the foreign races. Lu Ming slaughtered his way into the Hunyuan Heaven, the Wanling Heaven, and the Abyssal Heaven, breaking through 3 heavens in a row. Lu Ming had engaged in a fierce battle with an outsider king at the entrance of the Beast God Realm and the 9 Serenities Heaven Realm. Lu Ming did not lose in the battle with the 2 kings of the foreign tribes. News after news set off gusts of wind in the Grand Pure Sky domain, and countless people were dumbfounded. When many people heard this news, their first reaction was disbelief. However, when they sent people to Two Realms City to investigate and confirm the news, they were stunned. All of this was real. Countless people from the Taiching Heaven had already poured into the Hunyuan Heaven, Myriad Spirit Heaven and 9 Nether Heaven. Oh my God! Many people sighed. This was too crazy. Everyone knew that they had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming was now almost invincible in the world. Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Lu Ming. In every corner of the Grand Pure Sky domain, every force was talking about this name. Lu Ming's reputation had reached the peak. After that, all forces began to send people to the Hunyuan Heaven, Wanling Heaven, and Abysmal Heaven. These 3 heavens had been occupied by the foreign races for countless years. After all, the cultivation of the foreign races was different from that of the heavens, and the treasures they needed were sometimes very different. There might be some treasures in the 3 heavens that the foreign races had no use for, but they were very useful to the heavens. Therefore, there must be many precious treasures in the 3 heavens waiting for people to exploit. Countless people poured into the 3 heavens and began to harvest and excavate the treasures. At the entrance of the 9 Serenities Heaven and the Beast God Realm, the 2 armies were facing each other. Lu Ming went into secluded cultivation. A few months later, Lu Ming came out of secluded cultivation. In the previous battle, Lu Ming had gained something, and his understanding of the battle character art had deepened. However, he still hadn't broken through the bottleneck. It was as if there was a barrier blocking him that he couldn't break through. Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as the battle character art broke through the bottleneck, its power would definitely increase greatly, and his battle prowess would reach a whole new level. It's not enough. I need to continue the battle. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he took a step forward and walked towards the foreign race army. Lu Ming's movement attracted the attention of countless people. Where is Lu Ming going? Is he going to fight the evil god race again? Many people guessed and watched from afar. Especially those who had arrived later. They hadn't seen Lu Ming fight before, and they couldn't help but look forward to it. Lu Ming is here to challenge. Evil god race, who wants to come out and fight? Lu Ming held his spear and stood in front of the foreign race army. Lu Ming's voice spread throughout the foreign race army. For a time, the foreign race army fell silent. There's actually no one from the huge evil god race who dares to fight? How disappointing. Lu Ming said again. Damn it. Many members of the evil god race gritted their teeth, but no one came out to fight. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too terrifying. Apart from unparalleled experts, anyone else who came out would be courting death. Boom. 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 Terrifying auras burst out from the non-human army as a few non-human kings stepped out with cold looks in their eyes. You finally dare to come out. Who wants to fight with me? Lu Ming glanced at the foreign race kings. So arrogant. I'll go and fight him. A foreign race king roared. Be careful. Lu Ming is really strong. The king of a foreign tribe who was the first to fight with Lu Ming instructed. I'll be careful. That foreign race king nodded and stepped out, appearing not far away from Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming had come to challenge them, they had no choice but to accept. Just you? No, let's have another one. Lu Ming said indifferently, his face full of displeasure. He was really pissed. An outsider king did not pose much of a threat to him. Arrogant. Kill. Being looked down on by Lu Ming, that foreign race king was enraged and charged toward Lu Ming. The heavenly Tao weapon this foreign race king used was a long spear. The long spear pierced through the air and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming shook the great desolate spear and charged toward the other party. Clang. 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 Swoosh. 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 The two of them clashed non-stop, erupting into earth-shattering explosions. Spear light and spear shadows crisscrossed, connecting heaven and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. Terrifying, so terrifying. This kind of power is simply not something we can resist. Is this the battle prowess of an unparalleled expert? This was the first time many of the heaven realm's living beings had seen unparalleled experts fight. They were shocked. Lu Ming and the foreign race king exchanged dozens of blows. At this time, the foreign race king was at a disadvantage. This time, Lu Ming did not hold back. He used his full strength. Chapter 25-35. In the dark void, there was a terrifying spatial storm. However, if it was just a short distance, even great Emperor Realm characters could resist it. But if the distance was too long and the speed was too fast, then the spatial storm would be terrifying, especially when crossing worlds. From one world to another, the distance was too long. Not only did one have to have a powerful force to travel through the void, but at the same time, one had to face the incomparably terrifying spatial storm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming shuttled through the void at an astonishing speed. He felt the endless void flash past him, but at the same time, a terrifying void storm energy formed in the void, constantly attacking him. This kind of energy could even directly pass through Lu Ming's body and attack his Dantian, sea of consciousness, directly forming a terrifying impact on the small world or the world within the mountain river diagram. This was also why ordinary peak heavenly emperors and even invincible powerhouses could travel through the void and enter another world from one world. However, they could only move alone and could not bring others with them. Because if you brought others with you, they would also be killed by the energy of the void storm. Even if it was hidden in a small world or a heavenly abode treasure, it would be useless. Of course, if a martial god realm powerhouse had a small world in his body, he could still withstand it. However, for example, the ancestral dragon and the foreign race's sacred ancestor did not cultivate the law system and did not refine a small world. Therefore, when the ancestral dragon brought the people of the hell-suppressing world to the heaven realm, he had to rely on the world formed by the hell-suppressing monument to be able to do it. I wonder if my ruler's power can block the impact of the void storm. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He gathered his ruler's power and gathered it outside the small world in his Dantian, enveloping the small world within. Bang! 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 The terrifying void storm constantly bombarded the ruler's power, but it did not seep into the small world. It's effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Didn't this mean that he could bring people from one world to another? Lu Ming's mind turned one thought after another. All around, the void kept flashing. Lu Ming's speed was fast to the extreme. In at most 1 or 2 hours, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly moved. His palm chopped forward, and the void split open. Lu Ming walked out. What entered his eyes was an extraordinarily grand city that wasn't inferior to Two Realms City in the slightest. This was Sinkhole City. And Lu Ming appeared on the battlefield outside Sinkhole City. In just 1 or 2 hours, Lu Ming had traveled from 9 nether heaven to the returning ruins battlefield, crossing several heavens. Lu Ming did not enter the returning ruins city. Instead, he headed for the evil god tribe's military camp. That seems to be Lu Ming. It is indeed Lu Ming. He has come to the ruins of End City. Didn't he kill his way to the 9 nether heaven region? Could it be that he wants to attack the evil god tribe's military camp? Let's go take a look. On Sinkhole City, many people saw Lu Ming. All of them became excited. Then, they flew out of the city walls and followed Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped on the air, moving at an extremely fast speed. Soon, an endless military camp appeared in front of him. This was the evil god tribe's military camp that guarded the ancient demon heaven region's passageway. Boom! Lu Ming was very direct. When he approached the camp, he directly swung his spear. An incomparably huge spear descended from the sky, bombarding the evil god tribe's military camp with terrifying might. Activate the Great Formation, activate the Great Formation. Explosive roars came from the evil god tribe's military camp. The entire evil god tribe's military camp emitted a bright light, forming a light barrier that enveloped the evil god tribe's military camp. Seeing that Lu Ming's spear was about to hit the light barrier, two shocking auras erupted from the evil god tribe's military camp. Two terrifying attacks soared into the sky and bombarded Lu Ming's spear. Buzz! The spear vibrated and was sent flying back. Two demigods. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that the evil god tribe had also made preparations. There were invincible beings guarding the military camp. They were afraid that the camp would be breached like last time. Lu Ming. Two explosive roars came from the evil god tribe's military camp. Then, two figures charged out, carrying terrifying might as they charged toward Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. He charged forward and fought with the other party. Although the two demigods could suppress Lu Ming and gain the upper hand, this time, Lu Ming could counterattack once within 10 moves. He had improved a lot compared to before. The battle between the two was incomparably intense. After exchanging hundreds of moves, Lu Ming retreated. Damn it, this Lu Ming is really terrifying. He is using our hands to temper himself. The next time he challenges us, we don't have to care about him. We just have to focus on defense. Alright. The two invincible demigods returned to the evil god tribe's military camp. Lu Ming found a secret place and went into seclusion to comprehend. After cultivating for a while, Lu Ming came out. This time, he felt that the battle character art had improved again. He was only a step away from breaking through the bottleneck. It seemed like he could break through at any time, but he could not break through after a long time. It was as if he was lacking a bit. Let's find someone to fight again. Lu Ming went to the evil god tribe's military camp to challenge them again. However, the invincible demigods did not fight. Lu Ming was furious and directly attacked the evil god tribe's military camp. The two invincible demigods joined forces and blocked Lu Ming's attack. However, they only defended and did not take the initiative to attack. Lu Ming was so angry that he vomited blood. Clearly, the invincible demigods saw through his goal. Lu Ming paced around the evil god tribe's military camp for a while, but he could not find a chance to fight. Then, he returned to the 9 nether heavens side to challenge them. It was the same. The evil god tribe did not fight. As long as they delayed until the evil god tribe's divine ancestor and divine ancestor Sha Xian recovered, they would be able to counterattack. Neither of you want to fight? Then I'll kill my way to your side. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with madness. Then, he tore open space and rushed toward the evil god realm. The evil god realm was very far from the 9 nether heaven. However, there was a void passage that connected it to the 9 nether heaven. Of course, Lu Ming did not want to pass through this void passage. He directly passed through the void and rushed toward the evil god realm. Not long later, when Lu Ming tore open space and left, he was already in the evil god realm. There are still many experts from the hell-suppressing world and heaven world in the eternal prison. This time, I'll save them all. After arriving at the evil god realm, the first thing that came to Lu Ming's mind was the eternal prison. Back then, they had left in a hurry and only brought a little over 100 people with them. There were more than 100 experts locked up in the eternal prison. This time, Lu Ming wanted to bring them all out. After all, when Lu Ming passed through the void, his Tao of Sovereign could protect the little world. With a step, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside the eternal prison. From a distance away, they could see that the world of eternity cage was enveloped by a light barrier, and at the top of it was a treasure. Is that the treasure of the evil god tribe's divine ancestor? Lu Ming muttered. That treasure was very likely a treasure that surpassed a heavenly Tao weapon. However, it had not reached the level of a divine artifact. It was somewhere between a heavenly Tao weapon and a divine artifact. Chapter 25-36. Lu Ming did not hesitate and directly headed towards the eternal world cage, arriving under that light screen. Lu Ming waved his hand, controlling the Tao of Sovereign, acting on the light screen. Now, Lu Ming's understanding and control of the Tao of Sovereign was countless times stronger than back then. Easily breaking through the light screen, Lu Ming rushed in. But right at this time, somewhere in the eternal world cage, an old man with a head full of purple hair and a face full of wrinkles suddenly opened his eyes. There's actually someone who can sneak into the eternal world cage, courting death. This old man growled, the killing intent on his body incomparably cold. He was the powerhouse who replaced Duolei to oversee the eternal world cage. Moreover, he was even stronger than Duolei. He was not a peak heavenly emperor, but a demigod-level invincible powerhouse. Destroy for me. The old man's body was suffused with a powerful aura. His hands danced, controlling the foreign race sacred ancestors' treasure. Buzz! The treasure immediately began to vibrate and emitted a boundless glow. Rays of light slashed towards Lu Ming like divine swords. At this moment, the entire eternal world cage was alarmed. What's going on? The great array has been activated, the killing intent is cold. What is Aogu trying to do? Could it be that someone wants to escape and angered Aogu? At this moment, all the creatures in the eternal world cage were alarmed. They all came out of their secret chambers, looking at each other in dismay, guessing. Lu Ming was running at top speed through a passage when he suddenly stopped. Looks like I've been discovered. Lu Ming frowned. This time, he passed through the eternal world cage's restrictions extremely quickly. He originally thought that he could hide from the other party, but it seemed that he had already been exposed. Since he was exposed, then let's fight. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rays of light passed through the mountain and the stone room, slashing towards Lu Ming. The power was shockingly strong. This kind of light was emitted by the foreign race sacred ancestors' treasure. Its power was so strong that it could kill a peak heavenly emperor. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was not that of a peak heavenly emperor. The great desolate spear appeared, and with a shake, it pierced out rays of spear light. Rumble. When the spear light collided with the light, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. A terrifying force bombarded the surrounding stone chambers. Even though the stone chambers had formations carved into them, they were unable to withstand the force and were blown apart. Go, retreat to the center. Many figures rushed out of the secret chamber and rushed toward the center of the eternal cage. The combat strength of a demigod. On the other side, the old man named Aogu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, he manipulated the outsider's sacred patriarch's treasures to form streaks of light that shot towards Lu Ming. The eternal cage ends here. Today, I will destroy it. Lu Ming coldly spoke. His body burst forth as his long spear pierced upwards, breaking apart several beams of light as he swept out with it. Boom! Boom! The entire mountain was disintegrating and exploding. However, Lu Ming controlled his strength well. He only attacked the mountain and did not harm the living beings inside. In the end, the entire mountain exploded under Lu Ming's strength and turned into dust. His vision suddenly opened up. Lu Ming looked around and saw a large group of people gathered at the center of the eternal cage. There were more than 1,000 people. They were all living beings that were imprisoned in the eternal cage. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were experts in blood-red armor all over the eternal cage and they rushed towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. The great desolate spear shook and shot out rays of spear light that pierced towards the blood-red armored foreign races. There were great emperors and heavenly emperors among these foreign races. However, they could not resist at all. They were pierced by Lu Ming's spear light and died instantly. So strong. Who is that? I think it's Lu Ming. Heavens, it's really Lu Ming. Didn't he escape? Why is he back? The people in the eternal cage recognized Lu Ming and were shocked. Back then, Lu Ming had escaped, but now he was back and his strength was astonishing. Enter my small world and I will take you away. Lu Ming said to those people. Leave. Everyone was stunned. Leave. Today, no one can leave. A cold voice sounded and an incomparably terrifying aura spread towards Lu Ming. In the next moment, an old man with wrinkled skin appeared. It was Ao Gu. It's over. Many people thought. Ao Gu was an invincible powerhouse. Moreover, this was the eternal cage. Ao Gu could control the foreign race's divine ancestors' treasure. Lu Ming was dead for sure. Many people sighed. They did not understand why Lu Ming would come back foolishly after escaping. He looked as if he wanted to fight with Ao Gu. Where did his courage come from? It was not that they were unkind to Lu Ming, but they felt that Lu Ming's actions were a bit inconceivable. So it's a demigod. Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. No wonder he was discovered as soon as he came in. If it was just a peak heavenly emperor, it would have been impossible to discover him so quickly. It seemed that after they escaped last time, the foreign races had also raised their vigilance and sent a demigod to guard the eternal cage. Boy, die. Ao Gu coldly shouted as he controlled the foreign race's divine ancestors' treasure. Terrifying rays of light shot towards Lu Ming. The one who will die is you. Lu Ming coldly said as he stepped forward, his long spear like a rainbow, smashing apart the rays of light as he rushed towards Ao Gu. Boom! The great desolate spear rapidly expanded as it shot towards Ao Gu. Ao Gu's expression changed as an iron rod appeared in his hand and he swung it at Lu Ming. Dang! A terrifying tremor erupted. Then, the crowd saw a figure retreating continuously. It was Ao Gu. Ao Gu was forced back dozens of steps before he could steady himself, his face somewhat pale as he stared at Lu Ming in shock. Not only him, but everyone else in the eternal cage was the same. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded, thinking that they had seen wrongly. Lu Ming had not only defeated the attack of the foreign race's divine ancestors' treasure but also repelled Ao Gu with a single spear. How was this possible? Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying, too shocking, wasn't it? They knew very well that when Lu Ming first entered the eternal cage, he could barely fight with a one-star heavenly emperor. But now, only a few hundred years had passed and Lu Ming was actually able to repel an invincible powerhouse. This kind of speed of progress was simply a miracle. Many people's faces were a little red. Before, they thought that since Lu Ming had run away, it was simply unwise for him to come back now. But now they understood that it was not that Lu Ming was unwise, but that they were ignorant. Lu Ming had clearly come back with confidence. Many people became excited, hoping that Lu Ming could defeat Ao Gu and bring them out. How is this possible? Ao Gu was also shocked. He had not expected Lu Ming to possess such strong combat strength. Damn it, die for me! Ao Gu roared, fully erupting with the power of the foreign race's divine ancestors' treasure. Chapter 25-37. When the treasure of the foreign tribe's sacred ancestor exuded a bright glow. Beams of light were like swords, slashing toward Lu Ming. They were even more powerful. At the same time, Ao Gu also charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished his long spear, resisting the rays of light as he prepared to fight against Ao Gu. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out in the area, creating a terrifying shockwave. Lu Ming sent out a strand of sovereign power to block the hell-suppressing world and heavenly world's experts. Otherwise, the shockwave would have killed them. After more than 10 explosions, Aogu was forced back 10 steps. The power of the sacred ancestors' treasure is indeed amazing, Lu Ming thought. At this moment, Aogu was frantically activating the treasure of the foreign tribe's sacred ancestor. The power that erupted was indeed extremely powerful, equivalent to the attack of a demigod. Coupled with Aogu himself, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. However, the treasure of the foreign tribe's sacred ancestor was, after all, just a treasure and not a real invincible powerhouse. It still needed Aogu to control it. In that case, it did not give Lu Ming as much pressure as two invincible powerhouses. Lu Ming was forced back mainly because he had to divert his attention to protect the hell-suppressing world and heavenly world's experts. I have to end this quickly. The commotion here will soon alert the upper echelons of the evil god tribe, Lu Ming thought. Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, go. Lu Ming muttered. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron flew out from his forehead, rapidly expanding as it shot towards the sacred ancestors' treasure. Dang! Dang! The light bombarded the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Although the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron shook violently, it managed to withstand the attack. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was refined by the Ancestral Dragon and the Nine Dragons together. Especially with the Ancestral Dragon's help, its grade had already surpassed a heavenly Dao weapon. Although it wasn't a divine artifact, it was still powerful. In terms of grade, it wasn't any weaker than the sacred ancestors' treasure. Moreover, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron's power was even more terrifying, blocking the attack of the sacred ancestors' treasure. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. After blocking the foreign race sacred ancestors' treasure, Lu Ming could focus on dealing with Aogu. Whoosh! Lu Ming became one with his spear and rushed towards Aogu. Aogu's pupils shrank as he too attacked with all his strength. Dong! Dong! The two of them exchanged several blows. Aogu's body trembled violently as he was sent flying backwards, crashing into a broken wall and shattering it. Whoosh! Lu Ming didn't give Aogu a chance to catch his breath and quickly launched a barrage of attacks. A series of spear shadows overlapped and shot towards Aogu. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Aogu was shocked and tried his best to resist, but he was completely at a disadvantage and was no match for Lu Ming. Everyone knew that his cultivation had reached the half-martial god realm. Those who were able to achieve this were all peerless geniuses with shocking talents. Who could be stronger than the other? Their battle prowess was almost the same. Even if there were some amazing geniuses, such as the Primal Chaos Emperor and Immortal Emperor, who were strong enough to suppress a half-martial god of the same level, they weren't this strong. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 moves had passed. Aogu was struck by Lu Ming's spear and a large hole was blasted into his body, blood gushing out. Now, Lu Ming's strength was growing stronger and stronger. Facing two half-martial gods, Lu Ming could fight for several hundred moves without being defeated, let alone a single half-martial god. It was completely one-sided. Bang! The two of them exchanged another blow and charged out of the range of the myriad world's cage. Damn it, how could this be? Where did this monster come from? Aogu roared in his heart. He had a very high seniority in the evil god tribe and had existed since the ancient era. He had been in seclusion all this time and had only recently been invited out to oversee the myriad world's cage. In the past few years, Lu Ming had displayed great might in the heavenly world, but he didn't know about it. At this moment, he was naturally shocked to the extreme. I have to hold on. The divine ancestor should be able to sense it soon. When reinforcements arrive, this brat is dead for sure. Aogu gritted his teeth and defended with all his might. He didn't want to win, but he didn't want to make any mistakes. At this moment, at the peak of the evil god tribe's sacred mountain, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure was the outsider race's divine ancestor. However, it wasn't the outsider race's divine ancestor's true body, but his projection. His true body was still recovering from his injuries. Lu Ming, how dare you? The outsider race's divine ancestor's eyes were cold. He could sense what was happening on the other side of the myriad world's cage. Swish! Pieces of jade tablets appeared in his hand. Then, inscriptions appeared and sank into the jade tablets. Next, the jade tablets turned into rays of light and flew into the dark void, disappearing at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming actually dared to come to the evil god realm. This time, we'll get rid of this trouble once and for all. The outsider's sacred ancestor murmured. At this moment, in a magnificent palace in the evil god realm, a middle-aged man with a crown on his head was in the middle of a meeting. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and caught a jade talisman. Lu Ming, it's this Lu Ming again. He's courting death. A cold glow flashed through his eyes, and then he said, I have important matters to attend to. All of you can leave for now. Yes. His subordinates retreated one after another. Wang Bei stepped out and disappeared. In another royal city, another outsider king received a jade talisman and left the royal palace. In the realm of 9 serenities, a few outsider kings who were guarding the realm of 9 serenities also received jade talismans. Damn it! Lu Ming actually ran into the eternal cage. He's courting death. You two stay here and guard this place. We'll go back and hunt down Lu Ming. Of the 4 outsider kings, 2 remained here, while the other 2 left. They tore through space, slaughtering their way towards the evil god realm. In the barracks of Sinkhole City, another outsider king also returned to the evil god realm. As of this moment, a total of 7 demigod outsiders were rushing toward the world of ages. However, the outsider's sacred ancestor did not act. He was just a projection, and his strength was far inferior to his main body. At most, he was equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor, so he wouldn't be of much use. Boom! Boom! At the eternal cage, the battle was still raging. Lu Ming completely suppressed Ao Gu, his spear raining down like a storm. Ao Gu was like a small boat in the sea, about to be submerged at any time. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming let out a long howl, unleashing his full power. Ao Gu defended with all his strength. How could Lu Ming not know what he was thinking? He was stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements. How could Lu Ming let him do as he wished? Bang! Lu Ming's spear struck Ao Gu. Ao Gu screamed as he was sent flying, his body exploding in 2. However, the 2 halves of Ao Gu's body instantly fused together. His muscles wriggled as he tried to recover, but his aura was much weaker. Kill! Lu Ming charged. Although Ao Gu did his best to block, with his weakened strength, how could he block? After a few moves, he was struck again by Lu Ming. This time, it was even worse. His body exploded into ashes, leaving behind only his head. Chapter 2540. So what if he has the indestructible ancient scriptures? We still killed the indestructible martial monarch in the past. Kill him. Cold voices could be heard. The 7 demigods of the foreign tribe did not stop attacking Lu Ming. They continued to attack him. Lu Ming could only defend himself with all his might. However, the 7 half-martial gods were too terrifying. Apart from the martial gods, no one could stop them. Any other half-martial god would have been crushed instantly when facing 7 experts of the same level. Lu Ming only managed to block a few attacks before he was hit again. This time, his injuries were even more serious. More than half of his body had exploded, and one could clearly see his internal organs. Some of his internal organs had even turned into ashes. Lu Ming's face turned pale as he vomited mouthfuls of blood. He's going to die. Let's kill him. A few of the emperors became excited. Lu Ming's talent was too shocking. They were slightly intimidated. It would be great if they could kill Lu Ming. You won't be able to kill me. A fruit appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He immediately swallowed it. It was the fruit of life. Bang! As soon as he swallowed the fruit of life, it exploded and turned into a boundless life force that encapsulated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's injuries recovered rapidly. His body had completely recovered in the blink of an eye. It was a miracle. This was the effect of the fruit of life. The fruit of life, it's the fruit of life from the Yellow Spring Mountain. The ancestral dragon is willing to give him one. One of the emperors exclaimed with envy. They initially thought the fruit of life was given to Lu Ming by the ancestral dragon. The sacred ancestor and the others had found 11 fruits of life in the Yellow Spring Mountain, but none of them had been given away. The sacred ancestor and the sacred ancestor Sha Xin had refined them. Therefore, they were envious when they saw the fruit of life. Kill him and take his blood, and the effect of the fruit of life. One of the emperors said coldly as he charged toward Lu Ming. He was going to kill Lu Ming and take his blood. Kill! 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 The other outsider demigods also charged towards Lu Ming. Come on, come on! Lu Ming had a crazed look in his eyes. Thanks to the life fruit, his injuries were more or less healed. He raised his strength to the limit. In this life and death crisis, he seemed to see the bottleneck of the battle formula, as if he could break through it at any time. The great spear of desolation bloomed in Lu Ming's hand, shooting out beams of dazzling spear light that pierced towards the 7 demigods. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 Both sides continued to clash, but Lu Ming was still no match for him. In the midst of their clashes, he suffered heavy injuries. However, the fruit of life was truly miraculous. Its medicinal effects were shocking. Lu Ming's blood was filled with powerful life force. Once Lu Ming was injured, he would quickly recover. As long as he wasn't killed in an instant, Lu Ming could quickly recover. Therefore, for a moment, he forcefully withstood his opponent's attack. Soon. In this desperate situation, Lu Ming's mind was highly focused, and his use of the battle formula reached its peak. The fruit of life is too strong. It's hard to kill him like this. One of the outsider kings roared. Then I'll completely refine him. The outsider king said coldly. Then, his third eye shone brightly, and a furnace appeared in it. Then, this outsider king's body rapidly shrank and entered the furnace. The furnace erupted with a terrifying devouring power, wanting to devour Lu Ming. The other 6 kings joined forces and continuously attacked Lu Ming, wanting to blast Lu Ming into the furnace. Lu Ming resisted with all his strength, but his body was still being dragged towards the furnace. Before he even entered, the terrifying temperature was already causing pain on Lu Ming's skin. This was a terrifying attack, and Lu Ming had seen it before. Back at the evil god tribe's sacred mountain, Lu Ming had challenged the 10,000 years ranking and fought with Kang Duo, who was ranked 2nd. In the end, Kang Duo had also used this move. However, when this alien king used this move, its power was far greater than Kang Duo's. Break for me! Lu Ming roared in his heart. The great desolate spear vibrated continuously, vibrating hundreds of millions of times every second. This was because the great desolate spear was a heavenly Tao weapon, and its material was shocking. If it were an ordinary great emperor weapon, it would have exploded. Suddenly, the great desolate spear vibrated, and spear light erupted. A spear light pierced through the void and forced the 2 outsider kings back. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The battle formula had broken through its bottleneck and reached a new level. Lu Ming crazily activated the battle formula. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Ming felt an explosion in his body. Boundless battle intent erupted from the depths of his body, and then this battle intent turned into surging energy, causing Lu Ming's strength to skyrocket. Pang! Lu Ming's spear vibrated and clashed with one of the outsider kings. The outsider king's body shook violently, and he was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. Damn it, his battle strength, Why did it suddenly skyrocket? The outsider kings were shocked. My battle strength, even Lu Ming himself was shocked. In that instant, Lu Ming realized that his battle strength had doubled. That's right, his overall combat strength had doubled because he had activated the battle symbol art. Battle, battle, battle. Lu Ming's battle intent was boundless. He continuously waved the great desolate spear, and spear lights that were millions of miles long swept through the void. Pang! The furnace that the outsider king had turned into was sent flying by Lu Ming and crashed into the ground. The ground exploded, and everything within a million miles was turned into ashes. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. Team up, don't split up, attack together. A outsider king shouted. None of the outsider kings dared to split up, and they all joined forces. Every time they attacked, all of them would attack together, and the power of their attacks would skyrocket. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming blocked a few attacks, and his body was only pushed back slightly. This was already an extremely terrifying thing. Previously, he was at a disadvantage when facing two demigods, and it was difficult for him. But now, he was only pushed back slightly by the combined attacks of so many demigods. This showed how much his battle strength had increased. How is this possible? How is this possible? The outsider kings were all extremely shocked, and they could not believe it. What kind of monster was Lu Ming? How could his battle strength skyrocket in the middle of a battle? More importantly, they did not realize that Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through. His cultivation had not broken through, but his battle strength had skyrocketed. What was going on? Boom! With a loud explosion, the outsider king who had turned into a furnace returned to his original form, and rushed out of the ground to join the 6 demigods. His eyes were extremely serious. Ha! I won't play with you today. We'll fight another day. Chapter 2541. Lu Ming wanted to tear open space and escape, but the 7 demigods did not want to let Lu Ming go so easily. Keep him here. We must kill him. The 7 demigods of the foreign tribe attacked Lu Ming one after another. The 7 attacks converged and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. His body shook, and he appeared in another direction. The great spear of the desolation swept out, shattering the void. The 7 demigods hurriedly blocked Lu Ming's attack, but Lu Ming appeared in another direction and swept out his spear again. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides exchanged dozens of blows. The demigods could not do anything to Lu Ming. Boom! There was another loud bang. Both parties exchanged a blow. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. Behind him, the space split open. Lu Ming dashed into the space and disappeared. Damn it! The 7 demigods' faces were ugly, but they did not pursue. They knew that they could not do anything to Lu Ming. We must report this to the divine ancestor. We must get rid of Lu Ming as soon as possible. One by one, the demigods left the area and headed for the outsider's sacred mountain. Lu Ming, on the other hand, traveled through the void and headed for the celestial realm. Before long, Lu Ming arrived at a battlefield outside Two World City. Now that the outsider encampment had been broken through, there was no one left on the battlefield. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the 1,000 people in the eternal cage appeared on the battlefield. The moment they appeared, they looked around. Where is this? Someone asked. This is the celestial realm. Lu Ming said. What? The celestial realm? Everyone was stunned. This was the celestial realm. Didn't this mean that Lu Ming had brought them from the evil god realm to the celestial realm? But how was this possible? How could they be alright in Lu Ming's small world after traveling through the long void? Lu Ming could bring them from the evil god realm to the celestial realm. This miraculous method amazed them. Then, we have escaped from the evil god realm? Many people were overjoyed when they thought of this. They had been imprisoned in the eternal cage for too long. Now that they were free, they were ecstatic. Lu Ming, thank you for your help. I will remember this great kindness. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. Me too. These people thanked Lu Ming one by one. Everyone from the Purgatory Suppression World, let me tell you something. The Purgatory Suppression World has been brought to the Heaven World by the Ancestral Dragon. Lu Ming said. The Purgatory World? Those from the Purgatory realm were overjoyed. This way, they would be able to reunite with the people of the Purgatory realm. And, Lu Ming's gaze turned in a direction. There were more than a dozen foreign races, all of them at the Heavenly Emperor realm. Lu Ming had heard from Qing Tsang that these foreign races were imprisoned in the Eternal Cage because they opposed the evil god race's attack on the Celestial realm. Everyone, I'm afraid that the Celestial realm and the evil god race will have a decisive battle in the near future. Where are you going? Lu Ming said. The expressions of the dozen or so evil god race members changed, becoming very complicated. Although they opposed the evil god race's attack on the Celestial realm, they couldn't help the Celestial realm deal with the evil god race. Let's leave and find a place to live in seclusion, away from this conflict. An evil god race member sighed. Alright, I'll help you remove this seal armor. Lu Ming waved his hand and used the Tao of Sovereign to envelop them. Those above the Heavenly Emperor realm were all wearing blood-red armor that could seal their cultivation. However, with Lu Ming's current strength, he could easily remove these armors. Many thanks. The dozen or so foreign races cupped their fists towards Lu Ming, then turned around and left in large strides. Following that, Lu Ming removed the armor on the remaining people. Among the remaining 1,000 or so people, at least 300 of them were at the Heavenly Emperor realm. This was an extremely shocking force. If he brought them back to the Celestial realm, they would be useful against the evil god race in the future. Lu Ming kept these people back into the small world. Then, he quietly entered the Two-Realm City, came to a place where there was no one, and released these people. These people thanked Lu Ming again and then left one by one. The people of the Hell-Suppressing Realm went to look for the people of the Hell-Suppressing Realm. The living beings of the Celestial Realm had relatives and friends in the Celestial Realm. They had been imprisoned in the Eternal Cage for many years. This time, they naturally had to visit their relatives and friends. As for Lu Ming, he returned to the Dragon Emperor Peak alone. At the peak of the Dragon Emperor Peak, Lu Ming stood against the wind. My combat strength has fallen back again. Lu Ming frowned. Previously, he felt that his entire body was filled with combat strength, but now, it had fallen back again. Could it be because of the battle formula? Let's try again. Lu Ming thought of the battle formula and began to activate it. Previously, when the battle formula broke through, he used it with all his strength. His combat strength was stronger than before, but it was not that exaggerated. It's useless. Lu Ming frowned. He did not give up and continued to activate the battle formula. After activating it 7 or 8 times in a row, boom. Lu Ming's body seemed to be filled with endless power. His casual move was filled with terrifying combat strength. His battle prowess had doubled. Is there a chance? Lu Ming guessed. Next, Lu Ming continued to experiment. As expected, he found that there was a chance. He activated the battle formula about 10 times before he could succeed once. His combat strength would double. The success rate was about 1/10. However, even if it was only 1/10, Lu Ming was ecstatic. At his current level, there were too few secret techniques that could increase his combat strength. It was extremely terrifying to have one's combat strength double at a critical moment. It could turn the tables and kill the opponent. Just like this time in the Age of Ages. If he had not triggered the doubling of his combat strength, it would have been difficult for him to escape the siege of the 7 demigods. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that this was because his cultivation of the Battle Word Sutra was not very deep yet. As his understanding of the Battle Word Sutra deepened, he was afraid that this probability would increase. In the end, it might reach a 100% success rate. In the future, as his understanding of the battle formula deepened, would he be able to triple or quadruple his combat strength? Lu Ming could not help but let his imagination run wild. Baiyi said that the battle formula is extremely shocking even in the Eldritch universe. Once it is exposed, it will attract countless experts to fight for it. It seems that what he said is true. Lu Ming only now realized how terrifying and shocking the battle formula was. Now that the battle formula has broken through, with my current combat strength, I should be able to break through the obstruction of the heavenly Tao. Then, let's go into seclusion to break through to the heavenly emperor realm. Lu Ming said to himself. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Chapter 2542. Lu Ming immediately set up a formation at the peak of the Dragon Emperor Peak. He sat down with his legs crossed and began his attempt to rank up to the Heaven Emperor realm. That being said, it was not easy to rank up to the Heaven Emperor realm. He had to adjust his condition to the best of his ability and strengthen the battle character technique before he could attempt the breakthrough. Lu Ming immersed himself in his cultivation. Demon God Realm, Sacred Mountain. A terrifying force burst out from the peak of the sacred mountain all of a sudden. An imperious aura lingered in the air as a figure appeared in the sky. The figure was none other than the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes. Greetings, sacred ancestor. The emperors of the non-human tribes bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, the non-human tribes cultivating on the sacred mountain were startled too. They woke up from their seclusion and flew out of the sacred mountain to pay their respects to the sacred ancestor. Lu Ming is a great variable. We can't wait any longer. I've almost recovered. It's time to raise the heaven realm to the ground. The sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes said. We're willing to die for the sacred ancestor. The non-human tribes bowed respectfully. Gather the experts of our tribe and march out. We'll raise the heaven realm to the ground. The sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes gave the order. Acknowledged. The emperors of the non-human tribes acknowledged the order and left the place. Sha Xian, even though you haven't fully recovered, you already possess the strength of the martial god realm. We can't wait any longer. That kid Lu Ming must be eliminated. The sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes murmured. The sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes was utterly shocked after the battle at the Cage of Eternity. Lu Ming's performance had exceeded his expectations. He had long recognized that Lu Ming had mastered the Tao of Ruler. Only a few peerless geniuses were able to master the Tao of Ruler even in the outer world. He was already shocked that Lu Ming had mastered the Tao of Ruler. However, the strength that Lu Ming had displayed was even more terrifying, making him feel uneasy. Initially, he wanted to wait for Saint Ancestor Sha Xian to fully recover before attacking the Heaven Realm. However, he could not afford to wait any longer. Who knew how strong Lu Ming's cultivation would be if he waited any longer? The entire demon god realm began to stir. Countless experts awoke from their seclusion and gathered towards the 10 royal cities. The mutated beast stepped into the air, roaring like thunder. One by one, the experts whizzed past. Countless experts had gathered in the 10 king cities of the non-humankind, forming huge armies. In the evil god race, in the royal city of the number 1 royal clan, outside an underground secret room, the king of the number 1 royal clan waited respectfully. Kacha. The door to the secret room opened, and a slightly older member of the evil god race walked out. Son greets father. The king of the first royal family immediately bowed respectfully. This old man from the evil god race was the previous king of the first royal race. He was a veteran demigod and had been in seclusion ever since the ancient war. Are we finally going to launch a general attack on the heaven realm? The old king said in a low voice, his eyes flickering with a cold light. Not only did the number 1 royal family have such a person, but the other royal families also had such a person. They were all old kings who had retired, all of them incomparably terrifying figures. Right now, they all came out of seclusion. In a desolate place in the evil god realm, there was an abyss here. Looking from above, it was pitch black, and one couldn't see what was at the bottom of the abyss. This was a famous forbidden area in the evil god realm. Normally, no one dared to step into it. At the bottom of the abyss, there were many members of the evil god race sitting cross-legged. The number was very shocking. There were a total of 100,000 of them. These members of the evil god race had been sitting here for who knew how many years, as if they had turned into stone statues. There were all kinds of races among these evil god race. There were ordinary members of the evil god race, nobles of the evil god race, and even royalty. At this moment, some of them suddenly opened their eyes. Bright light burst forth from their eyes, and an incomparably cold killing intent spread out. Swoosh! Swoosh! Following that, the other members of the evil god race also opened their eyes. Powerful auras soared into the sky and finally gathered together, causing the sky and earth to change color. When the war begins, the heaven realm will be destroyed. Kill, kill, kill! Roars came from the abyss. Then, 100,000 members of the evil god race flew out of the abyss. This was an incomparably terrifying army. It was called the Sky-Shattering Army. Anyone who had experienced the ancient war would know how terrifying this army was. Back then, countless experts from the heaven realm had died under this army. The evil god race had turned out in full force, and there were countless experts. In the lair of Zulong, where the ancestral dragon was cultivating in seclusion, an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly sounded. Vast dragon might spread out and covered the entire lair of Zulong. Roar! A true dragon flew out. It was huge and boundless, circling above the lair of Zulong. It was the ancestral dragon himself. He had already sensed everything about the evil god race and had come out of seclusion in advance. In the lair of Zulong, countless experts who were cultivating in seclusion opened their eyes. Then, they flew out of their seclusion and stood in the air. The sky above the lair of Zulong was filled with people, each with an astonishingly powerful aura. The final battle is coming. The evil god race has turned out in full force to attack the heaven realm. Sound the war drums and pass down the order. Let everyone in the abysmal heavenly domain, Wanling heavenly domain, and Hunyuan heavenly domain return to the two-world city. Defend the evil god race with the two-world city and the Guishu city. In addition, summon all experts above the quasi-emperor level in the heaven realm and the primordial realm to gather at the Guishu city in the two-world city. The ancestral dragon issued several orders in succession. Yes. Everyone bowed respectfully, then turned into streaks of rainbow light and disappeared. Dong! 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 On this day, earth-shattering war drums sounded from the lair of Zulong and spread throughout the heaven realm. Is the final battle coming? At the bottom of a large lake, an old man with messy hair suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a divine sword, piercing through the sky. Then, he took a step and disappeared. In a stretch of volcanoes, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. After cultivating in seclusion for so long, it's finally time for a battle. Swoosh! A flaming phoenix soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. In a vast mountain, a group of people rushed into the sky. The Song clan has been in seclusion for so many years. It's time for a battle. A voice sounded, and a group of stalwart experts soared into the sky. Roar! Roar! Waves of dragon roars came from the most famous dragon valley in the Taiching heavenly domain. This was the gathering place of the true dragon clan, where most of the true dragons in the heaven realm gathered. At this moment, true dragons spiraled into the sky. Black dragons, snow dragons, blood dragons, fire dragons, white dragons, blue dragons, golden dragons, different true dragons gathered together, forming an army of true dragons that flew toward the Guishu battlefield. In another place, countless heavenly tigers soared into the sky. In the phoenix lair, countless phoenixes flew. On the Qilin peak, countless Qilins stepped into the sky. At this moment, countless divine beast clans gathered in the Taiching heavenly domain. The battlefield they were heading to was the Guishu battlefield. This time, the divine beasts were in charge of the Goeishu battlefield, while the humans were in charge of the two-world city. Chapter 2543. Countless major forces were rushing to two-world city. No one could stay out of the battle of life and death in the heaven realm. Defeat meant death. The heaven realm cultivators who were exploring in Abysmal Heaven, Wanling Heaven, and Hunyuan Heaven also retreated to two-world city. After all, two-world city had been in operation for many years, and countless formations had been engraved. It was easier for them to defend. If they were to defend Abysmal Heaven, their forces would be scattered, and they would be defeated one by one. The Heaven Realm army gathered on the two battlefields, waiting for the battle. Outside the lair of Zulong, a group of people stood in the void. Everyone in this group was a terrifying cultivator, and they were all invincible in the demigod realm. They had been in seclusion before, but now they had all come out. There were two images in front of them. These two images directly reflected the situation of the sinkhole battlefield and the two-world city battlefield. They were here to command and monitor the situation on the two battlefields. Dragon Emperor Peak. Young Master is still in seclusion, what should we do? Lei Yi asked the others. The final battle is coming, we must participate. How about this, 2 of us stay to protect Young Master, and the rest go to the battle? De said. That's the only way. The others nodded. Not long after, many figures flew out of the Dragon Emperor Peak. Those who were above the Quasi-Emperor realm flew towards the two-world city, leaving behind 2 heavenly emperors who stayed behind. Lu Xiang, Ouyang Moli, Bubbles, Long Cheng, Huang Ling, Huang Li, and others all rushed to two-world city. In addition, the various forces of the primordial realm also sent their cultivators through the void passage to the heaven realm to participate in the battle. This was a battle of life and death. Even if some forces did not want to participate, they had no choice. If they did not want to participate, they would be eliminated by other cultivators first. In the sky above Dragon Emperor Peak, there was a flash, an ancestral Gragon appeared. He carefully looked at Lu Ming for a while, and whispered, "You're about to break through, Lu Ming, I hope you can break through as soon as possible." After saying this, Ancestral Gragon's figure disappeared, and then appeared outside the lair of Zulong, where he commanded. As the strongest cultivator in the heaven realm, Ancestral Gragon naturally had to command here. In the evil god realm, there were also some figures standing in the void. They were all outsider monarchs, including the old-timers, and of course, the outsider sacred ancient. In front of them, there were also 2 images floating in midair. They also reflected 2 realms city and ruins of End City. At this moment, countless troops of the evil god tribe were heading towards the heaven realm through the void passageway. The void passage that connected the evil god realm and the heaven realm was extremely wide and huge. It could accommodate many living beings at the same time. Send all the beasts to attack Sinkhole City. The outsider sacred patriarch gave the order. After he gave the order, someone immediately used a sound transmission jade talisman and disappeared in a beam of light. Of course, this place was too far away from the heaven realm. The sound transmission jade talisman couldn't transmit that far in one go. However, there were messengers along the way. This sound transmission jade talisman flew to the next messenger. The messenger continued to transmit the message and flew to the next messenger. Just like that, it didn't take long for the news to reach the heaven realm. There was also a similar sound transmission route in the heaven realm. The evil god tribe's army was divided into 2 groups, charging toward the returning ruined city and the two-world city. As time passed, the armies of the 2 sides drew closer. Suddenly, the battlefield outside Sinkhole City roared like thunder. Countless beasts of the evil god world appeared and madly charged at Sinkhole City. These beasts also had 3 eyes and were huge. They were extremely bloodthirsty and possessed astonishing combat strength. Get ready. A voice came from within Sinkhole City. Roar! Roar! All sorts of roars rang out as countless divine beasts of the heaven realm readied themselves. Rumble! Countless beasts of the evil god world either ran on the ground or stepped through the air, rumbling as they charged at Sinkhole City. There was no end, truly no end. It was impossible to see just how many beasts there were. Activate the array. The array above Sinkhole City flashed as countless arrays appeared. The celestial realm had been defending Sinkhole City for countless years, and the defenses were as solid as iron. There were all kinds of great formations. There were defensive types, and there were also offensive types. Attack. When the beasts of the evil god world were some distance away from Sinkhole City, someone gave the order. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dazzling light shone above Sinkhole City as countless attacks flew out, attacking the beasts of the evil god world. Pft! Pft! Beasts of the evil god world were constantly killed. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, there were too many beasts of the evil god world. There was no end to them, and they surged towards Sinkhole City like a tide. To the evil god race, these beasts of the evil god race were just beasts. They didn't care about them at all. Beasts of the evil god world were constantly killed, but even more beasts were constantly approaching Sinkhole City. Boom! Finally, the strange beast from the evil god tribe arrived before the returning ruined city and crashed into the defensive formation of the returning ruined city. At this moment, the entire returning ruined city trembled violently. Kill! The army of divine beasts above Sinkhole City continuously attacked those beasts. At the same time, the offensive array of Sinkhole City was activated, and all sorts of attacks were launched at those beasts. Large numbers of beasts were killed, but those beasts were incomparably frenzied. They didn't fear death as they crazily crashed into the defensive array of Sinkhole City. Some beasts even chose to self-detonate. Boom! Boom! The defensive array of Sinkhole City continued to rumble, and the tremors became more and more intense. At the back, some places finally couldn't resist and were torn apart. A large group of beasts of the evil god world charged into Sinkhole City. Kill! The army of divine beasts of the heaven world roared and charged at those beasts. Both sides clashed, and a tragic battle officially erupted. At this moment, countless evil god race soldiers appeared on the battlefield outside Two World City. There were no beasts here. They were all experts of the evil god race. Countless evil god race soldiers were densely packed, covering the sky as they charged toward Two World City. Moreover, there were all sorts of heavy siege weapons that crushed the void as they charged toward Two World City. Get ready! On top of Two World City, the army of the heaven world started to prepare. The array shone, and all sorts of defensive arrays were activated. The armies of both sides were getting closer and closer. Attack! The heaven world side took the lead in attacking. All sorts of attacks flew toward the army of the evil god race. Set up the array and defend. The army of the evil god race was completely different from the beasts of the evil god world. They were in groups of 100 or 1,000, and they formed defensive arrays. At the same time, they used defensive weapons to block the attacks. The attacks of the heaven world side weren't very effective. Rumble! The army of the evil god race continued to approach Two World City. The heaven world army's destructive power against the evil god race was limited. After all, they were long-range attacks, and their power wasn't particularly strong. Boom! Chapter 2544. The evil god tribe had sent in too many troops. It could be said that they had turned out in full force. Moreover, the weakest among them was a quasi-emperor. There were at least tens of millions of boundary emperors, millions of void emperors, and hundreds of thousands of true emperors. Among them, there were also tens of thousands of great emperors. What a terrifying force! Moreover, these evil god tribe had great emperors as generals, true emperors and void emperors as backbones, and boundary emperors as soldiers. The power of these formations was even more shocking. This force was already incomparable to the previous attacks of the evil god tribe. In the past, only a portion of the evil god tribe's forces were attacking the Two World City. Now, they were attacking with their full force. Boom! 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 The defensive formations of the two-world city rumbled violently and shook non-stop. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to defend for long. Although the offensive formations of the two-world city were attacking continuously and killed a portion of the evil god tribe, it was just a drop in the bucket against the endless tide of evil god tribe. Rip! Some of the defensive formations were torn open. Once a gap was opened, it was like water bursting out of a dam, unstoppable. The defensive formations crumbled continuously and more cracks appeared. Kill! Flatten the heaven realm. Kill! Countless members of the evil god tribe charged into the formation. Kill! The heaven realm experts also charged toward the evil god tribe. Both sides engaged in an intense battle. However, neither side sent in any heavenly emperor experts. Heavenly emperors were the core strength of both sides. They were very crucial. The evil god tribe didn't move, and the heaven realm wouldn't move either. Otherwise, if they were killed by the heavenly emperors after exhausting their strength to kill evil god tribe members below the heavenly emperor realm, it would affect the battle situation. Whether it was the two-world city or the returning ruined city, the battle became more and more intense. In the end, the defensive formations of the two cities completely collapsed. The experts of both sides fought each other. Both sides added up to nearly 100 million troops. That scene was too shocking. The city walls of the two-world city that stretched for tens of millions of miles were engulfed in the flames of war. Countless people were killing each other. With my blood, I will exterminate the outsiders and exchange for peace in the heaven realm. A middle-aged man from the heaven world roared. His cultivation base was at the great emperor realm. His saber slashed out, cleaving a great emperor of the evil god race into two. However, on the other side, a destructive ray pierced through and killed the burly human. Similar situations were occurring all over the battlefield. On the battlefield, the situation changed rapidly. Every moment, a large number of people died in battle. Kill! Long Chen, Huang Li, Ouyang Wushuang, Lu Xiang Xiang, Ouyang Moli, Huang Li, and the others gathered together and formed a great formation. They swept out and killed the evil god tribe members one by one. They had all entered the Yellow Spring Island and obtained fortuitous encounters that greatly increased their cultivation bases. In the past 200 years, they had refined the fruits of life that Lu Ming had given them. Their cultivation had skyrocketed and they had all reached peak Great Emperor realm. With so many of them working together and forming a great formation, they were invincible. Everywhere they passed, evil god tribe members would be killed. Not long after, they had already killed over 1,000 members of the evil god tribe. The evil god realm, the foreign sacred ancestor, and the various foreign kings were all watching. Their expressions were calm, without any ripples. To them, no matter how many members of the evil god tribe below the heavenly emperor died, they would not care. What they cared about was being able to flatten the heavenly realm and successfully split open the sky. That would affect their future. Especially those mutated beasts. They did not care about them at all. On the returning ruins battlefield, the killing was even more intense. The ones fighting here were the mutated beasts of the evil god tribe and the divine beasts of the heavenly realm. The mutated beasts of the evil god tribe were incomparably crazy and did not fear death. They also caused the divine beasts of the heavenly realm to suffer heavy losses. Form the divine beast formation. A voice rang out on the battlefield. Roar! Roar! Waves of dragon roars rang out. The true dragons of the true dragon tribe began to gather and form a great formation. They turned into a terrifying true dragon with a shocking aura that swept out in all directions. When it opened its mouth and roared, a large number of mutated beasts were killed. At the same time, the Phoenix tribe, Qilin tribe, Heavenly Tiger tribe, Holy Bull tribe, and the others formed a great formation. They turned into huge phoenixes, Qilins, Heavenly Tigers, and the others. Their power soared. In an instant, a large number of mutated beasts of the evil god tribe were killed. Send the giant Sioux tribe to the returning ruins battlefield. The foreign sacred ancestor ordered. Yes. Immediately, someone spread the news. Boom. 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 In front of the returning ruined city, the earth rumbled. Many huge creatures appeared at the end of the world. They were incomparably huge creatures covered in black scales. Their bodies had incomparably huge tentacles that looked like the tentacles of an octopus. They also had a third eye at the center of their brows. This was the giant Sioux tribe of the evil god tribe. This kind of creature was extremely rare in the evil god tribe. However, when each of them reached adulthood, their bodies would be astonishingly huge. When they stood on the ground, they were truly indomitable. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize that this kind of creature had attacked a passage guarded by the Titan Heavenly Bull back then. Boom! Boom! The giant Sioux tribe stepped on the ground. With every step, the ground would explode and crack. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. The giant Sioux tribe, True Dragon tribe, Qilin tribe, and Phoenix tribe formed a great formation and fought fiercely. This made the battle in the returning ruined city even more intense. Two World City, send out Heavenly Emperor assassins. The foreign race's divine ancestor ordered. Yes. Immediately, someone spread the news. Outside the Two World City, there were many short evil god tribe members with 4 arms. With a flash, they disappeared. They blended into the crowd of evil god tribe members and charged towards the Heaven Realm warriors. These short evil god tribe members were too fast. They were natural killers. Moreover, their cultivation was at the Heavenly Emperor realm. The moment they moved, the ancestral Gregon immediately noticed them. Send out Heavenly Emperor realm experts who specialize in speed to block the evil god tribe's assassins. The ancestral Gregon ordered. Immediately, the news spread to the battlefield. It's my turn. Chirp chirp. Behind the Two World City, there were many heavenly emperors from the heavenly realm. Bubble was among them. At this moment, Bubble cried out excitedly. In a flash, she rushed out. Bubble's speed was extremely fast. He rushed out and arrived at the battlefield in the next instant. Wherever her figure passed, the terrifying space-time energy shrouded the bodies of some evil god tribe members. These evil god tribe members withered and turned into skeletons. It was as if they had been deprived of time. Whoosh! Suddenly, a saber light exploded. A short evil god tribe member with 4 arms slashed at Bubble with 4 sharp blades in his hands. He was extremely fast. Experts of the same level couldn't keep up with the speed of this evil god tribe member. However, he came into contact with Bubble. I noticed you long ago. Chirp chirp. Chapter 2545. Bubble easily killed a heavenly emperor from the evil god assassin clan. With a flash, she appeared several tens of thousands of leagues away and pressed her small hands forward. In the area in front of her, everything seemed to have come to a standstill. The experts from the Heaven Realm and the evil god tribe who were in the midst of a great battle stopped moving. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in the void that was originally empty. It was an evil god tribe member with 4 arms. At this moment, this evil god tribe member's face was filled with horror. He had been hiding in the void, wanting to secretly assassinate the experts from the Heaven Realm. However, he was forced out of the void by Bubble. Moreover, his entire body was restrained by a powerful force, unable to move. Swoosh! Bubble charged past, and this evil god tribe member's body directly turned into ashes. Swoosh! 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 However, at the next moment, streams of terrifying sharpness slashed toward Bubble from all directions. Their speed was astonishing, and their might was terrifying. I'll retreat. Bubble retreated rapidly. However, there were also terrifying sharpness slashing toward her from behind. Clearly, the other party had seen through Bubble's threat. A few experts secretly charged toward Bubble, wanting to get rid of her. Pooh! Bubble's body was slashed into two and then turned into ashes. Following that, a few short evil god tribe members appeared in the air. Their expressions were grave as they looked around. Kacha! All of a sudden, cracks appeared in the space around them. After that, the space started to distort rapidly, transforming into a cage that trapped the few short and small evil god race members within. Not good, break! One of the evil god tribe members roared. The few evil god tribe members attacked together. They were all holding scimitars that were astonishingly sharp. With a casual slash, they could easily slice through space. However, they couldn't slice through the space that Bubble had set up. Their weapons slashed at the surrounding space. The space flowed like water ripples, but it quickly returned to its original state. Time reversal. Bubble said softly, waving her hands continuously. Streams of mysterious aura enveloped the few evil god tribe members. A shocking scene appeared. The auras of the few evil god tribe members were rapidly declining. Their appearances were also rapidly changing. Originally, the few evil god tribe members looked middle-aged. However, they were now turning younger. At first, they were young men, then teenagers. At the same time, their cultivation levels were also regressing. At the start, it was the Heavenly Emperor realm. Then, it was the Great Emperor realm, the True Emperor realm, and finally, the Martial Sage realm. This was an extremely terrifying ability that could reverse time of the enemy, when their cultivation levels were still weak. To Bubble, she could kill them. Of the Martial Sage realm. Bubbles pressed down with her small hand, and the bodies of several members of the evil god race turned into ashes. Several Heavenly Emperor realm evil god tribe members were killed by Bubble just like that. After Bubble reached Heavenly Emperor realm, her divine abilities became more and more marvelous. Her combat strength became stronger and stronger. Same-level powerhouses were not her match at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Huang Li, and the others were in danger. Of the evil god tribe members of the evil god tribe. Of evil of. A terrifyingly sharp saber light suddenly slashed towards Huang Ling and the others. Its power was shocking. Heavenly of heavens. Their faces changed. Although they were all peak great emperors, they were still a far cry from the Heavenly Emperor realm. They formed a formation and joined forces. A huge shield was formed, blocking above them. Kacha! A sharp, ear-piercing sound rang out as the blade light struck the shield. Immediately, cracks appeared on the shield before it exploded. Die! A short evil god tribe member appeared. His face was ferocious and filled with killing intent. The weapons on his forearms slashed at Huang Ling and the rest. Kill! Kill! Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest shouted. They attacked with all their might and used their trump cards. However, they were still too far away from the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, this short evil god tribe member was not an ordinary one-star Heavenly Emperor. He was a two-star Heavenly Emperor. Bam! 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 Explosions rang out continuously. Huang Ling and the rest's attacks were defeated by the short evil god tribe member. The sharp blade light continued to slash at them, wanting to kill them. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix was heard. Huang Ling was bathed in flames. She seemed to have turned into an immortal heavenly phoenix. She soared into the sky and pounced at the evil god tribe Heavenly Emperor. Not good. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Lu Xiang, and the rest were shocked. Puff! Huang Ling was hit. Her body flew over and she turned back into her human form. Her delicate body was almost cut in half. However, there was a mysterious aura around her body. Her body was recovering rapidly. It was the indestructible ancient scripture. When Lu Ming obtained the indestructible ancient scripture, it was a heavenly Tao imprint of the indestructible emperor. When his cultivation was still weak, he could not inscribe it and could not pass it to others. However, when Lu Ming came out of the Netherworld mountain, his cultivation level was sufficient and he could completely inscribe it. Lu Ming inscribed the indestructible ancient scripture and passed it to Bubble, Dandan, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Lu Xiang, and so on. Lu Ming had passed the indestructible ancient scripture to those who were close to Lu Ming. He was preparing for this battle. Everyone had cultivated the indestructible ancient scripture for hundreds of years. They were already well versed in it. Moreover, Huang Ling had consumed the fruit of life before. The medicinal power of the fruit of life was still in her blood. Although she was severely injured, she was not dead. She was recovering rapidly. A great emperor is still alive after being hit by me. Let's see how many moves you can take. The short evil god tribe member was stunned at first. Then, he revealed a murderous look and was about to attack Huang Ling and the rest. However, just as he was about to attack, he realized that he could not move his body. No, he roared, and his body exploded with a bang, turning into ashes. A figure appeared behind him. It was Bubble. Bubble, Lu Xiang and the rest were overjoyed when they saw Bubble. Let's work together, Bubble said. Then, he joined forces with Huang Ling, Lu Xiang, and the rest to fight against the foreign races. In other parts of the battlefield, the fighting was even more intense. The short evil god tribe member was too fast. He flashed in the army and killed the Heaven Realm experts. Fortunately, there were also heavenly emperors who were good at speed and assassination. They arrived in time and killed the other party. All of this was seen by the leaders of both sides. The evil god realm, the divine ancestors of the foreign races, and the various kings also saw Bubble's performance. Humph, another space-time spirit mouse. In the battle back then, the space-time spirit mouse caused great losses to our army. The first king said in a cold voice. Fortunately, this space-time spirit mouse has not reached its peak. Its strength is not strong enough. Chapter 2546. They clearly remembered how difficult it was to deal with the space-time spirit rats during the ancient war. Back then, that space-time spirit mouse was only at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. However, an ordinary peak Heavenly Emperor was not its match at all. Even a demigod would find it difficult to kill a space-time spirit mouse. The space-time spirit mouse's ability to survive was too strong. In the end, they had to use a few demigods to kill that space-time spirit mouse. Now that Bubble's cultivation hadn't reached its peak, they heaved a sigh of relief. Space-time spirit rats are one of the few races that came from the outside world. They have a great background and are extremely shocking. They haven't displayed their potential at all, or else they would be even more terrifying. Let all the heavenly emperors enter the field. I want this space-time spirit mouse alive. The outsider's sacred ancestor spoke. Yes. Someone accepted the order and spread the news. Immediately, regardless of whether it was the Origin Ruin battlefield or the Two Realms City battlefield, the evil god race's heavenly emperor powerhouses started setting off. Returning Ruin City, Two World City, and the evil god race each sent out 5,000 heavenly emperors to battle, flying towards the battlefield. Their auras were so strong that it shook the heavens and earth. Those were heavenly emperors. Each battlefield had a total of 5,000 heavenly emperors. What kind of concept was that? The evil god race only had so many heavenly emperor realm existences after accumulating for countless years. Beside the lair of Zulong, the evil god race's heavenly emperor has appeared. Pass down the order for the heavenly emperor to fight. Ancestral Gragon ordered. The order was passed down very quickly. Immediately, on the Heaven Realm side, the Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses practically all went to battle. In returning Ruin City, almost everyone was a divine beast expert. Numerous terrifying divine beasts soared through the air, rushing towards the heavenly emperors of the evil god race. The heavenly emperors of both sides, in the depths of the sky, launched an even more tragic battle. On the side of the heaven realm, the number of cultivators who cultivated in the lair of Zulong was astonishing, especially the divine beasts. After all, the ancestral dragon was a true dragon. Therefore, on the side of the heaven realm, the strength of the divine beasts was still stronger. However, with the addition of the prison suppression realm, the human race's strength skyrocketed. Therefore, the battlefield at Two Realms City was a joint effort between the human race and the prison suppression realm. In the battlefield of Two Worlds City, all the human heavenly emperors also went to battle. In the air above the battlefield, they fought intensely with the heavenly emperors of the evil god race, causing the heavens and earth to crumble and the sun and moon to dim. This was a bloody massacre. The battlefield seemed to have turned into a purgatory. This was a true decisive battle that would decide the fate of one side. No one would be soft-hearted, and no one would hold back. Everyone only had one goal, and that was to kill their opponent. In the Heavenly Emperor army, there were many figures that Lu Ming was familiar with. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu, Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints, Immemorial Physique Cultivators, Lei 1, 2 1, and so on. Kill! A white-haired old man let out a long howl. His entire body was bathed in blood as he fought against a tall evil god race member. This old man, if Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize him. He was the Lan family's old ancestor, a 4-star heavenly emperor. However, the evil god tribe member he was fighting was not weak at all. The two of them fought a bloody battle, exchanging a few hundred moves. Puff! In the end, the Lan clan's old ancestor smashed the head of the evil god race's old ancestor with a palm strike. However, before the evil god race's old ancestor died, he did his best to slash out with his axe, cleaving the Lan clan's old ancestor into two. Mutual destruction. Water 1. On the other side, Lei roared in rage. Water 1 was killed. He was blasted apart in the air by a royal member of the evil god race. A bunch of puppets, die. The royal member of the evil god race was incomparably powerful. He had the cultivation of a 5-star heavenly emperor. Just as he was about to charge towards Lei and the rest, a sword light suddenly flashed. This royal member of the evil god race's body stiffened in place. Then, with a bang, he split into several pieces, dying on the spot. A middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared. Xian Luo. Lei recognized this person. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was Xian Feng, Xian Xiang, and the rest's old ancestor. Clearly, his injuries had already healed, and he had the cultivation of a peak heavenly emperor. Xian Luo's expression was cold as he charged forward. However, a peak heavenly emperor from the evil god race had his eyes on him, and the two of them engaged in a great battle. There were people dying constantly. Heavenly emperors, great emperors, they were usually powerhouses of a region. But now, they were worthless and kept dying in battle. The foreign race's sacred ancestor and the rest, ancestral Gragon, and the rest, were all staring at the scene in front of them, paying attention to the battlefield at all times. Senior, I'm afraid that the outsiders won't send the same number of troops to both the Sinkhole battlefield and the Two Worlds City battlefield. I'm guessing that they'll feign an attack on one battlefield while sending their main forces to the other, and then crush them one by one. A half-god suggested to ancestral Gragon. I think so too. It's just that I don't know which battlefield they will use as their main attack target. Ancestral Gragon nodded. Their expressions were all very grave. Because they were clear that the main force of the evil god race had not made a move yet. Those half-gods in a terrifying army from the ancient era, the heaven-crushing army. This army was known to have trampled the heaven realm, incomparably terrifying. Moreover, the foreign race's sacred ancestor and sacred ancestor killer heart had not made a move. This battle was very disadvantageous to them. The great battle continued. In a blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Evil God Realm. The 9 of you, attack together and attack the Origin Ruins battlefield, lure out that group of half-gods from the heaven realm. The foreign race's sacred ancestors' gaze looked at those foreign race kings. However, he was looking at the current kings. Apart from the first king, the other 9 people. Yes. The 9 great kings received the order, then tore through the void and rushed to the Origin Ruins battlefield. The Origin Ruins battlefield, on the ground or in the air, was the battlefield below Heavenly Emperor. The true dragon race, the Phoenix race, the Qilin race, and the other most powerful races, all laid down great formations to fight with the other side's giant beard race. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle. And in the air was the battlefield of the Heavenly Emperors. Rip! Suddenly, space tore open, and an incomparably terrifying sword light slashed out, slashing toward the true dragon battle formation. This true dragon battle formation was set up by at least 10,000 true dragons, forming a huge true dragon to fight with a giant beard race member. At this moment, when the sword light slashed down, the true dragon's expressions changed drastically. Roar! 10,000 true dragons roared, forming a great formation. A huge dragon claw reached out and grabbed at the sword light. Boom! With a terrifying explosion, the huge dragon claw was directly cut off, and the hundreds of true dragons that had set up this dragon claw were instantly killed. The entire formation also collapsed, and the 10,000 true dragons frantically retreated, many vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Rip! Space tore open, and a figure appeared. He held a battle sword in his hand and wore a crown on his head, emitting a terrifying aura. Not good, it's the enemy's king. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Kill! This evil god tribe's king was incomparably cold. With a battle sword in hand, he once again charged toward the 10,000 true dragons. Your opponent is me. In the distance, an explosive roar sounded. Following that, an incomparably huge golden dragon claw suddenly appeared, grabbing at the foreign race king. The foreign race king slashed out with his sword, colliding with the golden dragon claw, and the void constantly shattered. Chapter 2547. Golden Holy Dragon King. The non-human king said coldly. This golden dragon was the king of the true dragon race, the Golden Holy Dragon King. He was a demigod, the strongest existence in the true dragon race aside from the ancestral dragon. He was even stronger than the 9 dragons of the past. The top 10 war beasts weren't the strongest in the divine beast race. There were some that could rival or even surpass the top 10 war beasts. For example, the Golden Holy Dragon King and the Sky Tiger Emperor. The reason why the top 10 war beasts were so famous was because of their uniqueness. The top 10 war beasts were almost all mutations, such as the 9 dragons and the 9-headed golden lion. Moreover, there was only one of them in the world. Each one had shocking talent, so they were so famous. The Golden Holy Dragon King said coldly, "You killed so many of my dragon race. I'll tear you to shreds." The Golden Holy Dragon King roared and charged at the non-human king, engaging in an intense battle. Golden Holy Dragon King, can you stop all of us by yourself? A cold voice said. Not far away, space trembled, and another non-human king appeared. His powerful aura pressed down on the Golden Holy Dragon King. Is that so? Do you think there's no one in my celestial realm? A sharp voice said. Space tore open, and a huge phoenix covered in red flames flew out. Roar! With a roar, a huge tiger as large as a mountain appeared on the other side. It was filled with a ferocious aura and a terrifying aura. Old Phoenix King, Sky Tiger Emperor, you old fellows are all here. A cold smile appeared at the corner of the alien monarch's mouth. Good. They didn't die in the ancient war. This time, they're dead for sure. A cold voice rang out as numerous figures appeared beside the king of the foreign races. There were a total of 8 figures. Including the one fighting the Golden Holy Dragon King, there were 9 in total. Each of them wore a crown and had a heaven-shaking aura. The 9 non-human kings gathered. Aside from the Sky Tiger Emperor and the old Phoenix King, no one dared to approach within several million miles. Those who were fighting consciously distanced themselves from this area. These were all unrivaled experts. Once they fought, the world would be turned upside down. Those who got too close would be crushed. I didn't expect all 9 of you to gather. The Sky Tiger Sovereign's expression was extremely grave. What's wrong? There are only 3 of you in the heaven realm. Today, I'll get rid of all of you. One of the foreign kings was the most impatient. He immediately charged towards the old Phoenix King. Then, the other outsider king also made his move, fighting with the Heavenly Tiger Emperor. However, there were still 6 non-human kings present. Hee, looks like those guys from the heaven realm haven't arrived yet. Let's get rid of these 3 beasts first and bring them back to drink. A tall outsider monarch, his purple hair fluttering in the wind, directly attacked the Sky Tiger Sovereign with a terrifying move. He wanted to join forces with another outsider king to deal with the Sky Tiger Emperor first. However, at this moment, a long spear pierced through the void and pierced towards this foreign race monarch. The foreign monarch's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he could only change his stance halfway through to block the spear. Boom! The void exploded as the long spear vibrated. A burly man in battle armor stepped out from the dark void, his aura berserk. 5 elements, your cultivation base, the foreign race monarch was shocked. This burly man in battle armor was one of the top 10 war beasts, the 5 elements Qilin. Back then, he was only a peak heavenly emperor, but now, he was a true demigod. Surprised? Today, I'll slaughter you. The 5 elements Qilin was extremely powerful. Slaughter me? Ha, so what if you're added to the mix? You're still dead. The foreign race monarch laughed loudly. Count me in. With a roar, a huge golden lion charged over from afar. Its 9 heads roared, its aura terrifying. It was also a demigod. Ha, Qingtsang, looks like you've also broken through. With a loud laugh, a giant bull appeared, its aura berserk. Beside the giant bull followed a middle-aged man. It was the 9 lives demonic silkworm. Their auras had all reached the demigod realm. How is this possible? How did all of your cultivations reach the demigod realm? Damn it! Several foreign race monarchs cried out in disbelief. First, it was the 5 elements Qilin, then the 9-headed golden lion, then the titan heavenly bull, and the 9 lives demonic silkworm. One had to know that they were all peak heavenly emperors in the past. Peak heavenly emperors seemed to be only a step away from demigods. But to cross this step was indeed extremely difficult. Demigods also had the word God. Igniting a wisp of divine fire meant that one had completely stepped into another level, a higher level of life. The meaning was completely different. In the world, there were many peak heavenly emperors, but the number of demigods was extremely small. If it was a breakthrough, it would still make sense. But now, the 5 elements Qilin, Qingtsang, the Titan Heavenly Bull, and the 9 lives demonic silkworm had all broken through. This was shocking. No wonder these foreign race monarchs were so shocked. In the past, relying on your high cultivation, weren't you very awesome? Now, let's fight. Qingtsang roared. The 9 lion heads roared and charged towards a foreign race monarch. At the same time, the Titan Heavenly Bull and the 9 lives demonic silkworm also charged towards a foreign race monarch. Of the 9 foreign race monarchs, 7 had opponents. There were still 2 left. Attack first, join hands to kill them. The remaining 2 foreign race monarchs' eyes flashed with a cold light. Just as they were about to attack and join hands to kill the 9 lives demonic silkworm and the others. At this moment, the void in the distance exploded. A huge mountain suddenly rushed out of the void. It was incomparably huge and suppressed one of the giant beard race monarchs. Although the giant beard race monarchs were incomparably powerful, it was still difficult for them to resist this huge mountain. They were directly blasted into meat paste by the mountain. Whoosh! A battle sword suddenly slashed out from the top of the other giant beard race monarch's head, cutting him in half. In the blink of an eye, 2 powerful giant beard race monarchs were killed. Who is it? Sneak attack. Courting death. The two foreign race monarchs were furious. The giant beard race monarchs were weapons of war. Each of them was very powerful, but their numbers were extremely small. Now that two of them were killed in an instant, the foreign race monarchs' hearts were bleeding. Boom! Boom! The two of them attacked at the same time. They stretched out two large hands and blasted towards the direction of the two weapons. The void in that area directly shattered. Swish! Swish! The two weapons shook and disappeared. In the next moment, a battle sword appeared above the head of the other giant beard race monarch and slashed down, killing him. Damn it, you're courting death. The two foreign race monarchs were enraged. They rushed out and joined hands to attack continuously. The area was completely destroyed, and the void was blasted into smithereens. Aya, you scared me to death. In the dark void, a 17 or 18-year-old youth wearing a Taoist robe was shouting and jumping around, dodging the attacks of the foreign race monarchs. Chapter 25:48. World Divine Turtle, you're courting death. The two kings immediately recognized Dandan's true form and charged at Dandan. Around Dandan, 5 or 6 weapons were flying around him. They were all Heaven Path soldiers. At this moment, Dandan pushed his hands forward, and the Heaven Path soldiers flew towards the two kings and clashed with them. The void exploded, and Dandan's weapons were knocked back. You turtle, you're lucky that you didn't die back then. How dare you come out? We'll roast you today. One of the kings said coldly. Motherf *Kur, I couldn't beat you back then, but don't think I can't beat you now. If I don't step on your faces today, I won't be called the World Divine Ghost. Dandan was furious. Its body changed rapidly, and it turned into a giant turtle. Its shell was covered with strange patterns, and it looked ancient. A terrifying aura emanated from Dandan's body. Demigod, how is this possible? You've broken through too. One of the kings shouted in disbelief. What was going on? The remaining top 10 beasts had all broken through to the demigod realm. How was this possible? Kill. Let's kill you. Dandan laughed. Its body was huge, but its speed was shockingly fast. It slapped down with its claws, and countless runes appeared, forming a terrifying attack. So what if you've broken through? You're still going to die. The two kings looked ferocious as they charged at Dandan. They wanted to kill Dandan together. Boom! Boom! There was a terrifying explosion, and the void exploded. Dandan's huge body retreated, but the two kings also retreated. They were evenly matched. The two non-human kings' faces were extremely ugly. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. Dandan's combat strength was terrifyingly strong. It could fight against both of them at the same time. In the demigod realm, the difference in combat strength would not be too great. There were very few who could be stronger than others. For example, the Primal Chaos Emperor and the Immortal Emperor were stronger than ordinary demigods, but they could not fight against two demigods. In the Evil God tribe, only the strongest king had the combat strength to fight against two demigods. However, Dandan had the same strength. How could they not be shocked? Ha, that's all. Come again. Dandan laughed and charged at the two kings. The two sides engaged in an intense battle, and it was a stalemate. As a result, the 9 emperors were all blocked. Ha ha ha, good. On Ancestral Dragon's side, a tall and sturdy man laughed loudly. The others beside the Ancestral Dragon burst out laughing with joy on their faces. This was a pleasant surprise. They hadn't expected Ching Tsung, the 5 elements, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the others to have all entered the demigod realm. Originally, they had planned to head out to stop the outsider kings, but now, they didn't have to do anything. Were. Is this the effect of the fruit of life? One of them said. That's right. This time, Lu Ming obtained a lot of fruits of life. I gave them to you in 5 elements. Lu Ming also has some left. He gave them to Titan, 9 lives, and the others. Therefore, they relied on the energy of the fruits of life to break through their bottlenecks. Ancestral Dragon said. Lu Ming, it's all thanks to him this time. Another person sighed. The others nodded. Over the years, Lu Ming did not have many fruits of life left. Almost all of them had been given away. However, everyone understood that the 9 lives demonic silkworm, Qing Song, and the others were able to break through. Firstly, their talent was shocking to begin with. Secondly, they had accumulated for too many years and had long accumulated enough. That was why they could rely on the fruits of life to break through in one fell swoop. If it were other peak heavenly emperors, even with the fruits of life, they might not be able to break through. However, this was definitely a pleasant surprise for the heavenly realm. On the evil god tribe's side, it was the opposite. Beside the foreign race's sacred ancestor, the strongest king and the old kings all had gloomy expressions. How is this possible? How can the top 10 battle beasts all break through to the demigod realm? The strongest king roared. He really could not figure it out. Not to mention him, even the foreign race's sacred ancestor could not figure it out. He did not know that Lu Ming had obtained the inheritance of the Yellow Springs Island Master and obtained a large number of fruits of life. Therefore, his expression was extremely gloomy now. Their plan was disrupted. Originally, their plan was to have the 9 foreign race kings attack the Ultimate Ruins battlefield and lure out the demigods of the heavenly realm. Then, they could send these old kings to attack the 2-world city battlefield with all their strength, break through the 2-world city in one fell swoop, charge into the Supreme Clear Sky domain, and trample over the Supreme Clear Sky domain. But now, this plan was no longer feasible. Let the heaven-splitting army prepare. Also, all of you attack together and attack 2-world city. The foreign race's sacred ancestor instructed. Yes. The strongest king and the old kings all nodded. Their eyes were filled with cold light as they tore through space and left. The moment they moved, the ancestral dragon discovered them. Those old fellows of the foreign race are about to make their move. Next, it's up to you guys. The ancestral dragon said to the people beside him. Fight to the death. There were more than 10 people beside the ancestral dragon. They were the elites of the heavenly realm accumulated over countless years. Among them, there were not only those who cultivated the laws, but also those who cultivated the primordial martial path, the primordial demon path, and the primordial body cultivation path. There were also elites from the hell-suppressing realm. They were all demigods. They tore through space and appeared on the battlefield of 2-world city in the next moment. Rip. Not far in front of them, space tore open continuously, and figures appeared one after another. There were more than 10 of them, and they were the strongest king and the others. Both sides' gazes met, and brilliant sparks flew. It's you old fellows. Many of you were injured in the ancient war, and your origin source was damaged. Do you think you can stop us? The strongest king said coldly. You'll know if you try. On the heavenly realm side, an old man in sackcloth said. Bluff. Let's try then. Attack. The strongest king directly charged toward the elites of the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm also moved, charging toward the evil god tribe. Boom. Boom. Earth-shattering rumbles rang out. Both sides clashed, and explosions kept ringing out. The strongest king was incomparably powerful, and his combat strength was far above the other demigods. However, he also had enemies. On the heavenly realm side, there were also existences whose combat strength was not weaker than his. Chaos Emperor, your origin source was damaged back then. How could you have recovered to your peak? The strongest king roared. His opponent was a middle-aged man with a tall and straight figure. This middle-aged man was called the Chaos Emperor. At his peak, his name shook the heavenly realm, and he was even stronger than the Chaos Emperor. However, in the ancient war, the Chaos Emperor's origin source was damaged. All these years, he had been in seclusion. Logically speaking, his injuries should not have recovered so quickly. You old fellows were also injured back then. Didn't you recover too? Chapter 2549. More than 10 demigods from the heaven world engaged in an intense battle with the old king of the evil god tribe and the number one king. The old king of the evil god tribe, the number one king, and the others were both shocked and furious. In the ancient battle, many people in the heaven world had suffered injuries to their life sources. For example, Emperor Rebellious and the others, it was not easy to recover from injuries to their life sources. Of course, some of the old kings of the evil god tribe had also suffered injuries to their life sources. Over the years, the evil god tribe had exhausted almost all of their top heavenly treasures to allow the old kings of the evil god tribe to recover. However, the evil god tribe occupied the entire evil god world and the 8 heavenly domains of the heaven world. With such a vast territory, they naturally had to plunder many treasures. However, the heaven world only had the grand pure sky domain left. Heavenly treasures were very limited. But now, the demigods of the heaven world were all in peak condition. They really could not understand. They were shocked and furious. This time, many things had already exceeded their expectations. For example, the world divine turtle, Titan longhorn beetle, 9 lives demonic silkworm, and the other top 10 battle beasts had all become demigods. Also, the old demigods of the heaven world had all recovered to peak condition. These were all unexpected. If they knew that this was all caused by the fruit of life that Lu Ming brought out from Yellow Spring Island, who knew what kind of expression they would have? In the evil god world, the divine ancestor's expression was also very ugly. He looked at the heaven world as if he could see through the endless void and see the distant heaven world. The ancestral Gragon also looked at the evil god tribe as if he was looking at the divine ancestor. Both of their eyes shone brightly. Ancestral Gragon, do you think you can win? This time, the heaven world is destined to be destroyed. All of your efforts will be in vain. The divine ancestor said coldly. His voice directly penetrated the endless void, from the evil god world to the heaven world and into the ancestral Gragon's ears. This kind of skill was simply unimaginable. Is that so? Do you not know that those who are unjust are doomed to destruction? The ancestral Gragon also spoke, his voice directly transmitted to the evil god world. Ha ha ha, ancestral Gragon, you have lived for so long, but you still believe in such nonsense. Laughable, laughable. The divine ancestor laughed coldly. He faced the ancestral Gragon, he controlled everything on the battlefield. In the sinkhole battlefield, in the two-world city battlefield, the slaughter was incomparably intense. It could be said that both sides had turned out in full force, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. This battle lasted for a total of 7 days. Countless experts from both sides had already fallen on the battlefield. Quasi-emperors, void emperors, true emperors, and great emperors had all died. In fact, even heavenly emperor realms had quite a few people who died in battle. On the battlefield of Two-World City, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were bathed in blood. There were wounds all over their bodies, making them look terrifying. After 7 days of fighting, they were still alive. That was all thanks to the indestructible ancient scripture and the fruits of life they had consumed. Otherwise, they would have already died. Kill! They roared loudly and continued to charge towards the evil god tribe. Their eyes were completely red. In the past few days, they had seen countless experts from the heaven realm die in battle. Some of them were people they knew, but now, they would forever stay on this land. Right now, they could only kill. Only by wiping out the entire evil god race would they be able to resolve this crisis. It's about time. The outsider sacred ancestor waved his hand, sending a transmission jade talisman flying out. Not long after, a terrifying army moved out and headed towards the battlefield of Two-World City. The heaven-crushing army of the evil god tribe had moved out. The ancestral dragon, who was far away in the heaven realm, also sensed it immediately. I hope they can block it. The ancestral dragon muttered. Then, He also sent out a message. On the battlefield of Two Worlds City, everyone was fighting. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from afar. Then, everyone saw a black cloud rushing towards them. It was another army. This army had hundreds of thousands of people. Although it was nothing compared to the tens of millions of soldiers on the battlefield, the aura they exuded was terrifying. However, the aura they emitted was extremely frightening, causing everyone to tremble with fear. Kill! Kill! The heaven-crushing army roared. The army of 100,000 rushed towards the battlefield like a surging flood. Their cold killing intent made it hard for people to breathe. It's the heaven-crushing army. Let's get out of the way. The people of the evil god tribe recognized this legendary army and immediately got out of the way, making way for the heaven-crushing army. The heaven-crushing army charged towards the heaven realm army. Whoosh! Whoosh! 100,000 attacks exploded from the heaven-crushing army and charged towards the heaven realm army. Instantly, the heaven realm army was killed one by one. Tens of thousands of people died in an instant. What's going on? So terrifying. The heaven realm army was shocked. Kill! The heaven-crushing army was too strong. Everywhere they passed, they destroyed everything. Countless people died. Damn it, the evil god tribe actually has such an army. In the sky, many heavenly emperors were shocked. Some heavenly emperors attacked the heaven-crushing army. However, some people from the heaven-crushing army attacked those heavenly emperors. Some heavenly emperors were killed. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Even heavenly emperors were killed in an instant. You actually want to attack the heaven-crushing army? You overestimate yourself. Some heavenly emperors from the evil god tribe sneered. The heaven-crushing army was the most terrifying army in the ancient legends of the evil god tribe. This army only had 100,000 people, but they were all heavenly emperors and above. Among them, 5,000 were heavenly emperors and above. 95,000 heavenly emperors and 5,000 heavenly emperors. How powerful was this force? It's the heaven-crushing army. Damn it! The expressions of the demigods from the heaven realm changed drastically. Set up the formation. At this moment, the commander of the heaven-crushing army gave the order. Immediately, the 100,000 heaven-crushing army soldiers started to form a large formation. Some of them flew into the sky, while others stayed on the ground. They formed a strange arrangement. Their auras intersected, and their power merged. An incomparably huge giant appeared between heaven and earth. This giant was too big. It was indomitable, and it was several times bigger than the giant Sioux tribe. Some of the 100,000 heaven-crushing army soldiers were at the head of this giant, while others were at the limbs of this giant. Their power gathered to form this giant. Boom! This giant took a step forward, and it covered the sky as it stomped toward the heaven realm army. Not good. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others were within the range of this giant's foot. That kind of pressure was too terrifying, and they couldn't resist it at all. Once it stomped down, they would be turned into ashes. Are we going to die here? Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others couldn't help but have this thought. However, at this moment, transparent bubbles suddenly appeared on their bodies, enveloping them. Then, their bodies shook, and they disappeared. Boom! The giant foot stomped down, and thousands of heaven realm elites were turned into ashes. Chapter 2550. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others looked at the heaven realm elite that had been stomped to death in the distance, their faces pale. If they had been there, they would have probably died as well. Bubbles, you've saved us again. They looked at a little girl. It was Bubble. Just now, it was Bubble who had saved them and moved them out of that area. Too powerful. I was almost blocked by that power and couldn't save you. A look of dread appeared on Bubble's face. Boom! After the giant stomped his foot, he punched out. This punch was not aimed at the ground, but at the sky, at the heaven realm elites who were fighting. The giant fist smashed through the sky, and the void kept exploding. The scene was extremely terrifying. Block it. At least 100 heavenly emperors attacked together, using their strongest attack to block this punch. Boom. 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 Dense explosions rang out continuously. However, the attacks of 100 heavenly emperors were completely useless. They were destroyed by a single punch. Like fireworks, the 100 heavenly emperors retreated frantically. Dozens of heavenly emperors' bodies even exploded, and they died on the spot. Terrifying, too terrifying. Damn it. Some of the heaven realm demigods were furious. They wanted to withdraw and block the heaven-crushing army, but the demigods of the evil god tribe held them back. Finally, 2 demigods used all their strength to shake off their opponents and charged toward the heaven-crushing army. Kill. The 2 demigods attacked with all their strength, using 2 moves. A long spear pierced through the sky and charged toward the giant formed by the heaven-crushing army. In addition, there was a battle sword that lit up the sky and split heaven and earth in half. When the demigods attacked, their power was shocking. Boom. Boom. The giant was very direct. He punched out twice and attacked the 2 demigods. A terrifying explosion occurred between heaven and earth. The long spear and the battle sword shook violently and were sent flying. The 2 heaven realm demigods also retreated frantically. Their faces were pale, and blood seeped from the corners of their mouths. Powerful, too powerful. The battle formation formed by the heaven-crushing army was unbelievably powerful. The 2 demigods were forced back with 1 attack and were severely injured. You want to fight against the heaven-crushing army with just the 2 of you? You overestimate yourselves. A demigod from the evil god race sneered. With a flash, he appeared in front of the demigod from the heaven realm. They were very clear that there were also demigods overseeing the heaven-crushing army. Semi-god, peak heavenly emperor, 6-star, heavenly emperor, 5-star heavenly emperor, there were experts of all levels, and they formed a great formation. It was simply too powerful. It was not something that 1 or 2 demigods could contend against. However, they wouldn't allow the demigods of the heaven realm to obstruct the heaven-crushing army. Boom. The giant wanted to continue attacking and kill the experts of the heaven realm. At this moment, a dozen or so white-haired elders dashed over at high speed from the distance. They instantly neared the heaven-crushing army. Suppress. More than a dozen white-haired old men shouted in unison, bursting forth with incomparably powerful auras. Of these dozen or so elders, the weakest was a peak heavenly emperor. Among them, there was even a demigod-level existence. They were all elders of the purgatory realm. Following that, their bodies started to shine, and 9 steels flew out from their bodies. Prison-suppressing steel. There were 9 purgatory-suppressing steels, 1 main steel, and 8 auxiliary steels. As soon as the 9 purgatory-suppressing steels flew out, they rapidly grew in size. They were even larger than mountains. The 9 purgatory-suppressing steels formed a purgatory-suppressing formation and pressed down on the giant formed by the heaven-crushing army. The giant also punched at the purgatory-suppressing steels. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. The purgatory-suppressing steels trembled and flew back. However, the giant formed by the heaven-crushing army also trembled and retreated continuously. They blocked it. The purgatory-suppressing steels blocked the giant. Both sides were evenly matched. The heaven realm army was very excited, and their morale was greatly boosted. Purgatory-suppressing steels, damn it. The old king of the evil god tribe, the number 1 king, and the others were also furious. The 9 intact purgatory-suppressing steels exploded with astonishing power and blocked the heaven-crushing army. Roar! The giant let out a roar. It stomped on the ground and continuously punched out with its fists. Suppress! The dozen or so elders of the purgatory realm controlled the purgatory-suppressing steels together and continued to suppress the heaven-crushing army. The two sides continuously clashed, and the entire area shook continuously. Both sides were in a state of anxiety, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Mo-ku, let's see what else you can do now. Ancestral Gragon's voice rang in the ears of the other race's divine ancestor. The other race's divine ancestor's expression turned ugly. Then, a cold light burst out from his eyes. Ancestral Gragon, have you forgotten about Sha Xin? Even if the others are blocked, so what? Once Sha Xin appears, all of your efforts will be in vain. The other race's divine ancestor sneered. Ancestral Gragon's expression also turned serious. What he was most worried about was divine ancestor Sha Xin. Sha Xin had not appeared yet. He was probably using the time to heal his injuries. Once he recovered, who could stop him? Ancestral Gragon's only hope was Lu Ming. He hoped that Lu Ming could quickly break through. Ancestral Gragon, why aren't you attacking? The other race's divine ancestor suddenly said. Ancestral Gragon's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. You're trying to stall for time, right? You want to wait for Lu Ming to break through. If not, you'll definitely fight me to the death. Only by killing me or injuring me will you have a chance to stop Sha Xin. However, you're not attacking now. Hee hee. The other race's divine ancestor laughed coldly. He could tell what Ancestral Gragon was thinking. Ancestral Gragon remained silent. He knew that he could not fool the other race's divine ancestor. However, Lu Ming cultivates the Tao of the ruler. It won't be easy for him to break through in a place like the Heaven Realm. Even so, I won't give you a chance. Despair, Ancestral Gragon. The other race's divine ancestor said coldly. With a flicker, he disappeared into the void and headed toward the Heaven Realm. Roar! Ancestral Gragon let out a dragon roar and transformed into his true form. He tore through the void and charged toward the other race's divine ancestor. Bang! The two clashed in the eternal darkness, resulting in terrifying shockwaves. Fortunately, they were clashing in the darkness. If they were outside, it would have destroyed the heavens and earth. Kill! Ancestral Gragon roared and unleashed his full strength. He twisted his enormous body and charged toward the other race's divine ancestor at a shocking speed. The other race's divine ancestor was tall and muscular. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his 3 eyes flickered. He was not weak at all. He began to fight the other race's divine ancestor. They had fought to the death in the ancient times. That battle had been so intense that both of them had damaged their life force. Therefore, they knew each other's moves like the back of their hands. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short time. Ancestral Gragon, you can't stop me. You sealed the heavens for so long, but it's all for naught. All of you will die. The other race's divine ancestor roared. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged a few hundred moves with Ancestral Gragon. Ancestral Gragon did not say a word. Chapter 2551. Sha Xin, if you don't strike now, when are you going to strike? The voice of the divine ancestor was transmitted back to the fiend god realm. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from the sacred mountain of the fiend god realm as a blood-red beam of light shot into the sky. Following this, a figure appeared in the blood-red beam of light. It was a skinny old man wearing a blood-red robe. His blood-red hair danced in the wind as he emitted a terrifying murderous intent. It was as if the murderous intent was going to kill every living thing in the world. Kill, kill, kill. Kill every living thing in the Heaven Realm. A bone-chilling voice came from the old man's mouth. Sha Xin. Ancestral Gragon's face turned ugly. With his cultivation, he could easily tell that Sha Xin had reached the martial god realm and possessed the strength of a martial god, even though he had yet to recover to his peak. Now that the fiend god tribe had an additional martial god, no one could stop them. Even though the half-martial god realm was only a step away from the martial god realm, the difference between their strength was like heaven and earth. Even if 10 or 20 half-gods teamed up, they would still be no match for a martial god. Whoosh! Saint Ancestor Shah Xian tore the void apart and appeared on the battlefield of Two World City. His aura burst out from his body and filled the area, crushing everyone's hearts. It's Shah Xian. The people of the Fiend God tribe were overjoyed. On the other hand, the people of the Heaven Realm were startled. Even though many of them had never heard of Shah Xian's name, the aura that he emitted was too terrifying and irresistible. It was even more terrifying than that of a half-god. Damn it, Shah Xian has recovered. Emperor Rebellious and the others were startled as they exclaimed. Ha ha ha, you're all doomed. Shah Xian has recovered and the Heaven Realm will be destroyed. How are you going to stop him? The old kings of the Fiend God tribe burst out laughing. Kill! Shah Xian yelled as a boundless murderous intent burst out and swept across the area like a shockwave. Puff! Puff! Many experts of the Heaven Realm spat out mouthfuls of blood. Some of them fell to the ground after spitting out mouthfuls of blood and stopped breathing. Kill! 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 Some of them went crazy, roaring madly. Their eyes were bloodshot as they crazily attacked their comrades. However, the members of the evil god race were completely fine. Saint Ancestor Shah Xian had caused a huge loss to the Heaven Realm with a single roar. He had not even made a move yet. Many people's morale plummeted. They revealed terrified expressions and even began to retreat. After killing a large number of beings from the Heaven Realm, Saint Ancestor Shah Xian took a deep breath and sucked in an endless amount of blood chi into his mouth. His killing intent grew even stronger. His blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings before landing on the prison-suppressing monument. Hell-suppressing steel, you old bastard. This time, I'm going to completely destroy the hell-suppressing steel you left behind. And all of your descendants, they're all going to die and become my nourishment. An ice-cold, ear-piercing voice sounded. In the past, Saint Ancestor Shah Xian and Old Ancestor Hell Protector had fought to the death. However, Saint Ancestor Shah Xian managed to grab hold of the opportunity to send a sliver of his bloodline into the body of a human and lay dormant. He planned to awaken it one day. However, Old Ancestor Hell Protector saw through his intention and sent the spirit of the prison-suppressing monument into the human's body to lay dormant. It wasn't hard to figure out that the human was Lu Ming's ancestor. He was an ancestor from the primordial era. After a long time, in Lu Ming's generation, the prison-suppressing monument and Saint Ancestor Shah Xian's bloodline were both awakened in Lu Ming's body. However, the prison-suppressing monument was still suppressing him, preventing him from devouring Lu Ming and replacing Lu Ming. Therefore, the person that Saint Ancestor Shah Xian hated the most was Old Ancestor Hell Protector. Seeing the prison-suppressing monument, one could imagine how he felt. Kill! Saint Ancestor Shah Xian charged towards the prison-suppressing monument. He stretched out his hand and turned it into a gigantic palm that slapped towards the prison-suppressing monument. Boom! The 9 prison-suppressing monuments shook violently and were sent flying backwards. The dozen elders of the prison-suppressing world trembled violently and were forced to retreat as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Although Saint Ancestor Shah Xian had not fully recovered, he had regained the strength of a martial god. His battle prowess was even greater than the giant formed by the heaven-shattering army. With one move, he had injured more than a dozen elders of the prison-suppressing world. After Saint Ancestor Shah Xian attacked with one move, he continued to attack with another. At the same time, the giant formed by the heaven-shattering army attacked as well. Together with Saint Ancestor Shah Xian, they wanted to destroy the prison-suppressing monument. Get ready, said an elder of the prison-suppressing world. He was a half-god. Naturally, there was more than one half-god from the prison-suppressing world. However, a few of them were in the sky, teaming up with the half-gods from the heaven world to fight the old king of the evil god tribe. All right. The other elders of the prison-suppressing world looked determined. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the auras of the elders of the prison-suppressing world grew stronger. A blood-red light radiated from their bodies as if they were burning. Then, the elders of the prison-suppressing world turned into streaks of blood-red light and flew into the prison-suppressing monument. The prison-suppressing monument shook violently and shone brightly. In the end, the 9 prison-suppressing monuments merged into one. Its size was 10 times larger than before. Elders, many people of the prison-suppressing world on the battlefield could not help but cry out in sorrow when they saw this. They knew that the elders had burned their own bodies and used their blood essences to activate the prison-suppressing monument. They wanted to unleash the greatest power of the prison-suppressing monument. As for themselves, they had completely perished. Boom! The giant formed by the heaven-shattering army punched the prison-suppressing monument. However, it was pushed back by a powerful force. At the same time, a figure appeared on the prison-suppressing monument. It was the appearance of an old man. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and his aura was majestic. Patriarch! It's the Patriarch! Someone from the prison-suppressing world exclaimed. Many people of the prison-suppressing world had seen the portrait of the prison-suppressing world's patriarch. This elder looked exactly like the prison-suppressing world's patriarch. Hee, prison-suppressing world's patriarch, you're just an indestructible imprint on the prison-suppressing monument. Today, I'll destroy you completely. Saint Ancestor Shah Xian sneered. He stepped out and charged toward the prison-suppressing monument. The prison-suppressing monument's patriarch stepped out and charged toward Saint Ancestor Shah Xian. The two of them collided violently, causing a loud explosion. At the same time, the prison-suppressing monument flew toward the heaven-shattering army and suppressed them. In an instant, the heaven-shattering army and Saint Ancestor Shah Xian were both blocked. This greatly boosted the morale of the heaven world's patriarch. Hee, you think a mere imprint can stop me? What a joke! Saint Ancestor Shah Xian sneered. A blood-red bead appeared in his hand. It emitted a strong bloody aura as it charged toward the prison-suppressing world's patriarch. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. The prison-suppressing world's patriarch was only an imprint. Moreover, the prison-suppressing monument was going to deal with the heaven-shattering army. After dozens of blows, he was completely suppressed by Saint Ancestor Shah Xian. If this continued, he would be defeated sooner or later. Chapter 2552. In the blink of an eye, another dozen moves were exchanged. Bam! The Hell Protector Old Ancestor's imprint was no match for the Saint Ancestor Shah Xian. His body turned illusory as if he was going to fall apart at any moment. Not good. The faces of the heaven realm beings who witnessed all of this were extremely ugly, revealing looks of despair. Could it be that no one could stop the Saint Ancestor Shah Xian? Was the heaven realm destined to be defeated and destroyed? They were unwilling to accept this, but their strength was limited. Die, Hell Protector Old Ghost! Saint Ancestor Shah Xian roared. His aura grew stronger as he attacked the Hell Protector Old Ancestor. Bam! The Hell Protector Old Ancestor was hit again. His body almost fell apart as his aura weakened. Left with no choice, the Hell Protector Old Ancestor could only summon the Hell Protector's steel to block the Saint Ancestor Shah Xian. However, the heaven-shattering army had no opponent. Roar! The giant formed by the heaven-shattering army roared as it charged toward the Hell Protector Old Ancestor. The Hell Protector Old Ancestor's imprint merged with the Hell Protector's steel to block the giant formed by the heaven-shattering army. However, it was still no match for the Hell Protector Old Ancestor. Boom! Boom! The Hell Protector's steel was sent flying as it kept shaking. Crack! A sound came from the Hell Protector's steel, which shocked everyone. The Hell Protector's steel could not hold on any longer. A crack appeared on it. Hee, shatter! Shatter! I want to shatter you completely. The Saint Ancestor Shah Xian laughed coldly. Everyone in the heaven realm had a heavy heart. Lu Ming, the ancestral Gregon sighed. Lu Ming had not broken through yet. Ancestral Gregon, your defeat is certain. The other race divine ancestor laughed coldly. On the peak of the Dragon Emperor Peak, Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged. His aura was fluctuating as he cultivated wholeheartedly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Xian Yinqing. Lu Ming, I hope you can make it in time. I will buy time for you. Xian Yinqing said softly. Then, he turned around and disappeared. On the battlefield of the Two-World City, the Hell Protector Old Ancestor Sha Xin and the Heaven-Shattering Army worked together. The Hell Protector's steel was hit a few more times. The prison-suppressing steel was damaged, and its power was even weaker. It was even less able to withstand the attacks of Saint Ancestor Sha Xin and the Heaven-Crushing Army. Shatter. Shatter for me. Old Ghost Genyu, I want the only evidence you left in this world to disappear. Saint Ancestor Sha Xin burst out laughing. A bloody glow spread out from his body and turned into streams of bloody sword light that slashed at the spirit-suppressing monument. At the same time, the blood bead he controlled also burst out rays of bloody light with astonishing power. However, at this moment, boundless black light suddenly appeared above Divine Ancestor Sha Xion's head. It turned into a huge black lotus and pressed down on Divine Ancestor Sha Xion. You want to attack me? You're courting death. Saint Ancestor Sha Xion snorted and waved his hand. A blood-red sword ray shot out and struck the black lotus. Boom! Following a loud explosion, the black lotus was sent flying. However, it did not crumble as Saint Ancestor Sha Xion had expected. The black lotus flew backward, and in the next moment, a figure appeared on the lotus. She was a young woman in a long black dress. Her beauty was unparalleled in her generation, and she was absolutely stunning. He blocked it. He actually blocked Saint Ancestor Killer Heart's attack. Many people were shocked. Saint Ancestor Sha Xion was a martial god. Even a casual attack from him could not be blocked by an ordinary person. Even a half-deity would find it difficult to block it. However, Saint Ancestor Sha Xion's attack had been blocked. Saint Ancestor Sha Xion was stunned. Cold light then filled his eyes. Blood chi gathered around him and turned into a shocking blood sword that slashed at the black lotus. Disperse. A crisp sound was heard. The black lotus suddenly dispersed and turned into black petals. Each petal turned into a stream of sword chi and attacked Saint Ancestor Sha Xion's blood sword. Clang! Clang! It was as if there were many divine swords clashing against each other in the area. The sound of swords clashing resounded throughout the land. Although the black sword chi continued to crumble, the blood-colored sword light unleashed by Sacred Ancestor Sha Xion would also weaken slightly after each black sword chi was destroyed. When the last black sword chi crumbled, Saint Ancestor Sha Xion's blood sword chi had lost 10% of its power and was easily blocked by the woman. She blocked it again. This time, Saint Ancestor Sha Xion is serious. Many people were shocked. Who is this woman? She is so powerful that she can block Saint Ancestor Sha Xion's attack. I know. She is Xian Yinqing, Lu Ming's wife, Xian Yinqing. What? Lu Ming's wife is so powerful. Countless people were deeply shocked. Many people knew about Lu Ming's combat strength. Previously, he was able to fight against the two half-deities of the foreign tribes. He was unparalleled and outstanding. However, his wife was even more terrifying now. She was able to fight against Saint Ancestor Sha Xion. This was too shocking. How is this possible? She is only a half-deity. How can she block Saint Ancestor Sha Xion's attack? The number one king and the other old kings were deeply shaken. They could see that Xian Yinqing was a half-deity. However, her combat strength was shockingly powerful and far above theirs. That's right. Xian Yinqing's cultivation had reached the half-deity realm. Xian Yinqing had been in Yellow Spring Island for close to 200 years. With the help of the Fruit of Life, Xian Yinqing's cultivation had reached the half-deity realm. Moreover, Xian Yinqing's combat strength was far more powerful than ordinary people. Previously, when Xian Yanqing was a 5-star heavenly emperor, she was able to suppress a peak heavenly emperor. Now that Xian Yanqing had reached the half-deity realm, her combat strength was naturally higher than other half-deities. They were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the foreign tribe's divine ancestor and ancestral dragon were shocked. She is so powerful. On the battlefield, Huang Ling and the autumn moon sighed as they looked at Xian Yanqing. Ah! Kill! 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 The fact that Xian Yanqing had blocked 2 of Saint Ancestor Sha Xian's attacks had further ignited his killing intent and ruthlessness. He roared crazily and charged towards Xian Yanqing, ignoring the prison-suppressing steel. Meanwhile, the prison-suppressing steel was engaged in a fierce battle with the heaven-crushing army. Bam! Bam! Xian Yanqing and divine ancestor Sha Xian exchanged a few more blows. Although Xian Yanqing was at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat, he still managed to block divine ancestor Sha Xian's attacks. Many people were shocked. They knew that Xian Yanqing's combat strength was truly shocking. It had already surpassed the other half-deities. Although he was still not a match for divine ancestor Sha Xian, he was able to exchange blows with him. If it were any other half-deities, they would have been killed instantly by divine ancestor Sha Xian. Die! Divine ancestor Sha Xian became even more frenzied as he threw out the blood-red bead in his hand. The blood-red bead was a weapon that surpassed a Heaven Dao weapon. Under the control of divine ancestor Sha Xian, its power was terrifying. Break! Xian Yanqing shouted and formed a seal with her fingers. Countless black lotuses appeared around her. These black lotuses turned into rays of sword light and slashed toward divine ancestor Sha Xian. Chapter 2553. Saint Ancestor Sha Xian's bead was as big as a mountain. It shot out beams of blood-red light that were extremely powerful. Xian Yanqing gathered countless lotus sword qi to fight against Saint Ancestor Sha Xian. However, Xian Yanqing was no match for Saint Ancestor Sha Xian. The lotus sword qi was defeated and a beam of blood-red light almost hit Xian Yanqing. She quickly retreated. Who are you? You're not from this world. Saint Ancestor Sha Xian stared at Xian Yanqing. His blood-red eyes were filled with shock. As soon as he attacked, he could feel that Xian Yanqing's cultivation technique and the power that he controlled were not from this world. You don't have the right to know who I am. Xian Yanqing said coldly. No matter who you are, no one in this world will know if I kill you. Kill! Saint Ancestor Sha Xian shouted. The blood-red light on his body became even more intense. The blood-red light entered the blood-red bead, causing it to vibrate violently. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar came from the blood-red bead. Following which, a huge evil demon crawled out from the blood-red bead. This evil demon was covered in blood-red scales. It had a wide mouth with sharp fangs and was filled with murderous intent. Behind his back was a pair of blood-red wings. When they spread out, they covered the entire sky. Kill! The evil demon roared and charged towards Xian Yanqing. You're just an evil demon from the abyss. Humph! You're just an insignificant evil demon. Xian Yanqing said coldly. Beams of cold sword light appeared around her body and shot toward the blood-red evil demon. Roar! The evil demon roared and flapped its wings. A gust of wind swept towards Xian Yanqing. On the other side, Saint Ancestor Sha Xian also made his move. A blood-red sword light formed and slashed towards Xian Yanqing. Facing the attacks from both sides, Xian Yanqing was at a disadvantage. Her sword light was quickly defeated. Bam! Saint Ancestor Sha Xian's blood-red sword light slashed towards Xian Yanqing. Although Xian Yanqing formed a black lotus in time to protect herself, she was still sent flying. Her body trembled and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Ancestral Gragon, you have no hope. If you don't become a martial god, all your efforts will be in vain. In the dark space, he and Ancestral Dragon were locked in a fierce battle. It would be difficult to determine the outcome in a short period of time. Ancestral Dragon did not look pleased. He did not say a word. He continued Shah Xian's attacks. As for the hell-suppressing steel, it was currently locked in battle with the heaven-crushing army because it had been severely damaged. I don't care if you die or not, you will die, I will die, die. Sacred Ancestor Starkiller laughed heartily and controlled the blood-red fiend to attack Xian Yanqing. But at this moment, the void split open, and a milky white sword light slashed towards the demon. The sword light was filled with sacred light. Its power was shocking. The evil demon was caught off guard and was hit by the sword light. One of its wings was severed. The evil demon screamed. The place where its wings were severed kept emitting sizzling sounds. It seemed like the sword light was effective against it. Sacred light? Damn it, what's going on? Saint Ancestor Shah Xian was furious. A weak evil demon. If it was in the past, I would have turned him into ashes with a puff of my breath. A cold, arrogant voice was heard. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a woman in a white dress. She looked exactly like Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanjuan. You, Saint Ancestor Shah Xian looked at Xian Yanjuan and Xian Yanqing. His eyes were filled with astonishment. I didn't expect your cultivation to rise to the half-martial god realm so quickly after devouring the memories of your past life. I'm surprised. Xian Yanjuan didn't look at Saint Ancestor Shah Xian. Instead, she looked at Xian Yanqing and transmitted her voice. I won't be left behind by you. I won't let you do it alone. Xian Yanqing replied. Is that so? You're pretty confident. However, let's deal with this guy first. Xian Yanjuan chuckled. Her body emitted a white sacred light. She looked like a goddess descending to the world, pure and holy. Kill, kill. I don't care how many of you come. All of you must die. Saint Ancestor Shah Xian roared. He controlled the evil demon and himself to attack Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan. Slash. Xian Yanjuan pressed her hand forward. Countless white lotuses appeared in the sky. They turned into sword chi and slashed at Saint Ancestor Shah Xian. Her cultivation was also in the half-martial god realm. Her battle strength was no weaker than Xian Yanqing's. Moreover, her attacking style was very similar to Xian Yanqing's. When Xian Yanjuan attacked, Xian Yanqing attacked as well. The two of them joined forces to fight Saint Ancestor Shah Xian. Boom! 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 The battle reached a boiling point. Saint Ancestor Shah Xian was blocked by Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan. For a moment, both sides were evenly matched. They blocked it. Countless people on the battlefield were shocked when they saw this scene. However, both sides had different thoughts. The evil god tribe was shocked. They found it hard to accept. On the other hand, the heaven world was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there would be such an expert in the heaven world. Good, good. Emperor Rebellious laughed. The number one king's face was ugly. Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan's battle strength was too strong. They were far stronger than ordinary half-martial gods. The two of them joined forces to block Saint Ancestor Shah Xian's attack. Such strength was too terrifying. In the heaven world, they could be said to be the strongest experts other than Ancestor Gragon. However, they had never heard of them before. However, it did not matter. As long as they were from the heaven world, it would be fine. Ha ha ha, Mo, it seems like things are out of your control. Ancestor Gragon laughed. This was a pleasant surprise. Originally, he had placed all his hopes on Lu Ming. He did not expect that there would be two such experts in the heaven world. As long as they could hold Saint Ancestor Shah Xian back and wait for Lu Ming to break through, they would have a great chance of winning. The evil god realm and the heaven world had been at war for countless years. Damn it, how is this possible? The foreign tribe's divine ancestor roared. He was extremely shocked. How could there be two such experts in the heaven world? They looked like sisters, but their battle strength was so strong. There was no news about them before. It was as if they had appeared out of nowhere. Lu Ming's wife, it's that Lu Ming again. The foreign tribe's divine ancestor was furious. The battle on the battlefield entered a stalemate. The difference in strength between the two sides was not great. The battle was fierce, and there were people dying at every moment. In the ultimate ruins battlefield, the Titan Longhorn Bull and the foreign tribe's kings were fighting. It was difficult to determine the victor. Suppress, I'll suppress. Suppress him for me. Dandan transformed into his true form. He was huge and filled with runes. His battle strength was shocking. He was fighting two foreign tribes' kings alone and was not at a disadvantage. In fact, he even had the upper hand. That old turtle, I didn't expect him to be so strong after breaking through to the half-martial god realm. Not far away, the Titan Longhorn Bull thought unhappily. In the Dragon Emperor Peak, Lu Ming had been cultivating. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking aura surged from Lu Ming's body. His eyes opened. Chapter 2554. Lu Ming's aura soared into the sky like a spear that was about to pierce through heaven and earth. Break for me! Lu Ming shouted as his body emitted a dazzling purple-gold light. He wanted to break through the shackles and become a heavenly emperor. However, just as Lu Ming unleashed his aura, all around him, within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, a colorful glow suddenly appeared. The light enveloped Lu Ming, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming, restraining Lu Ming. This was the power of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao wanted to stop Lu Ming from breaking through. The Tao of Sovereign was too terrifying. It shouldn't have appeared in places like the Heavenly Domain or the Evil God Realm. Because once the Tao of Sovereign entered the Heavenly Emperor realm, one would be able to dominate heaven and earth, even the Heavenly Tao. This was not allowed by the Heavenly Tao. It wanted to stop it. The terrifying pressure continued to press down on Lu Ming, even forming invisible chains that wrapped around Lu Ming's body. Break, break! Lu Ming shouted as he exerted all his strength and struggled with all his might. Bam! 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 The invisible chains on Lu Ming's body continued to shatter. However, after the chains shattered, even more chains appeared. Buzz! Lu Ming's muscles and bones began to vibrate rapidly. The frequency of vibrations exceeded 50 billion times per second. Such violent vibrations produced a terrifying power that shattered the invisible chains that wrapped around his body. At the same time, Lu Ming formed a long spear in his hand with the power of the sovereign. Buzz! The long spear vibrated and swept in all directions. Lu Ming wanted to break through the shackles of the Heavenly Tao. Whoosh! 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 Rays of spear light soared into the sky and swept in all directions. From afar, one could only see countless spear lights piercing holes in heaven and earth. It's starting to break through. In the distant dark void, the ancestral Gragon sensed it immediately and revealed a look of joy. At the same time, the foreign race's divine ancestor also sensed it, and his face darkened. It's not that easy to break through the Tao of Sovereign in the heavenly domain. The heavenly Tao doesn't allow it. The foreign race's divine ancestor said coldly. Really? At the same time, he stretched out a dragon claw to meet the outsider's sacred ancestor's attack. On the Dragon Emperor Peak, Lu Ming's spear glow grew stronger and stronger. As he executed the battle character formula, the power of each of his moves was enhanced. Each of his moves was extremely terrifying, constantly blasting away the power of the heavenly Tao. It's not enough, it's still not enough. I have to trigger double combat power. Lu Ming's mind raced. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to completely break through the shackles of the heavenly Tao. If that was the case, he would not be able to truly break through. Lu Ming kept unleashing the battle formula, hoping to trigger the double combat power. The probability of Lu Ming triggering the double combat strength effect was about 1 in 10. After triggering it about 8 or 9 times, suddenly, Lu Ming felt boundless battle intent erupt from his body. This battle intent transformed into power, greatly increasing Lu Ming's strength. The battle character formula had been successfully activated. Double combat power. Wang. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand swept out, and the power of the heavenly Tao crumbled continuously. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming's long spear shook, and countless spear rays shot out, piercing through the void and breaking the power of the heavenly Tao. Boom! Lu Ming's aura grew stronger. How is this possible? In the dark void, the foreign tribe's divine ancestor widened his eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming was about to break through the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Ha ha ha! The ancestral dragon laughed maniacally. Sha Xan, quickly deal with those 2 bitches. Go and kill Lu Ming. Something's wrong. The foreign tribe's divine ancestor hurriedly sent a message to the divine ancestor. At this moment, the divine ancestor was still locked in a fierce battle with Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan. Hearing the divine ancestor's message, a vicious look flashed across the divine ancestor's eyes. Those 2 bitches dare to block me. Die! Die! The divine ancestor roared, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boundless blood-red light spread out, burning fiercely. Burn your divine power. The ancestral dragon was enraged. The divine ancestor had yet to recover from his injuries as he did not have enough time. He might be able to recover in a few hundred years or even 1,000 years. Therefore, the divine ancestor's strength had barely reached the martial god realm. However, the divine ancestor had decided to burn his divine power regardless of the consequences. As a result, his strength was able to reach his peak within a short period of time. The divine ancestor's strength skyrocketed as he burned his divine power. He executed 2 consecutive slashes with shocking might. Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan were startled. They immediately set up defenses in front of them. However, their defenses were unable to resist the divine ancestor's attack. They were shattered instantly. Their figures shuddered violently as they were sent flying over 10,000 li away. Blood poured out from their mouths as their figures shuddered. You 2 bitches, trying to stop me? Die! The divine ancestor withdrew the demon. The blood-red glow formed a sword as he slashed at Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan. Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan defended themselves with all their might. They were not aiming for success, but they were hoping to avoid making any mistakes. However, the divine ancestor who had recovered to his peak was indeed powerful. He was on par with the ancestral dragon and the divine ancestor of the foreign tribes. Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan were only half-gods after all. They were no match for the divine ancestor at his peak. After a few exchanges, they were sent flying again. The hearts of the people from the heaven realm sank. At this rate, the situation was not looking good. He is burning his divine power. He won't be able to hold on for long. As long as we can hold him off for a while, we will have a chance of winning. Xian Yanqing, do you still remember the dark sacred light technique? Xian Yanjuan transmitted his voice to Xian Yanqing. Yes. Xian Yanqing nodded. Alright, let's use the dark sacred light technique to set up a dark sacred light cage to hold him off for a while. Xian Yanjuan said. Xian Yanqing nodded. The 2 of them made their moves at the same time. Instead of retreating, they charged toward the divine ancestor. The moment they charged out, their bodies emitted a brilliant glow. The difference was that Xian Yanqing's body was covered in a boundless dark glow. Her body seemed to have turned into a black hole. It was pitch black, and no one could see her figure. On the other hand, Xian Yanjuan's body was covered in a boundless white glow. It was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Many people could not open their eyes. Dark sacred light technique. 2 crisp voices could be heard at the same time. Immediately, boundless black and white glows shrouded the divine ancestor. The speed of the glows was unbelievably fast. They immediately shrouded the divine ancestor. Following this, the black and white glows intertwined with each other like threads, forming a cage. This was the dark sacred light cage. It was a terrifying secret technique that required the combined efforts of Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan. Break it! Divine Ancestor Sha Xan roared. A blood-red sword light cut through the void and slashed at the dark sacred light cage. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. However, Saint Ancestor Sha Xian's sword did not break the dark sacred light cage. Instead, it only caused the dark sacred light cage to shake violently.